Brought to you by Windschuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Chips. 2,797 games. That's a lot of games. Miguel Cabrera finished his 21-year MLB career yesterday in downtown Detroit in front of a roaring, sold-out crowd, and his family got in on the fun. His kids introducing him. Miggy took a bow. He cried. Some of his teammates and coaches cried. And his 21-year MLB career, 16 of them with the Tigers, came to an end. Detroit did end up sending Cabrera off with a victory, which is what he says he really wants. 5-2 over the Guardians. They won 2 of 3 against Cleveland to finish out their campaign and end up second place in the AL Central. NFL scoreboard Sunday Night Football, or Taylor Swift Fest, saw a lot of late controversial calls, or one in particular on Sauce Gardner ending things, and the Chiefs escaped with a 23-20 win over the Jets. Elsewhere, the Dolphins went from scoring 70 last week to giving up 48 in Buffalo in a loss. The Vikings beat the Panthers, so they will face the Lions. Carolina will, as an 0-4 football team, and the Bears remain winless after falling to the Broncos. The Red Wings are perfect at home in exhibition play, taking down Chicago 6-1 downtown. They have 4 more preseason games until their season opener in just 10 days in New Jersey. And Ryan Blaney winning on the NASCAR postseason circuit. William Byron still leads in the playoff standings, and the Ryder Cup goes back to Europe after a one-sided weekend of play in Italy. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
They haven't changed it to Super Bowl champion and NFL Hall of Fame nominee, T.J. Lang.
Yeah, let's get the full resume on there next.
Yes.
Okay. Third team All-MAC in 2008.
Hey, well, if we're going to talk about how'd your team do this weekend?
Eastern?
Yeah.
Not good.
Lost to Central.
Rivalry game.
You bet anything with Costa on it? Or
No.
No.
Jim's not really. He doesn't support Central. Come on.
he actually goes to games.
He's there
pretends
almost
like-
all the time, yeah.
I know.
When they're playing bad teams
Yes.
like Michigan State.
Before we get heavily into football, you are a Detroiter, a Detroit sports fan. Did you watch the Miggy deal yesterday? It was pretty
Yeah, I
freaking
did.
cool.
Yeah, that was cool. I was so mad at Vierling for a minute when he tried to score, because you're like, at this point, like, all you're trying to do is get more at bats, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He tried to score from third. I was so mad, but then to see him go back out at first base and make the play, and yeah, I mean, I got emotional. I mean, that's a legend, right?
Yeah.
That's a guy that, hell, I've been watching since I was a kid, and honestly, I think the other part of, like, that's every athlete's dream, to have your chance to end it the way you want to have your moment, in front of the world, saying goodbye. And that was just, I know it wasn't, some storybook ending, winning a championship and riding off in the sunset, but that was about as good a job I think they could have done sending him off. And it just seemed like the whole weekend was a celebration. And, that's Miggy. I mean, one of the best players ever, right? I mean, it was just, it was awesome. Yesterday watching was, and of course, I mean, the ball gets hit to him, and everybody was bummed. He struck out the first couple times, and then the 7th inning, the guy throws him 4 straight balls.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like Cleveland. Like, you're not in the playoffs. Can you just throw this guy a couple meatballs?
The guy was trying to throw a strike.
Just give him a meatball. Let him just get a single, and kind of end it
pipe
that
one
way.
in
But to end it with the ground ball and, his reaction, even when he was running to first base.
I know.
That was just really cool, man. Yeah, that was a special moment. That actually driving in, that was the first time I heard Dickerson's call, and that kind of gave me a little bit of goosebumps too and a little chills. I mean, that was just it was a great weekend, man. It was a lot of fun watching, and even yesterday, getting to say goodbye to a legend, man. That's special times, special times.
Well, your weekend got started off in mostly a great shape with the Lions pounding the Green Bay Packers. Now, you had to sit on a tarmac, I guess, for 3 hours, I guess, so your plane was delayed.
Yeah,
but
we were at the stadium for a couple hours, and we were
Yes.
at the airport for a couple hours, and I'll tell you, delays are always more manageable when
You
come
win.
off a big win like that. Guys aren't in a terrible mood, but no, it was a long night. We didn't get back till about 7 a.m. But you know what, the whole weekend off. I mean, it was great. It was awesome. That game was, man, that was just. To tell you, it just looked like we just got a physical football team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like a tough ass football team, physically mentally. I mean, and it starts, in my opinion, with the quarterback. I mean, the first drive, you come out, you throw a pick on the third play, you bounce back, and you go score 27 straight points. Like that to me is mental toughness of just, okay, made a mistake, let's go out there and not do it again.
And holding them to that field goal,
Yeah.
I thought, in a weird way, turned the whole game around.
Yeah, making them, I mean, you didn't even hold them to
a yard.
I think they lost like 12 yards on that drive.
Well, they lost 9, then they got it back, but they kicked the field goal from the 16.
Yeah, okay.
They got the ball in the 16, so 0 yards of offense.
Yeah.
Like that is
it was
unbelievably impressive.
It was a tone setter, I think it was. And I think for the defense, it was a tone setter. And I think for the offense, it makes it a little bit more manageable to say, okay, right, we didn't just completely dig ourselves in a hole. The defense is playing great. Let's go out there and start helping them out a little bit. That was just that was an ass kicking. I'll tell you, I got a little bit not really worried, but in the second half they started making some plays, and it's like, okay, no more messing around. Let's go. Let's turn it on offense. Let's go close this thing out. And you went down originally, kicked the field goal. Quay Walker did Quay Walker things, yes. And you get back to a 17-point lead, and it's like, okay, like that's a big boy response. Like that's what good teams do, right? When teams start to get a little bit close and, you face a little adversity, you find a way to overcome it. You find a way to go out there and make a couple more plays. And I'll just tell you, and even watching the game tape and the TV copy, I mean, they were 10 times more physical than the Green Bay Packers.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Green Bay's offense, and it was kind of finesse, and we're going to try to, fake this, fake that, ton of motion. We're going to try to screw with your eyes. The Lions, we're just going to line up and just punch you in the mouth. And that style of football is sustainable, because when we get to late, we all know what our goals and aspirations are for this season, but when you get to those games in November, in December, in January, the teams that can run the ball, the teams that can stop the run are usually the teams that are going to continue to have success. And I think that's what this team is built for.
And guys, the cliche defense travels is huge here.
Well, it does, because offenses, and it doesn't matter if we've documented and talked about Jared Goff's struggles, whether it's outside in December or on the road. Like offense across the NFL can be really difficult on the road. But defense is one of those where defense does travel. And if you want to be a good team, you got to have your defense stand up and step up in those situations. And I think the Lions defense is playing extremely good. Are you surprised that, TJ, that this defensive front, especially whether it's Alim McNeill, Benito, it's like they are playing as good as they are?
A little bit, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, you kind of have that feeling of, okay, is this who they are? Are they kind of overachieving right now, right? Like you look at them and you say, I don't really know, but it's been, really all season long. Now, I know the big thing in Seattle was no pressure. That was a tough game to get pressure, right? I mean, you're rushing 4, they're protecting with 8. That kind of looks like the one-off game.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the season, I mean, would you hold Green Bay to 30 yards rushing, on like 15 to 10, whatever it was.
I mean, Aaron Jones, I think, only had, 12 carries?
Yeah, the Kansas City game. I mean, I think he let up 70 yards, and Mahomes had half of those, right? Seattle, even they didn't kill you on the run.
No.
We obviously know what happened in Atlanta. They completely shut down Bijan and Tyler Algier. So that, to me, that's consistency. Now, I think when it comes to the pass rush, you want to see consistency, right? You've seen now a couple weeks in a row where – 12 sacks in the last 2 games, and it's kind of being spread out. It's not just one guy. It's not just Hutchinson, racking up all the stats. It's going all over the board. Kaminsky, Harris, Buggs gets in on last week, right? Alim McNeill. I mean, you're starting to get that production from the interior of your defensive line. That's something that I think was a big concern going into the season. You got guys like Alim McNeill that you say, okay, I think he's finally hit that point where the game's starting to slow down for him. It's starting to feel like practice. He's reading, he's got the mental side down, and when the mental side and the physical side add up, that's when you become a really good player. And that, to me, looks like what Alim McNeill's doing. He's taking his game to another step. But we all know that the question, John, is can you do it week after week after week after week?
Right.
It's a pretty damn good start for him, though, so I'll say that.
You mentioned Hutchinson, and Peter King in his column today in Pro Football and Talk.com, Football in America, he has these next-gen stats in the league. Sacks right now, Myles Garrett, 8, Watt, 7.5, Hutch, 6, Parsons, 4.5. Interceptions, Hutch, 1, those other 3 guys, none. Forced fumbles, Watt, 2, Hutch, 1, Parsons, 1, Garrett, 1. Recovered fumbles, Parsons 2, Watt 2, Hutchinson 1, Garrett nothing. And he basically says, if you think you're seeing the emergence of a great edge player in the NFL and Aiden Hutchinson, you are. Comparing his game-influencing plays over the last 6 games to NFL royalty like Parsons, Garrett, and T.J. Watt, here's are the numbers, which I gave you.
Yeah. And it's been good, man. And that's what the coaches said. That's what we all said. If this defense wants to take the next step, your young guys are going to have to find a way to improve. And he looks like a guy that's it's just who he is.
Yeah.
You know, last year it was all flashes. We'd go a game or two and then kind of nothing for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks. And then you'd come back and have a nice one and then maybe quiet down again for another couple weeks. He looks like a consistent playmaker. He looks like he's going to be the guy. You have to have one on every defense that you have one guy that the other team's got to circle. They've got to make sure we got to know where 97's at. And you saw, I think Thursday against Green Bay, I saw Aaron Glenn do something that I've never seen before. He's starting to use Aiden in kind of that Myles Garrett-y, Micah Parsons role where we're going to move him around. We're not going to let them key in on him. We're going to try to find a one-on-one to let him go have success. That's something that he's obviously proven he can handle.
Yeah, but a couple of those sacks are just late in the Atlanta game. They don't really matter. I hate that narrative. You knew I was joking there when I said that. There's people that want to pick him apart. These numbers are telling those are the best defensive players in the league.
And so a lot of that credit obviously goes to Aiden Hutchinson. Some of it goes to Aaron Glenn as well. Last year, halfway through the season, where we kept saying, hey, when are we going to see all of these sacks? Well, they moved him to a stand-up position, and he's having more success. You just mentioned it this year. They're lining him up over the guards. They're lining him up over the center, over both sides, left and right on the edge. They're also, he's standing up, and they're using him in that mode where you don't know where he's going to end up to pass rush. And I think that goes to Aiden Hutchinson's ability to do that, but it also goes to Aaron Glenn recognizing we've got to be able to make sure that we create that matchup and we get the most favorable because we have a special player.
Yeah, as long as they can keep generating pressure. And it seemed like they didn't blitz at all against the Packers. No. Maybe a couple first down blitzes, you bring a safety off the edge, kind of throw off the blocking scheme. But if you keep getting home with 4 guys, I mean – this defense is only going to continue to get better. You know what I mean? And that's a bright spot right now, the way that they've been pass rushing and getting in the backfield and just being disruptive, especially the last 2 games. That's something that, man, it's good to see because I know that was a concern. Can they do it? Can they find guys that can generate pressure? They've been taking care of the job last couple games.
248-539-9797. Coming up next, can we say after what we saw in the NFL all weekend that the Lions are a top blank team? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual. I'm a dad, I'm a brother, I'm a son, not just as a number on a spreadsheet. And I've got different goals, and everybody's going to have their individual set of goals that they want to accomplish and where they are. And the First Merchants Bank is going to do everything they can to help their customers and community succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the many needs of the local community because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better?
Rookie tight end.
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
Oh, you can't.
Or
even.
TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
Two 248-539-9797. I assume you watched a lot of football yesterday too, besides the Miggy stuff, right?
Yeah, most of it.
All right.
Yeah.
So what do you think? I mean, there was a lot of weird games yesterday. A lot of good teams you thought were going to blow teams out that didn't. A lot of bad teams that actually were in games, actually pulled off some upsets. It's the league. To me, you have one team right now I think is far and above the rest, and that's San Francisco. And then after that, the Lions are, I think, in a group of like 7 or 8 other teams.
Seems that way. Yeah. And, I know Philadelphia's 4-0, but, they haven't really looked like they've hit their potential yet.
No. At least not the way they looked last year.
I was so mad at Ron Rivera, dude. Like, come on, you've built your whole legacy on being the riverboat gambler, and
go for it.
Go for 2. Like, you're huge underdogs on the road. Your team's playing great. Just go in the game.
Did you hear his explanation? He said,
they were tired or something.
Yes, exactly. Because they ran down the fields, no timeouts, and they were gassed.
Mm. Yeah, I thought that was extremely weak. No, I think the Bears still stink. I mean, blowing that lead to the Broncos.
I know.
It sure breaks your heart, doesn't it?
And there's some of the coaching decisions. Eberflus in that game decided not to kick a field goal to put them up 31-28, right?
Do you think he's safe throughout the course of the year?
No.
I mean, in year 2, gosh.
Who's going to be the first coach to go? It's got to either be him or Josh McDaniels, right?
Well, I thought he actually didn't do a bad job. They ended up losing the game, but no.
But there's always something where it's just like, ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those guys is probably the leading candidate because of what they've been able to do out with the Chargers. Are they back to they're 2-2, so their head is.
But he made
right
another ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, because everybody loves Dan Campbell. They all try to be Dan Campbell.
Oh, we had Brandon Staley in this town.
Oh my God! I mean,
it's a good thing he's in a place where there's really nobody
cares.
Fans.
Well, that was a home game, and it was
cares.
probably 70% Raider fans.
I know. Yeah, it's ridiculous. What other game was I? Oh, the Bengals. Man, what the hell's going on with them?
Well, part of it's Burrow's playing hurt, but still, they're
Yeah,
bad.
but 3 points. I mean,
how about
that
the
is
Patriots?
Yuck. Yeah,
Patriots
are
suck.
trouble. I thought even the Dolphins. I mean, everybody's thinking of the blueprint to beat them. I think the Bills showed it.
Yeah.
It's nothing schematically. You just got to get a lead on those guys.
Well, you
and
also
make them one-dimensional.
I think
you know?
schematically, correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys know, they found out a way to make the lane, like downfield, clog it up a little bit, because most of Miami's stuff is, crossing routes, the hill.
Well, and
Miami's
Miami's built off of explosive plays.
Yes.
If you can, you're going to let up some chunk plays of those guys, but if you can tighten down in the red zone, that's the way you beat those teams. And Buffalo just pounded them yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, that was a bit surprising.
So let me ask you guys this, all right? So I'm going to give the team, and you say, are the Lions better than? Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, I would say as
good.
good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was
Okay.
there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Chris Jones equation, but
Yeah.
so you're going with the.
I'm
I would
not saying it's an asterisk, but
The
I'm
asterisk?
we're looking at them right now.
Oh, did you have dinner with Tirico the other
No,
day?
I'd say
we're
right here,
now.
right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about.
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
I do too.
Yeah.
Baltimore.
I'll take the Lions.
Yeah, I would too.
Oh, we'll see that in a few weeks
Yeah,
in
Yeah,
Baltimore.
That's going to be I mentioned this last week. Their 4 toughest tests that the Lions are going to have on the remainder of their schedule, at least as it looks right now, is going to be at Baltimore, and Tampa is kind of falling into that category. But so I'll say 5 at Tampa, at Baltimore, at the Chargers, at the Cowboys.
Well, there's my other team I was going to ask. Are they as good as the Cowboys right now?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah. So, I mean, but my point is all of their toughest games are all on the road.
Yeah.
One other thing, too, with Tampa, Mike Evans, hammy. He didn't play anymore once he hurt himself yesterday. It's only 2 weeks away.
Yeah, you never know.
Catching a little break. Tisk, Stoney.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Believe me, I ain't putting no asterisk on that game against Kansas City. Not me. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Shane and Warren. You're a 97 won the ticket.
Hey guys, I was just calling about the top teams and where the Lions are ranked with them. I'd say the Lions are top 7, realistic probably around 6, and I got the Chiefs, the Bills, the Dolphins, the Eagles, the 49ers, and Dallas all included in there as the top teams.
Yeah, you're not sold on. You're not sold on Baltimore yet, huh?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I don't think they're back to where they were a couple of years ago yet. I still need to see a couple. I don't like the teams they versed either.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of interesting that you say, those teams, because and TJ mentioned this, when you have, say you play Baltimore here, I'd take Detroit. And Baltimore's maybe a bad one because I think I'd take Detroit there as well. But of all of the teams, it's only the Niners that I would say, home or away, the Niners are a better team.
Right. I totally agree with you.
All 30 other teams, I'd look at and say, you know what? If they're playing at Ford Field, I would take the Detroit Lions against everybody else.
Except Seattle. Just kidding.
Yeah, but I mean, again, Dallas and Arizona. All right, that one was a terrible loss. And the Lions, you're looking at the one loss for the Lions right now, and it's a team that's at least was a playoff team last year.
Right, and it was a coin flip.
And people believe right now is a really good team. Not a great team, maybe not even a really good team, just a good team.
Yeah.
But that's who they lost to. They don't have that, I can't believe they lost to this team game right now.
But, let's say Seattle wins tonight. They'll be 3-1, right? And their losses to the Rams, who appear to be a little better than we thought.
Yeah, they're 2-2.
And their Seattle's big win was on the road against
Detroit.
The Lions.
Yeah.
So Seattle would have to be part of the conversation too, as far as teams that you'd ask about.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if you play that game 10 times, I think the Lions win that one 7 out of 10 times.
At Ford Field, yes.
I even think going up there too.
You think if they played 10 times in that stadium, the Lions would win 7?
I do.
I wouldn't unless they decided to change their scheme defensively, because I think that's the whole problem.
But you play 10 games and you get a chance to make adjustments. Now they've played enough games, you'd think they'd make adjustments.
Yeah,
So I stuck my foot in my
some
mouth
coaches
there.
you just have a mental block. Like it just seems every time we play Seattle, like they just have our number. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like the one team we just can't figure out.
Yeah.
I know.
Everybody else, look great. Seattle, it's just like, ooh.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Now, I don't know if he'll be ready to go physically. I know his injury's fine, but how they want to get him going. But Jameson Williams is available this Sunday.
Yeah, that was some big news. Probably the right call, too, by the NFL.
Yeah.
And I read the new rules, and if he did what he had done this year, I think it was a 2-game suspension. He missed 4. Good to have him back. I don't expect to see him have a huge contribution, right away.
Does he even suit up? Do they?
I mean, if he does, I think you're probably not looking at anything more than 8 to 10 snaps.
Right.
Maybe just to get him out there. And that's what they did with him last year.
Who goes down, Green or Marvin Jones Jr.?
I mean, I think we all know the answer to that.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Green, but
I don't know. Marvin Jones Jr.
Well, I guess we don't all know.
Oh, okay. Well, Green does.
I was going to say Marvin Jones. I thought I'd TJ put this one on a tee, and Stoney swung and missed.
I guess we all don't know the answer to that.
Well, it was
let it fly.
See, it was up to me. I would agree with you, but sometimes when you bring in guys that you pay free agent money for, as opposed to a 7th-round draft choice, sometimes they make that other decision.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
I don't think I would put that on the Lions. Like they have signed some guys, and they've also said, you know what, hey, this isn't working out. You're
right.
gone. And I think Dan Campbell's the same way. He's not going to sit there and say, oh, well, you're a 1st-round pick. You have to suit up.
Right.
Or you're a 5th-round pick. You can't suit up in front of a.
They go with reliable guys.
Yeah.
Does Green do stuff on special teams? Because that's the fact. That's the factor. Because Marvin Jones doesn't.
Yeah, I think Green. Yeah, Green
So
gives
he
you
does.
some reps there.
You're right. There's
and
the
he
answer.
already last couple of weeks has already taken, over quite a few of the reps. So, Jameson. Look, but I'll tell you what, they're going to make him earn it. I mean, just like last year, right? When he got healthy, it wasn't, hey, come back and we're going to give you 10, 12 targets. It's like you're going to run block. You got to prove you can play in this offense, do the dirty things.
Again?
Right. I mean, you got to do the small things, and they're not going to. This offense is in a good rhythm right now. You're not just going to mess that up because of one guy coming back. He's going to have to earn his role back in this offense.
All right, 248-539-9797.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you need to call. And as I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve, and he's not going to take a fee. He'll never take a fee until you get paid first. So if you've been injured or you know someone that's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Around the league yesterday, Zach Wilson showed he had a pulse last night, which is nice to see, I thought.
I thought he made some good plays with his legs.
And Garrett Wilson is really good.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Also, I mean, a couple of those throws that Zach Wilson made, I mean, his receivers made incredible catches. I mean, your receivers make the catch, you look great. You know, they don't. If it's pick, it's like, oh, Zach Wilson, what's he doing, right? But no, that was a good game. I think, God, that crew was brutal though, man. That referee crew.
I know.
I think it was the same one we had in Seattle. Just awful calls and
the Chiefs.
That late one was, where the Jets would have had the interception and
Sauce Gardner. That was almost weaker than the call at the end of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it was sure if you want to pause it and freeze frame it, you could see a little tug of the jersey.
Yes.
But you know what I mean? Like it was a bad call.
One in the Super Bowl was actually a penalty.
Yeah, and it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what point of the game it is. Oh, you can't make that call in the last 2 minutes. Well, then don't make that call in the first 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Like it's a penalty. It's a penalty call.
Yeah, but just be consistent about it. But okay, let me ask you this though: as a hockey fan, do you like the fact in overtime and that they swallow the whistle? Basically, do you have to basically maim somebody to get a penalty?
I mean, I'm always a big proponent of just let the guys play, and if it's something extremely obvious, then call it.
Right, and that's that in that Super Bowl. I wasn't that heinous of a play. That's why that was my take of it. But whatever.
No, I mean he admitted that he held him.
Yeah, I know. But they weren't calling it all. They weren't calling it throughout the whole game. That was the point. All right, we have some ticket text. Tampa played a quarterback who couldn't throw further than 3 yards yesterday. Tampa is fraudulent.
Well, Tampa plays in a terrible division. So, okay, maybe it's not going down there is one of the toughest games, but it's a road game. You never know what happens.
Todd Bowles usually has pretty good defense.
Yeah, and they have good defensive players. Offensively, we could say, hey, they're not playing against a good defense, whatever. And Baker Mayfield, we know what he is.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the other thing we know about Baker Mayfield is you could say he's not a great quarterback, which he's not, but he is a great competitor. And when you have a great competitor on the football field, at times they can make things happen.
I'm calling it now. First round, Rams, Detroit in the playoffs. Love it. Payback from Monroe.
That'll be interesting. I actually think it'll be because San Francisco is going to win that division.
And they'll get the number 1 seed probably.
Yeah. Seattle in Detroit for a rematch. And then Aaron Glenn finally makes an adjustment and the Lions win.
I'm not doing this week 5.
I know, but if okay, right now that the Lions are the leaders in the division, and we just talked about it. Like if we could just dream for a second, the fact that the Lions could host a playoff game.
It's like 4 months away, though. There's a lot of football left, John. Don't get ahead of yourself. All right.
The Lions.
Let's just, Greg, let's mark that one down.
Let's say Lions-Panthers go on a run here. Lions host the Panthers as a wild card team. Panthers going to get hot. What?
Yeah, Bryce.
Not this weekend.
Stop it. Yeah, Shorty.
Starting next week.
The Lions beat the 49ers, stop the run, and Brock Purdy can't beat them passing. Overrated player, good in run-heavy scheme.
Brock Purdy, good in run-heavy scheme. Didn't he just go 20 of 21 or 21 of 22?
Yeah.
One incompletion all day.
Yeah, another one. I'm not scared of Brock Purdy.
Okay.
You don't have to be scared. Anything to be scared about is
Right.
the defense. And McCaffrey, if he's healthy by then. If he's still healthy.
Right, yeah.
That's
He
always
seemed
been an
pretty
issue.
healthy yesterday.
No, I
4
understand that.
touchdowns.
You know what I meant.
Yeah.
Him
might just be
remaining healthy.
tired.
Him remaining healthy for a whole season has been an issue.
Yeah.
Clearly, the Lions aren't better than the Seahawks. Okay. I mean, yeah, if you're going to head by head, you're right. They won the coin flip and won the game.
Yeah.
So it happens. College football. Was there anything? Because I'm the biggest nitpicker, as you know, and I couldn't find anything. Was there anything you found about Michigan that raised any eyebrow at all on Saturday?
No, I don't think so. It was first time probably all season, John, that it felt like a complete game.
Yeah.
I know certainly the first time and I know they don't care about it, but first time they actually covered a point spread.
Right.
But no, they look good. I mean, Roman Wilson, man, that catch that he had.
That first touchdown was crazy.
He's kind of turning into more of a complete player, don't you think? I mean, he kind of used to be the gadgety guy. We're going to give him some reverses and try to throw the deep ball too, but he's turning into a really solid number one receiver.
He is. He's
like
making
him a
some
lot.
plays, and that's what you got to have. And it's an element that Michigan hasn't had, and that's a bona fide playmaker at the receiver position. Now, is he a burner? Is he going to run by most defenses? Some, yeah. All of them, no. But he does run really good routes, and he continues his routes when JJ extends the play. He finds a way to make himself available, and that's where that connection has been really special.
Yeah. Do you think now? I think the only thing that we're still missing from this team is maybe the explosive plays, right? I think especially in the run game. I mean, you always had, it seemed like last year you always had one a game that was going 70, 75, right? Still kind of feels like the run game, there's just something not completely clicking there yet.
Right. I think the longest so far is, I think it was Blake Corum, 47.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's one that's bigger than that so far, and it's only been the one. He's had a couple of 20s and 22s.
Yeah, and I know it's been 5 games now, and you say, okay, we're hopefully, the O-line has enough reps together now that because that's just the style of football that they're going to play, especially when they get in the meat of the Big Ten schedule. I don't know if it's a concern of mine, but still something that's, just seems a little bit off still.
Donovan Edwards is not up to speed.
Yeah, and
I don't know. I don't know what that is, and I want to ask you guys as offensive linemen. I mean, I know, John, you were a little worried about Henderson, the transfer from Arizona State.
Henderson, yeah.
He's starting to play well, at least it seems on television.
So he started that game. Miles Hinton is a little dinged up, working through something, as Jim Harbaugh says. So they put Carson Barnhart over at right tackle, Ladarius Henderson in at left, and I thought he played really well. Now, again, it's the Nebraska front is not a dominant front, and their edge rushers aren't dominant guys. But here's the thing. When I watched Ladarius during fall camp, he's a guy that has all the tools. He's athletic. He can play with good pad leverage, but I just felt like he wasn't playing with a lot of confidence. And now you're starting to see that confidence build a little bit. I would like to see tight hands a little bit more. I'd like to see a little bit more aggressiveness in the run game, but it's better now than it was, when we saw him in the second half of the first game.
We asked you about if you were, ranking the pro teams. If you had an AP vote, where would you rank Michigan?
I mean, probably right where they're at. I know you could say there's an argument for. I'm assuming they're still right around 2.
They are 2.
Yes,
yeah.
they are 2.
I mean, you could make an argument. Ohio State going on the road, beating Notre Dame,
Texas, beating Alabama,
beating Alabama. I mean, I get that. I mean, it's so hard to tell in college football. I mean, it's so hard to tell. Interconference. I mean, there's some years where the Big Ten looks great and the SEC looks like crap, and then they'll play in the bowl game and the SEC will beat the hell out of the Big Ten. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so hard to figure out which teams are better cross-divisionally. And but no, I don't think that they've done anything to. And look, I hate rankings, especially this time of year.
Especially
like,
because they're based on the preseason ones. Because if you just if they started like now, you certainly
if they started at 8, they'd probably be at 8. They wouldn't be the number 2 team. They're just going to stay where they are, right? So as long as you just win, it doesn't matter who you play.
Exactly.
You're going to stay where you're at. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think you should get punished, by dropping in the rankings. But like I said, it
doesn't make a difference. You
it
win
doesn't
all
matter.
your games.
It's erroneous. It doesn't matter what the rankings are right now. We all know that these are going to change, especially coming up in the next 3-4 weeks when we start getting into the conference play and SEC teams start playing real games too. Then we're going to start changing a little bit. But I don't know. I mean, could you make an argument that Texas is better than them? Sure you can. Can you make an argument Ohio State's better? Sure you can. But I can also make an argument that it's just hypothetical right now. You don't know, right? And we won't know until we get more into conference play.
What do you make of Michigan State? Is there anything you can? Getting a win. I mean,
what's their upcoming schedule? I don't know. Let's see.
Well,
Rutgers,
they're off this
and then
week
Michigan
at Rutgers, and they're hosting Michigan. I think they still have to play Nebraska and Minnesota. I don't know where those games are.
So
Indiana is probably their best chance.
I mean, I can't sit here right now and tell you that I think Michigan State's better than Rutgers. I just can't. They find a way to lose. I mean, that game against Iowa was. You handed it away. You gave it away.
They had all the statistical advantages.
Just bad football, man. And it's just like
Iowa's quarterback McNamara got hurt. So you're playing against their backup quarterback.
And I don't think that Michigan State has bad players. I think that their coaching just lets them down week after week after week. I mean, it looks like a high school scheme when you watch a lot of their offense.
And they made a decision to go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, but there's no creativity. There's nothing. It's just blah. I kind of feel bad for the players. I mean, I feel
awful
tough.
for the players.
That's
they
tough.
go on the road this week at Rutgers. Like, that's going to be a battle. Obviously, we know the game with Michigan. That's going to be a battle at Minnesota. I don't know that they win that game. At Ohio State, I'm definitely not picking Michigan State. At Indiana, I mean, Indiana is close to the worst team in the Big Ten.
In a long time.
That one should be a win.
But if you look at their schedule, and I know they're sitting right now, 2-3? Can you find 4 more wins on that schedule to get to 6?
No. That's not the thing. Can you find a game?
Yeah.
I mean,
Indiana.
Probably Indiana. Yeah. Well, that's at Indiana. I mean, that could be or Nebraska. I mean, Nebraska looks like a
Nebraska's
rough team.
Here's the other big question. Well, we've talked about this before.
Urban Meyer thought they were good.
When does
scumbag?
When does Michigan State fans, do they start selling their Michigan tickets for big money to Michigan fans?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, is that? I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. It's
they still want to go to that game.
Yeah, anytime there's a rivalry,
you would hope.
Anytime it's a rivalry game, like it doesn't really matter where both teams are. You throw the records out the window. You know what I mean? Anything could happen.
The question is, will Wolverine fans feel safer walking down the streets of East Lansing these days?
Getting pelted with batteries and
or just assaulted by every Spartan that comes by.
Yeah, I heard somebody talk about that not too long ago.
He knows his fan base is what he says. He says his fan base are heathens.
Buyer beware.
Exactly. All right. Coming up, TJ will listen to an interesting song that took place on Saturday night.
Can't
as
wait
well.
for this one.
97 won the
Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers get $200 in bonus bets, absolutely guaranteed. All you got to do is place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, and that's whether you win or lose. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's absolutely no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and a ton more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as now-in-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after retreat. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
248-539-9797. TJ, what do you make of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I mean, okay, it's a good defense, but just blah.
30-6. Houston give D'Amico Ryans a lot. I mean, everybody's talking about a team that was hopefully going to tank them and the Cardinals. And, man.
Kenny Pickett got hurt, too, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Knee injury?
Yeah, Trubisky had to come in.
Oh, yuck. Yeah, that's
and C.J. Stroud's playing great. He's playing very well for Houston right now.
No picks.
Taking care of the football.
Yeah.
Goes a long way.
They got a good defense. And would you say they're the biggest surprise in the NFL right now? The Houston Texans?
I would think so, yeah. It's just because new coach, first time head coach, rookie quarterback who has not turned the ball over. Probably the surprise through 4 games.
Yeah. Now, negative surprise, I think we already mentioned Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I mean, 1-3 and 2 out of your 4 games, you've scored 3 points with that offense.
I know.
And look, I know Joe Burrow's a little banged up, but
He's
with
playing.
those playmakers you have, 3 points. And yesterday against Tennessee, I mean, that's got to be that's one of the most disappointing starts that I can think of. In Denver, I mean, they're a bad Bears team away from being 0-4.
I know.
With Sean Payton,
Right.
who called Nathaniel Hackett one of the worst coaches in history last year, and you look at his team, and it's like, what would you call what you're doing?
I know.
At least he
Nothing
never let up
better.
70 points,
The one constant,
my
Russell
goodness.
Wilson.
Yeah. Good Lord. Denver. Cincinnati's been extremely disappointing, though. That's
But
I did not see
that,
that one coming.
In that AFC
Especially
South,
with their
though,
schedule.
which is interesting because you got Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence, who has underperformed so far as a team, 2-2. But then
That whole division's 2-2.
the whole division's 2-2. But you got Houston Texans with the rookie quarterback at 2-2, Indianapolis Colts with a rookie quarterback at 2-2. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yes, and the veteran quarterback in that league, in that division, is Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah.
But you don't bet against Mike Vrabel getting points at home. That's what Tennessee did last night, yesterday afternoon, I should say. And Cleveland, if that's who Tennessee played, right? I mean, the deal is that Deshaun Watson, he hasn't been great, but if he can't play, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, considering they lost Chubb too.
Yeah. I mean, you got to wonder if there's any buyer's remorse going on in Cleveland with that blind contract they just handed out to Deshaun Watson a couple years ago.
Not just the contract, what they gave up to get him.
Yeah, and even he's done really nothing at Cleveland. That's just that's kind of, we always know that's going to be just a kind of grimy division. Like even when we go to Baltimore, Baltimore they always play good defense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cleveland, Pittsburgh, they always play good defense. I mean, that's kind of the MO of that AFC North, so to say, is just stingy defenses. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's 4 weeks in, but I just can't get past the Cincinnati one. I did not see them being this bad to start. Well, even last year, I think they started 0-2.
0-2, yeah. Still made the playoffs. We know what they did, yeah.
Right. And everybody, 0-2, you never make the playoffs. Well, it's 17 games now, so I don't know how much more that's going to matter. But 1-3, that's digging yourself a little bit of hole.
Yeah.
You can't win the division early in the season, but you could damn well lose it. And that kind of seems like they're on their way to doing that.
If my math is correct, except for Denver, because of the 50 burger that they gave up, their point differential is the second worst in the AFC.
That's bad.
Yeah,
It's bad.
they're minus 45.
Yeah, and Cleveland 24-3, Titans 27-3. I mean, oof. Didn't see it coming.
No, we didn't. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Saturday was the annual Gator Palooza, and I want to thank you for hosting another great raucous event. It was
How
great.
many years has the Gator Palooza? I know there's been some years
This
off.
is the first one I'd done since pre-pandemic. So
Yes.
I think the last one I did was either 2018 or 19. I think it was 2018.
Okay.
So this was...
So return to greatness?
Yeah, it was return to greatness. It was return to glory.
Yeah, I know. It was great. The Jody Raffoul Band is great.
They were amazing, loud.
My wife loved your backyard. She thought it was unbelievable.
Thank you.
Loved the house. Yeah.
Nice to know. Thank you.
No, he's got a gazebo. He's got a nothing.
Saturday night.
No, he has a gazebo. It was wonderful.
Oh, you got a lot back there.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it's big backyard.
Yes. Well, one of the highlights or maybe lowlights of the event was me stepping to the microphone.
This is 2 years now that
God.
you've done this. And
Yes.
This was different because you brought on an encore performance.
Well, he
You did the one song.
Yes.
Stoney does the song. It was "Growing Up" by Bruce Springsteen.
Right, which
And
is
then-
not exactly a most popular song in the
No,
world.
but it's the one that you sing. So
yes,
and
that
then-
and Thunder Road. Yes.
So how did it come about that you were going to sing "Spirits of the Night"?
That was right after we did Growing Up. He goes, I said, you want to do another one? He goes, sure, let's do this. He goes, and he talked to the drummer. He goes, no, the guitar player says, I know this song. So I
Garrett?
said, oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So we're not going to hear Spirit Night. We'll hear a little bit of Growing Up. That's okay. So put on the
Yeah,
headphones.
get your ears on. Oh yeah,
yes.
we have a solo.
Yes. Well, it was all like Lori posted it on Instagram, and my wife videoed it to send it to the kids. And
I haven't looked at
things
Instagram
like-
yet, so this is
oh,
gonna be fun.
the video.
What
Now,
you won't be able to hear
Go ahead.
would be Stoney jumping on my ottoman in the house at some point. I was like, what just happened?
Oh, he's getting
Yes.
after it.
You won't be able to
Oh,
see
he
him
got
take his
after it.
shirt off.
Yes. No, I didn't do that. If I would have gone for three
Yeah.
songs, I
Yeah.
might.
That might have happened.
Yes.
Really
All
That
right.
was supposed to happen in the sleepover.
So hit it, Greg.
I feel like this is every day in the shower with Stoney.
No, I very rarely sing in the shower, believe it or not.
And to think, I thought it would be bad.
Well, the underrated funny of the night was I think we were this close to having Stoney rip his shirt off because he taps me on the shoulder, and while the band's still playing, and he says, "Hey," and he got 2 shots of Fireball. I'm like, okay, so I'll do a shot of Fireball. Stoney does a shot of Fireball, and he goes, "All right, I'll see you." Thanks. Did you just do a shot right before you walked out the door?
Yeah.
Yes. Had he stayed a little bit longer, that Fireball shot would have kicked in, and we could have had a shirtless Stoney.
I had a designated driver. So
Yes, it's true. Yes, you did.
Yes.
Well, thank you for coming. And
Oh, it was great.
narrow escape.
Yes.
Yes.
What do you guys got going today?
Monday's Me Champ Chump, so we'll have our nominations at 10:35. Get the People's Choice, lots of football to digest, Miguel Cabrera's last game, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, TJ, thanks as always. Have a great day, everyone. Carson Anderson coming up next. 97 won the ticket. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, Judge Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Hope your weekend was great, Gator. Was your weekend great? Kind of sounds like it.
Yeah, I mean, Saturday night was a lot of fun. I will tell you, I have not been that tired in a long time. And
after the party?
Well, yeah. I mean, it wasn't necessarily because of the party. It was because of the damn Ryder Cup.
Oh, did you try and watch the whole thing?
Yeah. So, I had Friday off, and I was up at 1:30 watching it and just lying in bed watching it. And then after like an hour or so, I was trying to fall asleep with the TV still on. And so I was in and out of consciousness for the next like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Just lying in bed. And finally it's like 9 o'clock. I'm just, forget it. I'm just up. I'm watching the end of it. And it was obviously they played horribly. Mm-hmm. And then did the same thing Saturday morning, knowing that I've got all these people coming over Saturday night and trying to get ready and all that. So it did the same thing. So I'm dead tired.
Sounds like you made some poor choices.
Well, no, because I wanted to watch it. This was the only bummer part of scheduling this whole thing.
Scheduling
the party at my house.
Yeah.
Because I did it specifically because it was going to be after a Lions. They had a Lions Thursday night game, right? So I thought if I have it on Saturday, then a lot of my friends who work what we do for a living, they won't have to say, oh, I can't do it because you got the Lions the next day or whatever.
Right.
And then at the time, we thought the Michigan game was going to be a nooner. And that Michigan State was going to be a 3:30 game. So I thought that was going to work out well. And then the schedule came out, and obviously it was Michigan at 3:30 and Michigan State at night, Michigan on the road. That meant that you couldn't make it, which sucked. So I was disappointed about that. But I tried to set this up, but the only snag in the whole thing was the damn Ryder Cup that has me up all night and all morning for 3 straight days. And oh, what a payoff that was.
Thought they might make it interesting yesterday.
Yeah, well, they started to, and then just when you think it is, then it's not. Then here comes European Ryder Cup magic that happens only in the Ryder Cup. I mean, these guys, it's amazing. You watch them play on tour, and they'll make some great shots, right? Mm-hmm. But in the Ryder Cup, it's different. It feels like every single match, the Europeans show up with multiple miracle shots in each match. It's not just like, oh, yeah, there were 3 amazing shots in the whole day. No. From every golfer in every match. It's unbelievable.
So probably the biggest story of the weekend was the final game for Miguel Cabrera. And we'll just ask you, grown men, did you cry? Did anybody tear up? Did you well up? Did you get emotional? Did you what was it? And what was it that got you? I feel like that day, on a day that he, his last at bat was a 4-pitch walk. But for them to put him in the field in the top of the 8th inning, and the second pitch was a ground ball to his backhand, I felt like that was the baseball god saying, no. You're not going out on a walk.
Yeah.
You're not going out on a 4-pitch walk. And he gets a ground ball hit to him, and they could take him out after that.
It was so amazing.
Yep.
I was going to go, and then at the last second, I was like too dead tired, and I had to pick up the dog and whatnot. So I just stayed home and watched it. And I'm glad I did, because I didn't want to be in public. I didn't want anybody to see. I wasn't a mess, but I was emotional watching it. It was fantastic. All that you said, that when he came out with the first baseman's mitt on, I was like, this is awesome. And then his teammates leave him hanging. Like, we're not going out there. You're out there by yourself with the adulation of the 40,000 people that are there. And it was an awesome moment that the team gave him. I felt like there were moments all throughout the weekend. The fans were unbelievable. there were moments of gratitude from Miggy to the fans, and obviously from the fans to Miggy. That was the team's way of saying, we love you, we want you in the spotlight, get out there. And then he makes the play, and A.J. Hinch comes out, and he doesn't just come out and pull him. He comes out with his family. And that really, I think it got the emotions going. I think that was peak emotional for me. Because it was as if to say, when he walks out there, I'm pulling you away from the game. You're done with the game. And now I'm bringing you your family. So you can come home to your family now. Your baseball career is done. What a career it was. Mm-hmm. So it just kind of hit me. It was an amazing moment.
I feel like I can watch that ground out over and over and over.
Right.
And it be in large part because it just the big smile on Miggy's face, the celebration of picking up the ball.
It's force 3.
It's not winning it's not winning a World Series, but like he plucked the backhand, put his hand in the air like, I got it, baby.
And barely beats the runner at first, almost collides with him.
But good for him, and a great moment for Tiger fans that were there. And just like I said, I think the baseball god said, "You're not going out on a 4-pitch walk."
And underrated, really cool with this thing. It was really underrated, in my opinion, and I'm going to say it because I think it's clever. The Guardians, the fact that they withstood all of it, right? I mean, that's like a 15-minute stoppage in play for him to come off the field and the ceremony and all that stuff late in the game. And it was awesome. Both teams had nothing going for it. This is the last game of the season. We're out of the playoffs, but they put up with it. And I thought that was really cool. Wasn't it Francona's last game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty amazing too, because they have their own thing going on there. And Terry Francona's been an amazing manager for all these years and has some Tiger ties to him. So it was really cool.
Tito, man. That's his nickname, right? Tito. I always knew that when Miguel Cabrera would hang it up, he would hang it up against the Guardians. It just
written down for years.
Yeah, I've written it there.
I always knew the first thing he'd do is hug Will Vest.
Right? Hey, when I told myself, years ago, if he even looks at Veerling and when he walks off the field, I'm going to lose it, man.
It's. You know what's great, though, and lost in all this, and we get not even really lost, but another sidebar to this whole thing is the Tigers went out and won 78 games.
Yeah.
They won 78 games.
Yes, they did.
That's about, wasn't the over-under 67.5 or 68.5? I mean, they're 10 games over what they were expected to be. And in many ways, now we enter what should be the most intriguing Tigers offseason in a long time.
Well,
should be.
Maybe.
I think I have been, I don't want it to sound threatening. I'm not mad or anything along those lines. However, I think the expectation should be to be aggressive this offseason.
Well, I'd like them to be aggressive, but the free agent market for position players is not that robust. I think there are plenty of starting pitching if you want that.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to need it.
They're going
to. Report is he's going to opt out.
Oh, darn. And he's been fine. It's just the whole situation the last couple of years with him here. Mm-hmm. It's just been very frustrating. I'm sure the Tiger fans are frustrated with how he's handled everything for the last couple of years, particularly at the trade deadline. But yeah, I mean, they're getting some guys back, and you're going to be promoting guys in the minors. But I think they could definitely use a starting pitcher that let's just say it. Let's get an ace. Go out and spend money on an ace. I'll be fine with that. And as far as position players are concerned, I think that they've got something to work with right now with the team that we saw, in addition to guys that we didn't see that we were hoping to see at the end of the year. Because there's a handful of players at the AAA level that deserve to have an opportunity at some point. I'm not saying they all deserve to be on the opening day roster, but at some point, need to see Colt Keith and Malloy and Eddie Leonard, who was the player they got from the Dodgers, who's actually, had a hell of a season with the minor leagues this year. Justice Bigby, the outfielder, Ty Madden, the pitcher. There's a lot of guys that are going to get an opportunity or should get an opportunity during the course of next year. We'll see how soon they come up.
248-539-9797. If you want to talk about what really got you yesterday, what made you cry in the Tigers' final game of Miguel Cabrera's career, plus champ and chump. We'll have our nominations at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's another big football weekend here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and my personal favorite, Wheel of Fortune. Love them free spins. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone and enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's a great offer right now for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down within the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
was Dan Dickerson on the call. What got you on Sunday, the final game for Miguel Cabrera? And I mean, we just watched what is almost assuredly going to be the greatest Detroit Tiger hitter of our lifetime hang him up, and maybe he might be the greatest Tiger hitter of all time when it's all said and done. I guess if they play to eternity, then there's a possibility that somebody else might come along and be better. But great moment. And what got you? What made you emotional? Where'd you tear up?
How'd you guys feel about the 4-pitch walk in his last at bat? I mean, of course we hate it, but you think he was? I mean, I'm pretty sure there were 4 fastballs that just missed the target like pretty much completely. But
I think there's nervousness that goes on for the pitcher that is wildly underrated. Mm-hmm. I think he's trying to throw strikes. I think he's trying to put the ball in play. And
I think honestly,
or he's trying to strike him out and nibble at the corners. He's just not hitting them.
I think he's trying to serve up a meatball. I really do. I think baseball's the kind of game. Would you have been surprised at all if they were telling him what pitches were coming?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, we've heard one story in our lifetime where that's happened with Denny McLain and Mickey Mantle.
Me. I'm just saying it wouldn't have surprised me.
I guess. I mean, here's where I think subtly it happens. He legged out a double over the weekend, one of the 3 doubles that he hit, and he's coming around first, head to second, and the ball's in the air, being thrown to second base. And he slides in. It looked like it was a shortstop or second baseman who caught the ball and was ready to make the tag. Looked like he went high for the tag so Mickey could slide in and get the double. It's just a subtle thing. Like, I'm not going to tag you out. It would be embarrassing to see you get thrown out at second base trying to stretch a single to a double. Everybody else in this stadium would have gotten the double, but, your legs aren't working like they used to. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And that kind of thing I think happened. But as far as, hey, here comes a curveball, just sit on it and put it wherever you want. I don't think it happens. I don't think it happens anywhere near as much as some people think it happens. But is it possible? Sure, it's possible.
I just let me restate again. It wouldn't have surprised me if it happened yesterday. They told him what was coming just to see if he could have that magic moment. But even so, just the ground out, like it was magic enough for me. It was. They put him in to play first base.
Oh, that was great.
Awesome. Takes the field, gets all the adoration, and then second pitch ground ball, and they can take him out. And
how about the pitches, the ceremonial pitches from his kids?
Yeah,
they all threw strikes. I think his mom threw one out over the weekend too, and hers was decent. I mean that's not an easy thing to do in front of 40,000 people.
248-539-9797. Bill's on 97. Want a ticket? Hi, Bill.
Hi. Good morning, guys. It was a great day. Just I think for me, all of it sort of was getting to me, but then just that ground ball was amazing. It could be the most famous ground ball out in the Tigers' history. But just the thing was the smile when Biggie got that ball in his glove and he was running over the first. He knew he had it, and that smile on his face. It just the way he played the game. It brings you, when you're in Little League and it makes you, it harkens feelings of when you get the ball and you make a good play in Little League, you're so happy and you're smiling. And
you know what, Bill, you're right. It's like the first time you've ever made a play in your life playing baseball. When you're finally able to field the ground ball cleanly, you get a giant smile on your face. And he played the game with such youthful exuberance throughout his career. That was exactly the perfect way to finish it up. He made the play that was there, smiling all the way, running to first, waving the one finger in the air, and then turning over to the Guardians dugout and kind of smiling and acknowledging them too. It was great.
Yeah, it was just that was just like magical thing. And the thing that was getting me a little misty is they kept showing Miggy's mom crying. I was like getting misty watching Miggy's mom, be so emotional. That's the actual thing that was getting to me.
Yeah, it was cool. It was all cool.
Yeah, really cool.
248-539-9797. What moment, what got to you, Tiger fans? And the other thing, like we said, not to be dismissed, they finished 78-84. They're 9 games out. And I don't know that this is – I want them to be closer than that to really, really justify ownership getting aggressive, whether it be through trade or free agency. but it feels like it's time to give this rebuild a little gas. The rebuilds include an appropriate time of stocking talent, where the ultimate goal, unfortunately, from game 1 to game 162 isn't to win the division. It's to develop your players. And we've been through that for a while here. But now I feel like it's appropriate to give it some gas.
I think here's two reasons why Chris Ilitch should feel very compelled to spend money. The first is the place was packed over the weekend. And to see a packed house at Comerica Park is so great. I mean, the cheers for an RBI in the game, it's just so much louder and so much better when you've got 35, 40,000 people there as opposed to getting 15 to 20, right? And that happens when the team wins. If the team wins, Detroit shows up, right? But we've been dying for a winner for so long. The other thing is this. The Tigers in the Central Division were 35-17. The next best record in the division was from the Twins, who won the division, but they only had a 29-23 record. The Tigers owned the division. So I would say to Chris Ilitch, look, they've got this thing in the division figured out. Go get them some help so they can win elsewhere. And I think they ended up finishing with a winning record on the road as well. Mm-hmm. Get some more help. Make this thing a winner. They're not that far away. I mean, look, the 9 games behind the Twins is one thing, and that's a harder number to get to, but they can get there. It's the fact that they were 6 games below 500 on this season, where we saw them, it wasn't that long, it was a few weeks ago. This team was like 13, 14 games back. And they battled and made it a 78-84, very respectable record. I look at this team and I see that there are some foundational pieces there. And because of how they've drafted the last several years, I think there's stuff coming down the pike. And I think it looks a little bit like what Houston had going for them. When Houston was so bad for so long, they took advantage of some of those drafts. They took advantage of the international flavor players. And A.J. Hinch took over as manager, and they made a big jump. And this is a nice jump from last year to this year. It feels like we're at where we were a couple years ago, but with more talent to do it to move forward.
I mean, what Houston did was off the charts good. I hope they're close to that. But we'll see who pans out here. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump will have our nominations today at 10:35. Got a bunch of your texts we want to get to, plus your phone calls. What made you emotional in Miggy's last game? NFL, plenty to discuss and unpack after yesterday in the National Football League and how it pertains to our Lions, plus big news late last week. We'll get into J-Mo's return today at 11:05. We have a task, Gator. You and I and Kang collectively, and I hope our audience, I challenge all of us to accomplish something today.
Okay.
We are going to collectively try and be responsible. We'll get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Get to some football stuff come up in a minute. Open the show talking about Miguel Cabrera and his final game as a Detroit Tiger. And his career comes to an end. Champ Miguel Cabrera jumped the U.S. Ryder Cup team. That's from an unnamed texter. Next one. Champ the baseball that found Miguel Cabrera. Chump Michigan State football's existence. That's also from an unnamed texter. Champ Miguel Cabrera, what a career and final game. Chump, anyone who doesn't champ Miggy, but also the Bears.
The Bears. The Bears had their moment, didn't they?
Yep. We'll get into that game. Fellas, I have to admit I teared up pretty good. More so than Bambi. LOL. Watching him go out like that was amazing. That's from Austin.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is.
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly. And then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get Doug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotionalized in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And I talked to Doug about this last week. You don't really, we're not going to really appreciate it, I don't think, for like a year or two, and just realize how legendary Miguel Cabrera was. I mean, this greatest right-handed hitter, greatest hitter of my generation as far as I'm watching, you know, as a Tiger. It's unfortunate that I had to go out without a playoff or a meaningful at-bat. But,
that
you know,
sucks.
Yeah, but other than that, though, yeah, it was really cool. I think Tigers were first class. The whole thing really great. The whole weekend, not just yesterday. If you got down there this weekend, you know, you got to see everything. It was really cool.
He finished with 20 doubles on the season, which isn't a huge total, but it's for somebody who was a part-time player this year.
Yeah.
20 doubles and 334 at-bats, that's pretty good. He contributed right to the end. His batting average finished up the season hitting 257 on the year. In the second half of the season, he was great.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, what got me, I was at the game yesterday sitting down the third base line, and it was the oddest thing. At the seventh inning stretch, they did the God Bless America, and Miggy was on deck. And so I kind of focused on Miggy on deck and just watching his emotions. You know, you could see he was taking deep breaths. He was, and when he started walking to the plate, when I realized this is probably his last time walking to the plate, that's when, oddly enough, that's when it got me going. You know, I started getting teary-eyed, and it just continued. Then when he ran out to first base, I lost it. It was just gone. So tears coming down my face. I didn't try to hide it, and it was fantastic. I'm so happy that I went to the game. So.
Yeah, I mean, it look. And Gator mentioned the packed stadium. Like, I'm so glad. I guess there wasn't any doubt that it was going to be sold out, but that was also kind of a relief, and it changes everything with a sold-out stadium.
Oh, yeah, and thank God the weather was great too. I mean, for Saturday and Sunday was just perfect weather to be outside and be part of that. It was just a magical finish to it all. And then the Tigers winning the last game of the season was great too. And by the way, with the win, put them ahead of Cleveland in the standings. So that was nice.
Yep. Thanks for the phone call, Tom. Dante is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dante?
Hey, guys. You hit the nail on the head. The weather was the main thing. Because when we had that rain out beforehand, I was like, oh, God, please don't continue this into the weekend. But it worked out. I was there. We were in a suite. We were next to Miggy's family. Our suite was, like, right next to theirs. So we were, like, sharing in the emotion the whole time and high-fiving and all that stuff. And when he came out to first base and when he caught, you know, when he back-gloved that, ran over to the bag, tagged it, everybody was cheering, and I kind of was in the doorway of the suite, and I'm like, don't cry. I was just like manly. My lip was quivering. All of a sudden, I look over at his mother, and she's bawling, and I'm like, I stepped back into the suite, and then I started crying in the suite. Like
I need a hot dog.
I know, exactly. It was one of those things where, like, I went to the Dominican for mission trips years ago, and I used to watch these boys play ball and their parents. And they used to tell me how recruiters come down and they just send their kids to America to go to school. And
I don't know if Miggy did that, but I knew talking to his sister that, there were times where they sent him here for long periods of time. And then when I saw his mother, it was like all that emotion, like she let her son just go out of the country to live his dream and to see it all end. I mean, it was an amazing moment. I felt blessed that we just ironically were next to them and got to share. And I got a big hug from her in the hallway in a picture. Wow. I thought it was cool. But what an awesome, awesome day for Detroit, for sure. So.
Dante, thanks for sharing. That's really cool to take people behind the scenes and what you got to experience.
And all weekend long, there's speeches and all that going on, and the fan participation with holding up the placard saying "Gracias, Miggy," and it was just so well organized and just a cool event all weekend long.
248-539-9797. All right, Champ and Chump, let's get to our nominations. My champ of the weekend is really the Detroit Tigers organization. I thought they hit all the right notes, set the right tone, and really did a great job paying homage to a phenomenal career for a great Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with any of that. Anybody's going to say anything about Miggy. I went with the Lion just to kind of shake it up a little bit. Jerry Jacobs, the 2 interceptions he had on Thursday night, great for him because he was a guy who was getting a little picked on after the Seattle game. I think fans started to sour on Jerry Jacobs. We're looking, hey, when's Mosley coming back? And then he goes out and has the 2 picks.
Chump of the weekend, I'm going with the aforementioned Chicago Bears that somebody mentioned. To have a 28-7 lead late third quarter and find a way to lose, that's a commitment to failure. I'm going with the Bears.
Speaking of commitment to failure, the Ryder Cup. But for my chump, I had to pick one of the guys. I'm going with Jordan Spieth. Most of the Ryder Cup team, you could probably pick one guy out, but I'm picking on Spieth for some reason. They looked like they had no business even being there. They didn't want to make any adjustments to the style of play that was really costing them. Nobody could drive the ball in the fairway, or the big names anyway. It was just a pathetic display all weekend long.
Get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. From... Let's see. An unnamed texter. I have to admit, I was emotional. I'm glad I had sunglasses on. The countless jumbo beers didn't help. That's from an unnamed texter.
Countless. That's a problem.
I teared up when the Tigers organization gave Miggy a genuine game-used coconut signed by Scott the Gator Anderson. That's from Scott and Carlton.
And pineapple.
Does that photo match that coconut? We got to make sure. Get that authenticated.
We need to go back and explain that a little bit. We were doing a topic of what.
No, it was a pretzel question, I believe.
It was a big old type of pretzel question, and it was what could you buy from a concession stand to use as a weapon at a game?
Yeah, if you're at a game.
And I was going with I would get one of those frozen lemonades because that's kind of hard, and you could use it as like a projectile. And Gator said coconut, and we're like, what? And you misunderstood the question.
I did. Yeah, and I said coconut or pineapple. I was going either way. Pineapple's got all those spines on the back of it. That could be very damaging.
But we were like, you've been to a game where they sell coconuts at concession stands? And you were like, oh, maybe I didn't understand the question.
So since then, yes, I've been known to be the coconut guy. Great.
Roger in Mount Clemens writes in, my champ is Miguel Cabrera. I teared up when Hinch and his kids took him out because they're old enough to enjoy that. My chump is Ryan Fitzpatrick. He is a poor man's loser. 17 years in the NFL, 1 winning season.
Well, listen. If you're upset because of what he said before the game or during the game, whatever it was that he said, his comments about Jared Goff being the poor man's, Matt Ryan, was it?
Yep.
I get it. And I love how Goff addressed that immediately and just called him out on the spot, which was awesome.
Yep.
But I like Fitzmagic.
I mean, he carved a nice career in
I mean, he was all he was supposed to be a backup. He was this guy from Harvard. He wasn't supposed to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. He wasn't a high draft pick. It was Ryan Fitzpatrick and got thrust into duty at a young age and handled himself fine. He's like a career backup quarterback, one of those guys that could win a game here and there.
Pick a side, Gator. You on Goff's side? You're on Fitzpatrick's side.
I'm all on Team Goff.
All right, then.
I'm a Goff.
Poor
I
man.
stand with Goff. Next one. I took my 9-year-old daughter. We bought great seats, 10 rows above the Tiger dugout. We'll never forget that game. Next one, went to the game with my 9-year-old daughter. She's never seen Comerica that full or loud. I got talking to the people next to us about how it used to be like this most weekend games from 2006 to 2013. I miss those games so much. A packed baseball stadium is the best atmosphere in sports. It's not even close.
All sports are great in their own right? But baseball is different because baseball is played in the summertime and it's outdoors. And when you have 35,000 people at the ballpark, It's amazing. It is. There is a different feel to it than there is for anything else. Being inside at Ford Field when you got 65,000, it gets loud as hell and it's amazing. Being at a hockey arena or at Little Caesars, when the teams get good, which hopefully is sooner than later, having packed houses for the playoff games, it's going to be great.
It's really cool.
But baseball's different.
Nick in Southgate says, champ for me is the Baltimore Orioles, 100 losses 2 years ago, 100 wins and a division title this year. My chump is Bill Belichick / Mac Jones. Bill just can't do it without Brady, and Jones is the main reason. Get your champ and chump votes in. Talk some NFL. What impact do yesterday's results have on the Lions? That at 10:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. you have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead, explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, Judge Jetson. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
For the sake of responsible broadcasting, we're going to launch into a group exercise at 11:05. That doesn't sound any fun at all, but it
I like
sounds
the
like
irresponsible stuff better.
that sounds like a school project. I want to establish something collectively as a show, and it's not just yourself and me and Kang, but it's the entire audience. We're trying to. Well, we'll get to it at 11:05. So yesterday, the NFL, I mean, look, you had 0-3 Denver and 0-3 Chicago, and I thought it was the most interesting watch of the day. I had Red Zone on, and I just wanted them to stay with that game. I mean, the Bears get up 28-7. Justin Fields is having a day and putting up all kinds of numbers.
He's looking great.
Yep. And
Scary great.
And then what happens? It's late third quarter, and Denver goes on a long time-consuming touchdown drive to make it 28-14. It's 20-21 and 28-28. Then they kick the field goal, and then Justin Fields throws an interception at the end, and it just all unraveled. It all unraveled for the Bears, and so they're 0-4 and just about out of it. Minnesota got their first win of the season against the opponent the Lions play next, and they play them here in Detroit, And look, last night's Kansas City Jets game goes and shows you that you don't just show up and win in the NFL. You take Carolina very seriously, regardless of their record. You can't just roll out your helmets and expect to win. You have to work.
Not against Zach Wilson, you don't.
Well, not against anybody. Even Zach Wilson.
He looked like a competent quarterback last night.
Yes, he did. So Carolina will come in here at 0-4, and I haven't even seen the point spread. I'm sure the Lions are a comfortable favorite, but we are looking for them to go out and take care of business. And
Lions are a 9-point favorite right now.
9 points, okay. So let's see if they can follow up on being the team to beat in this division. It's time to go out there and do your best to win all the games you're supposed to win. And, you could ask for a little bit better season. I mean, you could beat Seattle. I think we have to keep in mind, you don't win every game. You don't. Really, really good teams lose games. And so it's a pretty damn good start. For this team. It's shaping up nicely in this division.
It's a great start. I love how it's shaping up in the division. The Bears put a little bit of a scare on me yesterday because it looked like Justin Fields was very good in the game. I also was watching Red Zone, so I didn't lock into the game because of watching all the games. I'm curious as to what happened to allow for the Bears. Did they just take their foot off the gas and stop trying to score points? Were they comfortable with 28-7? Is that what happened? I know at the end of the game they had a chance to kick a field goal and decided to go for it. Instead of kicking the field. Weren't they tied at 28?
Yeah, and here's the thing. There's a couple. Well, look. Yes, they were tied at 28. They went for it on fourth down. Fields didn't keep the ball on a zone read, and they came up short.
So there's a lot there that Eberflus is going to be in some hot water in Chicago. He's already in hot water, and
I mean,
people are already asking for him to be fired.
It's their best runner, and he didn't have the ball in his hands.
Correct. But they also were in field goal range, weren't they?
Yes.
Could have taken a lead. It would have been interesting. But yeah, there's that, and there's everything we saw with Green Bay, and Jordan Love. Is he going to be good, or is he just okay? I don't think that's much of a challenge here. Kirk Cousins and the Vikings are a team that can get you because that offense can be very good. They've got the best receiver in football in Justin Jefferson, and it feels like he's the best by a huge margin. All respect due to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill gets it done because of his speed. Justin Jefferson gets it done because he does everything. He catches everything that's thrown to him. He wins the jump balls. He's got the speed. He's got the size. He's phenomenal. And add to that, they have Jordan Addison, and he's a rookie, but he's making big plays. I'm not sleeping on the Vikings, who just got their first win of the year at 1-3, and it's over an 0-4 Panther team. I'm not going to blow it up too much, but I'm just saying the Vikings, I think, still have something there. But the Lions, with the news of getting Jameson Williams back, and now that they've had some time to heal up, and last week we were hoping maybe Emmanuel Mosley might be in the lineup, but he wasn't. Are they getting J-Mo and Mosley back this week?
Yeah, probably.
Are they going to get Kirby Joseph back this week? I mean, this Lions team is adding to it finally, hopefully. And let's hope that Brian Branch is good with that ankle. That looks scary on Thursday night. And let's hope that Taylor Decker's, well rested and everything else. Because you don't want to see more injuries pile up. And getting some guys back feels good. But getting J-Mo back, that was a real nice, unexpected benefit.
Back to the Bears, though. The question is, you have Justin Fields, who has a monster day. I'm going to have to look up his numbers exactly. But he also had a fumble, scoop and score that tied the game, and he threw an interception when they were on the brink of field goal range to tie the game or win it in regulation. In spite of going 28 for 35 with 4 touchdowns, he did have the pick, and he had the critical fumble. And I don't know.
What kind of fumble was it?
It was a critical one. What I don't know is.
There you go.
I have to see. I didn't see any reporting on this, but I didn't really look all that hard. Is Justin Fields, is that his decision to hand the ball off on the 4th and 1, or could he have decided to pull the ball and keep it himself? I suspect he had the decision to pull the ball, and it's one of those deals where I think if you're trying to run for a yard, don't you want Justin Fields being the guy running for the yard?
Well, I certainly want him to have the ball in his hands if you're going to do an RPO or whatever. Or just, yeah, exactly. And if it's a yard out, I'm all about doing the tush push thing or whatever you want to call it. What do they call
they call
brotherly
it the
shove?
brotherly shove over in Philly.
Yeah,
so if you use it, you got to change the name to something else.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
It's funny because I don't know who was doing color that game because it was, again, red zone. They were bouncing around. They were like, you got to have Fields keep the ball there. Everyone knew that Herbert was going to carry it. And I'm like, what? Everyone knew that? I thought for sure they'd go with Fields, but then again, I don't cover the Bears.
You weren't alone.
No. 248-539-9797. So all that in the division, plus there was stuff outside the division. I mean, one of the more interesting questions here in the early going is where do we feel like the Lions fit in the NFC? Because, I mean, Philly won again. They're undefeated, right? San Francisco won again. They're undefeated. And these are two teams that were expected to be the cream of the crop of the NFC. And so far, 4 weeks into the season at the quarter post, they look like the cream of the crop in the NFC. Then you've got Tampa, who's 3-1, and Detroit, who's 3-1. But Tampa has a better conference record. And so, as it stands right now, that not that it really matters, the Lions are the 4 seed in the NFC and would play 5th-seeded Dallas at Ford Field in the first round of the playoffs, which is just, it's fun to talk about, but it's so far away, it's pretty much irrelevant to even speculate on it, but just thought it was fun. In the meantime, though, I can't say that the Lions, I mean, if you talk about the favorites in the NFC, it's Philly and it's San Francisco. And then the Lions are grouped with a bunch of the teams in that second tier. It'd be great to break into that first tier, but they probably don't belong there. Not yet.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they do or don't. I'd like to think they can compete. I mean, Philadelphia, they just skated past Washington, and it took overtime to do it.
Yeah, but that goes back to what I said when we were talking about the Carolina game. You have to play hard in every game to win it. You don't just roll out the helmets.
But I mean, I like the fact that I'll just say this. I like where the Lions are at. I think San Francisco has played a style of football that just separates them from the rest of the league at this point. Mm-hmm. And I think that you just look at the record, it's 4-0 for Philadelphia, but the Lions' one loss is to a pretty decent Seattle team. And we lost in overtime because we lost a coin flip.
Well, the coin flip didn't help.
Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, ranking on where they are after 4 games, I don't care. This is a playoff. Yeah, this is a playoff caliber team. This is a team that's going, playoff caliber. This is a playoff team. This is a perhaps championship quality team. That's what we really want to see. And we'll find out more about this team as the weeks come. But the guys are getting back, hopefully for Sunday. I think we'll have a bigger smile on our faces on Monday, seeing what they can do.
Well, every team, you're not just going to look dominant in every game, whether you're one of the elites or not, Gator. You got to win some ugly ones. And even if Detroit had beat Seattle, it would have been kind of an ugly win, right? I mean, and then we all remember the Carolina game last year where they just didn't, it was a complete no-show. And that is going to happen to even the best teams. It's just, can you consistently beat the other teams? For some reason, the Commanders played the Eagles really tough all the time. I mean, I don't know if it's a division
Rivalry.
thing, or
It's a
whatever.
real thing.
But yeah, that is a real thing. So, we think the elites are the Niners and Eagles, and we're hoping the Lions are, especially if they can get some bodies back. These aren't just bodies; these are like difference makers. Mosley, Kirby Joseph, Jamo, right? These are significant. Like when we talk trades and acquisitions, it's like the Lions were making acquisitions without having to give anybody up or anything up.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Antoine. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Antoine?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Real quick, not the point I call for, but I hate when people say this about Tyreek Hill. He just wins with speed. Gator, that is not true. He has John Ross. Other guys have had faster 40 times. Tyreek Hill runs routes. He's awesome.
Well, don't misunderstand what I'm saying, Antoine. I think he's a fantastic receiver, but you can't question his number one asset is his speed.
Of course it is.
Yeah, but Justin Jefferson's a better receiver. Is Justin Jefferson a better receiver?
Okay, all right.
That's
all
it.
right.
That's all I'm
Tyreek
getting
Hill,
to.
Tyreek Hill has been more productive for a longer period of
I
time.
love
know
Tyreek
the
Hill. I love Tyreek
season.
Hill, and that's why I love the idea of Jamison Williams, because I think he can bring some of those same things here. He's got a long way to go. I said that's why hopefully he can be like.
You say leaps and bounds. I don't know, Gator. But look, this is the reason why I called, fellas. This is the reason why I called. First of all, I think you kind of alluded to it a little bit, Karsh. You said that, basically the Lions they don't need a letdown. And the Panthers beat us last year. They're the reason why we did not make the playoffs. If I know Dan Campbell and I know that locker room like I think I know it, they're going to be motivated as heck for this football game. When I look at the rest of their schedule, there's only like 2 games that I see where I'm looking at the team, and that's the Ravens and the Chargers, and I'm like, okay, this team has as much talent as we do. But I don't think we're going to go 14-3 or 13-4. So I guess I'm saying they're going to drop a game or two that I don't expect them to win, but I don't think it's this week. Not against the team that kept you from making the playoffs last year with all of that momentum you had. Who knows what you would have been able to do if you did get into the playoffs last year. I just don't think Dan Campbell allows this team to have this week be the letdown week.
I like it, Antoine.
I hope not. And what was the reason Carolina won last year?
Shoved it down
because they were more physical. We couldn't stop the run.
Right, they couldn't stop the run. The Lions are number 1 in the NFL this year through 4 games. They allow less than 61 yards per game on the ground. They have made changes and adjustments, and they look good against the run.
248-539-9797. Let's get to I want to come to a conclusion as a group. This is a group exercise. I want to avoid something collectively.
Okay.
We'll get to that at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Up next for Miguel Cabrera, he moves on from Hall of Fame player to special assistant in the Tigers front office. Scott Harris says he'll be working with young players in the organization to prepare them for the show. As for the current players, they're wrapping up a 9th straight season without playing beyond 162 games, finishing second in the AL Central at 78 and 84. Spencer Torkelson leading the bats, 31 homers, 94 RBIs, 154 hits, and Eduardo Rodriguez at the top of the pitching stats with 13 wins and 14 quality starts, but would not reveal if he does intend to opt out of the remainder of his contract, which has 3 more years and $49 million. The Lions back in Allen Park, sitting atop the NFC North at 3-1, and their next opponent, the Panthers, will officially still be winless when they visit Ford Field, having lost to the Vikings, and rookie quarterback Bryce Young is seeking answers during a rough first season. At Detroit, 8.5-point early favorites versus Carolina. Elsewhere, the NFL's Week 4 will wrap up with Seahawks at Giants on Monday Night Football. Seattle, 1.5-point favorites for the 8:15 game, which can be heard on our sister station, the Bet 1270. And the Pistons revealed that Isaiah Livers suffered a grade 3 ankle sprain during a pre-camp workout and will be out 6 to 8 weeks. Today is media day for the Pistons, with preseason game number 1 in 6 days. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
So Friday, we get off the air. I left at 1. Had to get out to
I heard
Lincoln.
That. I heard that part.
You heard me leave, or you heard?
I listened to like 10 minutes of the show, and it happened to be the transition of at the end of the noon hour as you were taking off.
Bolton.
Yeah.
How'd it go, Kang? You and Costa.
Well, I carried Costa to the finish line. Yeah. But no, it went fine. It was good. Obviously, a lot to talk about, and with the Lions and everything, and the weekend coming up. But we missed you, Doug.
Yeah, well, I
we missed you too, Gator.
Thanks, King.
How'd you do in your picks, by the way?
Oh, 6-0.
How'd you do in your picks, King?
I don't know. I think it was like 3-3.
Okay, so, but later in the day, the news broke that Jameson Williams had been reinstated. I was sitting on the plane with Jansen. I'm like, whoa. That's a wall, right?
That's definitely
okay.
one.
There's a difference between a wall and a
Did you get that well before I sent the text?
Get what?
The information before. I wasn't the one that broke the news to you, was it?
No. So, Jameson Williams, eligible. The NFL had restructured its penalties on the gambling policy, which meant the current player suspensions, including Jameson Williams, was eligible to return this Sunday when the Lions host Carolina. The question, and what I want to do collectively here, is figure out what should we reasonably expect from him so that 1 week from today, we are not taking Jameson Williams is a bust phone calls. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
We've gone through Torque as a bust.
Yeah, I think 31 home runs and whatever it was, 95 RBI.
A year ago, we went
season.
through Hutch as a bust, and then we had Torque as a bust.
Uh-huh.
Now, a little bit of Brad Holmes is overrated. These rookies are a bust. A little bit of that after 2 weeks. And
I'm not going to lie. And I think collectively, Detroit Lions fans' confidence is a little shaken in Jameson Williams.
I don't know how to characterize it, but however we characterize it, I just don't want to. Can we come up with an agreement of what's a reasonable expectation? Like, are we even sure that he's going to play?
We're not, which kind of bothers me. Like, I want the assurance he's playing.
Yeah.
Like, okay, he missed several weeks with a suspension, and we know he was rehabbing a hamstring injury, but is he all good from the hammy? Is he? Because he went through training camp.
Mm-hmm.
I assume he's been working out like he should be working out. So he'll be at practice today. He should be a FP at practice, right? Full participant?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
But we don't know that, right?
No, we don't. But I mean, I'm hoping that's the case. If it's not, then I'm going to be, what happened here? Why are we, I don't want to be delayed anymore. I'm tired of the delayed gratification, and.
Uh-oh.
Why? I
mean, are you going to be leading the He's a Bust?
No, I won't be leading that brigade, but here's what's going to really knock things down for him, okay? First of all, I want to see him play. But second of all, when you play, catch the football. Because if he's dropping passes, I think fans are they're gonna lose their mind unless he makes up for it with a spectacular touchdown run, right?
Right.
He has to catch the football.
Everything
If he's
is thrown
dropping,
his direction.
exactly. Because if he's dropping the football, fans are going to lose it.
He talked a little bit about what he learned in trying to run with it before he caught it, and going too fast, I think, is the way he put it when he dropped the football in the preseason. That he was going too fast, catch, put it away, and run with it. So everybody has to learn. I think when you're in a new situation, you speed up. Like, you speed up because you think you have to speed up. And it's something
You don't
that,
have to tell me that, Doug.
Yes, I know, yeah. Because you've been outmatched many times in your athletic
That's
career.
right.
And when you are outmatched, you speed up.
That's right.
You try and do things too fast. And I think that, I don't know that he's outmatched. He's obviously not outmatched physically. He's getting used to the game at this level.
Well, what I liked...
But that has to end at some point.
The last time we saw him in that preseason game, all right, he had that awful drop, and everybody's bummed about it. But then he finished up by making a spectacular catch on a 2-point conversion in the end zone.
Yep.
So it's that type of love-hate relationship I think that we're going to have. Hopefully, it's a lot more love than hate. Catch the football, and if you don't catch the football, make up for it quickly. Because otherwise, you'll probably lose some of the fans. But what I'm excited to see is, first of all, I'm excited to see him make plays. But also, how much is he going to open things up for other players on this roster to make plays? How much is he going to help Amon-Ra St. Brown with his underneath routes, where instead of getting an extra 5 yards after he catches the ball, that maybe now Amon-Ra is getting an extra 20 to 30 yards because the safety is occupied with number 9 running down the field? How is it going to help Jahmyr Gibbs running routes out of the backfield when, again, the safety's paying attention to Jameson Williams and not as much number 26, and 2-6 is getting big plays?
But let's be clear. You just described what it's supposed to be like. I don't know that Jameson Williams gets that respect from defenses starting Sunday, right? Doesn't he have to do something first? Maybe he does. But I suspect that, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm taking a little bit of he's got to prove it to me before I start adjusting my defenses to account for Jameson Williams. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily, because I think everybody's aware of his speed, and his speed is the number one weapon for Jameson Williams. And if it depends on the routes he's running, right? If he's getting to that second level, then the safety's going to have to say, okay, I got to watch, number 9 over here. But if he's just running sideline routes, then safeties aren't necessarily involved. It depends on the routes, but I do think that defensive coordinators are going to have to account for him because it's an element that the Lions haven't had yet on their roster this year, is the wide receiver that can burn you.
But don't forget, guys, he's essentially, he's basically a rookie.
Yeah.
He barely played last year. His preseason got cut short, and he had to be away from the team. I remember the expectations going to week 1 against Kansas City for Jahmyr Gibbs, and kind of maybe some disappointment in what he was going to bring, maybe, as far as end total numbers, right? How many plays is Jameson Williams going to be in upcoming Sunday if he's even active? Is he up to the playbook? Is he in game shape? I know he was rehabbing a hamstring, so I don't know if we see a bunch of Jameson Williams. Maybe there's certain packages Ben Johnson will have for him, but we're 4 weeks into the year now. They've moved on. They've added things, and Jameson Williams hasn't been there. He hasn't been allowed to be there until recently. So, let's just not call him a bust after, whether he plays or, if he plays, only a few plays. You're right, though, Gator. If he drops a ball or two, people are going to get very, very nervous or upset, they're going to voice their opinions.
Yeah.
You know how many snaps he's played in the regular season in his career?
How many regular season snaps? It's not many. What did he end up playing last year? 6 games, 5 games? And it was, I would guess he's played 52 snaps.
Gang, more or less. Higher or lower?
Well, because the reason you brought it up, I'm going to say lower.
He's played in 78 career snaps.
Okay.
So that's just a little bit more than one game.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said he's basically a rookie, yep.
Yeah, he's basically a rookie in terms of game experience, but he's been on this team for a year and a half. And he wasn't able to practice a whole lot last year, but did in the second half of the season. He got to practice and then had the off-season workouts and then went through training camp and then the suspension. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, we should all kind of look at this as a little bit of it's a rookie, but at the same time, it's a little bit more than that because he has been around here.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. We're trying to figure out, and I kind of have my feeling on what to expect and what's reasonable as far as game one for Jameson Williams. And I'll get to that coming up, but we'll mix in your phone calls here too. Plus Champ and Chump votes. It's a Monday. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, calling all football fans. Twin Peaks is offering up a pair of tickets to the game Sunday against Carolina at 2 locations tonight. Stop in for tonight's game at the Auburn Hills and Livonia locations for your chance to win. Anyone who stops in for the game tonight has a chance to win. Besides the tickets, there's more than enough reasons that you want to visit one of their lodges. Football season doesn't get much better than it is at Twin Peaks. They have one of the best AV systems around, wall-to-wall flat screens. Each location has over 50 screens, and we've talked about the beer before, 29-degree draft beer plus a frozen mug that's been freezing for over 6 hours, creating those beer crystals you crave. And the food, well, hey, they get there bright and early in the day to prepare everything from scratch, from the salsa, the queso, the hand-cut tenders, the boneless wings, cooked and breaded to order, the garlic mac potatoes, and smoked favorite like ribs, brisket, chicken. Enjoy it all and your chance to win tickets to Sunday's game tonight at Twin Peaks. Why go anywhere else? Find a location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Plus, sign up for the E-Club so you get notices about all their specials and contests and giveaways. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started on that today.
Great recruiter.
Yeah.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We had a huge story, a whoa, on Friday when Jameson Williams was deemed eligible to return, given the fact that the NFL had restructured its penalties to its gambling policy. And so they then went back retroactively and said, you can play now, which, is great news for the Lions. Gator.
Where were you a few weeks ago? But yeah.
I'm not sure he's even going to play. And because first of all, we don't know the health of his hamstring. He's got to make it through a week of practice. And he also kind of has to earn the right. And the guys that are in there competing and battling aren't just going to lay down and say, yeah, J-Mo, you can have my spot. It would be great, though.
Wouldn't you be disappointed if he wasn't playing?
Because it's like right now the Lions are fun and exciting.
Uh-huh.
And this just adds to both the fun and the excitement. But I don't want to get too wrapped up in what this individual does or that individual does, as long as they keep winning. Ideally, sure, if he plays and you can't cover him, that's the best. But I don't know if I expect that right out of the gate. I guess what I'm saying is I don't expect it right out of the gate.
I expect him to play on Sunday. How much? I'm not sure, but I expect him to play on Sunday. Would you rather have Jameson Williams out there or Antoine Green?
I would rather have Jameson Williams earn the opportunity, yes.
Well, I would hope that he has earned the opportunity at this point. I mean, what's kept him out is
and earns the opportunity.
No, if he's healthy, I expect him to be there.
And if you get playing time and a pass is thrown your way, catch everything thrown your way.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what's going to be, I guess, deciding is this week in practice. How does he look at practice? Does he get better as the week goes on? He's looked great to start the week and finish the week. But we've had no reports have come out and said he's not healthy. Like, it wasn't like this is a torn hamstring that he had. Didn't seem it was a serious hamstring injury, but it was a hamstring issue.
Now, Dan Campbell, does he meet with the media today? He does meet with the media today, right?
I believe he does.
Yeah, so we'll probably get a sense.
Yeah, but I want to see him. I want to see him over Antoine Green. And, I kind of like the idea of Antoine Green because of size and speed, but they haven't even used him. So let's see what J-Mo can do. I'm amazed at how non-existent Marvin Jones has been this season.
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, absolutely non-existent.
Likable guy, but it
likable
looks
guy,
like it might be over.
And the last couple of weeks, it feels like Josh Reynolds and Khalif Raymond have been kind of incognito on the field as receivers. Now, obviously, they make I think Khalif Raymond makes a hell of an impact as a return guy, but we haven't seen much of them either in the last couple of weeks. It's been Amon-Ra St. Brown, it's been Jahmyr Gibbs, and it's been Sam Laporta. To a huge extent. So, yeah, I want to see J-Mo out there. Get out there, make some plays.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, want to, and then when do you get into what's a reasonable expectation for him? And I think anything he does in week one is kind of a bonus. And
5 catches, 123 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
Okay. If he is short of that, he's a bust.
No, I mean, honestly, see the field first of all is my expectation. I hope that he has a handful of targets and he's able to haul in like 3 passes and no drops. That's what I hope.
Let's get to the people. James, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, I don't think anything he does this week is going to sway me one way or another. It's going to take, for Williams, is going to be whether or not we sign him to the 5th-year option. So I'll give him that. I mean, you can say the same thing about Chase Young. And here's another thing. If he does become a bust, I think this team can recuperate from it. It's the 49ers can recuperate from taking Trey Lance after trading away a draft, a good portion of their draft. The Lions can
overcome.
Survive. Overcome this. And by the way, you're telling you don't even know if he plays. I find it hard to believe that you guys don't have one of the beat guys on speed dial. You can't call and find out if he's playing.
We can.
If he's on the practice field.
We as soon as they hit the practice field. The problem is they practice when we're on the air, James. I mean, it's one of the frustrations. I love the shift, but it's one of the deals that we don't get to see a ton of practice, unfortunately.
No, and actually the members of the media don't get to see a ton of the practice either.
No, they get to see like warm-ups.
Are you stretching? All right.
So it's Monday, and this just got announced. I mean, and a lot of people are texting in, guys, that J-Mo should have to earn his spot. I don't know. What does that mean? Just a good week of practice or what? But it's clear Jameson Williams has the highest ceiling of, maybe all the receivers not named St. Brown. So he's going to get an opportunity one way or the other. Hopefully he's just not injured and he's in game shape and he can suit up. But I don't think it's a guarantee, Gator, unfortunately, that he's active Sunday.
I don't think it's a guarantee either. I'm telling you what I want, what my expectation is. I expect him to be ready to go. He was ready to go during the preseason and then had a setback with the hamstring injury, and obviously he had the suspension that we knew about, but he's been working out. He's been at the facility now for, 2 weeks or just a week? But he has been working out there. He was able to. So, yeah, my expectation is he's going to play.
Even if it's on, one of the guys has to play special teams, don't they? Isn't that kind of the thing? Because there's only so many spots you can have active. I think Antoine Green's been out there on special teams. You okay with Jameson Williams out there as a gunner? Remember that whole thing his rookie year?
People didn't like that.
I think that they can make an adjustment and have somebody else do that. He needs to look. He's a first-round pick. There's a pedigree that comes with this, and there's an expectation that comes with that pedigree. Play. That's what I want.
248-539-9797. Juan is next. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
It was like Christmas in October when I got the news that J-Mo was being reinstated. And I just want to harp back on, people saying a bust or he can't catch the ball. You got to remember even great Hall of Fame wide receivers like Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens had a little bit of the dropsies when they first came in. It was just one of those things. And now even Jamar Chase had some drop issues early. So
there was a bunch of drops in the preseason, and then he went out and had the season he had.
Oh yeah, like I said, you just can't throw the guy to the scrap heap because of that. And his presence on the field is just going to open up so much. They can't stack the box, and they can't stop the run with stacking the box. So when we get a legitimate deep threat, somebody to just take the top off, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is really going to take off, and Montgomery is going to continue to do what he's done. But they need to get J-Mo the ball in space, screens, reverses. And I would even, if you need something to go to the house, punt return 1 or 2 times a game. Just if you need something to go to the house, put him on punt returns 1 or 2 times. What do you guys think?
I don't hate it. I mean, look, the primary, the number one objective is your ability to catch the ball. I don't know if there's any crossover. There probably isn't, but I'll tell the story anyway. Michigan's special teams coordinator, Jay Harbaugh, said last week, over the course of time, I got a lot of guys that would be great with the punt return with the football in their hand. About 5% of them can catch the punt. Like the big thing is, how good are you at fielding the punt? And so that would be like the number one goal.
Well, I'd be surprised if he were returning punts because he did not do that in college.
He did kickoffs, though. Is that correct?
He returned 10 kicks in his college career.
Okay.
For a 35, kickoffs for a 35-yard average and 2 touchdowns. So 20% were for touchdowns, Doc.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this coming up. Jameson Williams returns. What's a reasonable expectation? So the 1 week from today, we are not taking J-Mo's a bust calls. Hey, Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about their no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday. Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions, they're getting Jameson Williams back. He'll be back on the practice field this week. We'll get a sense for his health. We'll get a sense for what the organization thinks in terms of his chances of playing this weekend. And like we said, we're trying to come to a collectively an expectation, a reasonable expectation for him here in week one. If he plays, and I think if he's healthy, I suspect he will play. And then the next question is, all right, healthy on the field. I have two real things that intrigue me. One is how much of a game plan will he be a part of? Last year when he finally hit the field, it didn't feel like at first that the Lions were like in this thing. There was like 6 games left. Yeah, he played in the last 6 games. He played 78 snaps. So it was like, all right, you may as well force feed him the ball because you're probably not playing for the playoffs. And then as time went on, they kind of were playing for the playoffs. And, he ended up with 1 catch and 1 carry and 1 called back. But that wasn't a lot of action. He was coming off a significant injury. This time he's coming off what could be a lingering, but mostly considered a minor injury with a hamstring. So we'll see. We'll see what it leads to, man. I just if he gets on the field, catch everything thrown your direction, I don't expect them to be a huge part of the game plan, and I don't expect defenses to adjust to account for him just yet. I think they're gonna make him burn him before they do, and that's every defensive coordinator is different. So will they be worried about rolling a safety over the top and that frees up everybody else? We'll see. 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. My question is, did the Lions have any heads up that this status was going to change with the suspension? Hamstrings are so easy to re-aggravate. Did they have him on a slow track thinking they had 2 more weeks to get him back in the game shape? Or is he getting ready, where they were taking it easy to make sure the hamstring was good? Because he may not be ready yet because of a possible, hey, let's make sure everything's good before we put him full speed.
That's a great question because I don't know how much the Lions, how much hands-on they were with Jameson Williams. He was not allowed at the facility.
Until recently.
I think it was last week, and then after Game 4. So then you get into, all right, did they leave him and here's your workout plan? Thinking they had 6 weeks into the season before he had to be ready. And now that he's ready now, do they say, all right, let's get him back on the field before he'd finished whatever rehabilitation plan? These are all great questions, Scott, which I imagine Dan Campbell will have a chance to answer the next time he meets with the media.
I was just going to say, I would expect to hear a lot of answers today regarding that. And if not today, then I think the guys in the morning show, when they talk to Dan Campbell tomorrow, if they're talking to him tomorrow, that they'll get those answers. But yeah, it's legit. I mean, I would assume that, look, he's a professional athlete and you try to get ready to get back as soon as you can. That's what I assume. But I think your question's valid. When did they know that this was a possibility? I mean, from the moment that this suspension was handed down, I kept saying, this is ridiculous. It should not be. This is too punitive. And I bet the National Football League will revisit its policy at some point. I didn't expect it to be this quickly, and I'm glad that they have.
I would expect, too. I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I expect, too, that he can't be in the facility, but I'm sure they're talking to him as far as, development plan or rehab plan and timing. They're doing some coaching that way.
Yeah, they didn't just cut him free and say, you're on your own. Let's go to Ted. Nice someone to take it. Hi, Ted.
Hi, good morning. I don't think we should have any expectations. Expectations just set us up to be either overly hyped or overly disappointed. That doesn't mean we can't be excited about what we're going to see. But I think, we don't want to set ourselves up. If the guy does well, then it really doesn't have anything to do with what he's going to do game 2, 3, or 4. If he does poorly, same way. So why have expectations at all? Just sit back, put your feet up, enjoy the game. It can be exciting.
Ted, you're 100% correct. However, Gator and I have been doing this for quite some time. Like before Taylor Swift made it cool to be following football, we were following football. And I know what's going to happen Monday if he doesn't catch a pass. I know what's going to happen Monday if he's inactive. I know what we're going to get. And that's it. You're right. I don't know that we can program the entire fan base to have no expectation.
Well, it's like if the Lions lose and, there'll be 12 games left in the season after Sunday's game. There'll still be people that need to be talked off a ledge, even though it's a long season to go. But it's just how it is.
I certainly respect all your experience. Love the show, but let's see what happens.
Ted, you're right. You're right. It just because ultimately, if they win on Sunday, with or without Jameson Williams, mission accomplished.
Yeah, but we're also in the opinion business, and there's not much sizzle to it if you say, "Hey,
Fair
let's
enough.
wait till the end of the season and
you're
see
right
what
about
happens."
that. That's why we're not doing what Ted said. We didn't get on the air and say, "Don't expect anything." We said, "What's reasonable to expect?" He is approaching a very healthy place. Very healthy place. But I feel if Jameson Williams, as this season goes on, Gator, and the Lions keep winning, and Jameson Williams isn't part of it, well, there are ramifications of that we could get into. It's a little bit of, they won the Stanley Cup, but they're still not tough enough on the blue line, right? I mean, you want, which was what one of your friends famously said, at the end of the day, their job's about winning football games, not about developing Jameson Williams. I hope he gets developed. I hope he's everything that he was advertised to be. And I hope that the Lions win with or without Jameson Williams. If Williams can come in and be that legitimate deep threat, you know what that means come trade deadline? They're not looking for a wide receiver.
That's right.
So maybe that's where I'm setting the timeline and the expectation is to see if he can provide that by the end of this month. So was it 4 games? They got 4 games or 5 games before the trade deadline. That's my timeline. Show what you are before the trade deadline. So if the Lions can address another need, then there you go. Is that a reasonable expectation?
Sure. If you think it is, it is.
Well, no, I'm not.
Whatever pacifies you, Doug. Whatever allows you to sleep full, 7-8 hours.
So 4 games. Give me 4 games. In the next 4 games, show us what you're
show me that we don't need to go out and get another receiver. I think that's very fair.
We're getting this ticket text. It might be a good point here. Some people think, I mentioned the special teams, right? You got to contribute somewhere if you can't get on the field, especially if there's only so many roster spots on game day.
Yep.
Marvin Jones, healthy scratch. I mean, you said it last segment, Gator. Where has he been? Sometimes it's just over. You get a certain age. I mean, he was never a big separation guy as a receiver anyways. I doubt he's creating any more separation at this point in his career.
His calling card was catching the football, and he's not doing that.
Well, Goff's not even actually we had 1 target last week, maybe.
Yeah, and didn't he drop it?
Yeah. So healthy scratch for Marvin Jones, and you keep Antoine Green in there, and then you bring J-Mo up.
I mean, that seems.
I just want J-Mo in the lineup. But if it means that Marvin Jones has to sit, I'm fine with it because we haven't seen Marvin Jones all season.
7 targets, 2 catches for Marvin Jones this year. For 8 yards. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian next on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. I just want to make a point on Jameson. At this time, by the way, he's posted like eating hot Cheetos on top of macaroni, eating conies at 2 a.m. His latest one is that his Bo Derek dreads slapping around the face. I just feel like right now he's just not a professional athlete. Like, take care of your body, doing all that stuff. So I just, once he, if this stuff continues, I don't think that he'll turn out to what everyone thinks he's going to be. That's just my, what I see.
So wait, what did you say his latest one was? I don't know if I've heard this.
Well, he posted after the win in Green Bay with those, the Bo Derek dreads he had on. Whatever. He was just like going back. He was just going back and forth, so his dreads were hitting his face on both sides, and
oh no,
I just feel like that's not a professional athlete.
Did you watch I mean, Miguel Cabrera had the same dreads yesterday. Anybody? Do we really care? Who cares?
I don't even want to go what that sounds like, and I don't even want to take calls on it. I think I want to be dismissive of that. That's one man's opinion, but that sounds terrible.
That's not our.
That sounds terrible.
It's stupid. Ignorant.
And I don't want to derail a healthy conversation and a fun conversation about football.
All right, let's get fun.
248-248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, I got 2 points. Number one, I don't think J-Mo is necessarily there to take the top off the defense just yet. You're going to get him in space, kind of like they did with Gibbs. You notice how Walker had to come up consistently to basically take him on. Now you got 2 of those guys on both sides. So I don't know that the long ball is necessarily going to be his go-to for a little while. And the second thing, if you're going to make a trade, you're going to be looking at a guy that you could probably get for a 7th-round pick this week with DJ Chark that already knows the playbook. My guess is he'll be out he'll be on the trading block here come week 6 because that team's going nowhere. And he's a 1-year contract.
That's interesting. I never thought about
bringing Chark back.
Bringing Chark back. He's had some plays this year already, so it's nice. But as far as the first point's concerned, that's what's intriguing to me is who else is going to benefit from J-Mo coming here. I mean, there's the effect that he has when he's got the ball in his hand. But does Gibbs end up being the benefactor because you can't, if you're worried about Jameson Williams, then all of a sudden 26 gets free. Is it Amon-Ra St. Brown? Is it Sam Laporta because he can move his route a little bit deeper down the field? I think it's exciting to see who else benefits from Jameson Williams being there.
It can impact the offense in a very positive fashion for sure. Hey, snap into the action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug to kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here at 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Gator and Kang with you, taking your calls 248-539-9797. Of course, it's the same number to text us if you want to do that. You want to stream the show? Please do. You can do it from anywhere, using the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. And if you want to stream with video, well, you just go to twitch.tv, search 97.1 The Ticket. You'll see us on the cameras there. You can also follow us on YouTube. We stream it live on YouTube as well.
Correct.
What'd you heat up?
I got a leftover chicken breast with some mashed potatoes.
Nice.
Yep, for lunch today, coming up shortly. And people do stream watching me eat.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Every single.
It's a little odd.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Ernie is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ernie.
Hello there, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just have a champ and a chump, and then I want to make a comment about JMO.
Yep.
I don't think anybody's mentioned this yet, but of course, besides Miggy, my champ is AJ Hinch for actually allowing him to come out with a glove and make that final play that was just so insanely crazy.
It was awesome.
And, nobody's ever mentioned him, but I mean, I think he had to set that whole thing up with Cleveland also, and, just thinking about that, it caught me by surprise, And that's when I teared up.
It was a good day. Hey, man, it was a good day for baseball in Detroit. It was a good way to send off Miguel Cabrera. Look, the team, I mean, they won 78 games, but that was more than expected. I think if you go back to the beginning of the year, and we'll break out the Tiger Bold-Ass predictions tomorrow and look at what people were saying, because, people were flirting. I think a lot of people had him at 500 or over 500, but this is way better than Vegas had him. So
right.
I think you call it, for context, a success, but not a lot of work to be done.
Right. It's going to be exciting moving forward, though. So that's all you
should
can
be.
ask,
Should be. Yep.
So yeah, and then my chump is just the Chicago Bears because I do not want them having the first pick in the draft. All right, and it looks like that's where it's going. And so I don't know. I read something that said they could possibly have the first 2 picks, and I don't, I don't know if that was for a trade or.
Well, people thought Arizona might end up with the top 2 picks because they're so bad and they have Houston's first pick. But Houston looks like they might have something there. C.J. Stroud has played very well so far this season.
Right. So, and then just real quick on JMO, I really don't even want him to play a lot this week because I want to save him for the second half of the season. I don't want them to show everything this guy can do if he can, if he's taking the top off of defenses and stuff. I think we need him late. I think we can get by with Carolina with or without him, and that's just my feeling. I really don't want him showing everything he's got. That's all.
So there's a couple things. One is, Chicago does have Carolina's pick, and as it stands right now, Chicago's 0-4, Carolina's 0-4. That's 1-2 as it stands right now. As far as Jameson Williams is concerned, like I said, show us in 4 weeks. Hopefully I have a sense of what you are, and that'll help them making a decision about what they need to do, if anything, at the trade deadline. And I guess, did I think they were going to beat Carolina before we got this news? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's any question, no, they don't have to play him.
Well, I'm most encouraged by the turnaround that the defense has shown so far through 4 games. It's weird to see it, right? You go and look at stats and ESPN.com, and the number 1 rushing defense in the National Football League is the Detroit Lions.
Wild.
What's that?
Wild.
Crazy to think that that's the case. It's 4 games, not a big sample size, but they improved week to week. They got better after they played the Packers.
Is it trending in the right direction?
Sure is.
Without question. 248-539-9797. Joe is next. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, if you've lost faith in J-Mo, all you have to do is watch his college highlight reel. It is remarkable. He is capable of so much more than the deep ball. And when you watch his highlights in college, it's just amazing what he can do. And I think he'll have quick impact. I think you'll see him integrated and having an impact really, really quickly. Wasn't he supposed to be working with Teddy? I thought that was one of the...
With Bridgewater?
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to work with him. So hopefully that's been happening either on the field or behind the scenes. And
Well, I don't think he was allowed to.
He wasn't allowed to.
I mean, maybe Hendon Hooker, but I don't know about Teddy Bridgewater.
I mean, is he not allowed to call him and have some Zoom calls?
Oh, you can talk, yeah, but you just can't be at the facility working out. That was the issue with him until I think last week he was allowed to go to the facility. But yeah, your point about, he's not just a deep threat. No, he's a threat when he's got the ball in his hands because his speed gets the separation. The idea of having routes out onto the field where Jameson Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown are out there and they're running like crossing routes or slants, pick your poison. It can be a lot of fun. And then you got Laporta. I mean, they have, when they're healthy, they have some serious weapons.
So, like, Laporta has, a buzz was created. He lived up to the expectations so far. Jahmyr Gibbs, I think there's kind of mixed reviews publicly, but I think that
you see it.
He's got a skill set that appears like it will be useful to a team. He's going to run up against the same thing that TJ Hawkinson did, which is, unless you're a Hall of Famer, pretty quickly people will never agree with taking him where he took him, which creates, a bit of the hostility towards a player. But my question is, can he help them win? If he can help them win, I don't really care.
Well, he also looks like the guy the defensive coordinators are paying attention to.
And then, okay, so what is Jameson Williams? I mean, he hasn't done nearly as much as Laporta has in the bit of playing time that Laporta's gotten, but probably hasn't done as much as Jahmyr Gibbs in terms of that. But if he can be what he's advertised to be this year, look out. But he's got to earn it.
But you're right about him being a victim of where he was taken, because no one takes first round running backs anymore, right? Let alone 12th overall.
Jahmyr Gibbs,
Jahmyr Gibbs. But we spoke about it. What were the glaring needs the Lions had going in the draft? I mean, you could say defensive tackle, so the Jalen Carter crowd, I understand, if that's who you wanted. But the other glaring need you could, say and argue is home run threat. And so Jahmyr Gibbs is a weapon home run threat that they don't have. I mean, J-Mo got hurt, the first year, or was hurt. So now they have potentially 2 home run threats, and that's a need this team has. St. Brown's great, but he's more like, he's a possession, a count on every time. Montgomery, he's a 4 yards, 5 yards, right? The home run threat.
Just imagine, too, if they had taken Jalen Carter, they might, lead the NFL in rush defense or something.
Well, they've been very good so far.
Here's the deal, right? There are more than one path to success. Got it for those that wanted somebody else. Got it. But if they're successful in the endeavor of stopping the run and pressuring the quarterback, which they've been great at.
Well, 12 sacks in the last 2 weeks goes a long way towards restoring the faith the Lions have a pass.
And it's not victory lap time yet. But these are trends, things that player would help with, that are all trending in the right direction anyway, without him. 248-539-9797. We go to Wayne. You're next. Hi, Wayne.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'd kind of like to see them keep Jameson inactive for this upcoming week. I don't think this is a team that's desperate to get another weapon back into the lineup right away. I think they can beat Carolina easily without him. I think if they keep him inactive, they give him another week to work with Goff, get on the same page with Goff, another week to get a little healthier. And then you run him out that next game, the road game against Tampa Bay. The other thing that does, too, I think, this is a fan base that's excited to have him back, but I think it's also a fan base that's ready to turn on him in a heartbeat. And, God forbid you bring him out this week and the first target he drops a pass. I think the boos are just going to rain down on him.
Already?
But you can't stop that from happening if he plays this week or if he plays 3 weeks from now. If he drops a pass in his first game, people are going to freak out about it.
Well, yeah, but I think if you give him a couple of games on the road to get his feet underneath him and get back into the swing of things, I think it's less likely that's going to happen. And I just, again, they don't need him. I think they can beat Carolina. I'd love to see Antoine Green back in the lineup. And I love the idea some other people have had of making Jones healthy scratch and bring Antoine Green into the lineup. But I'll put it to you this way: it won't break my heart if Jamo's not in the lineup this weekend.
All right, I'll say this: it will break mine because I mean, unless there's a medical reason to hold him back, he should be ready to go. He went through training camp. He went through all off season. He should be up to speed on everything. He's got all week to get ready in football shape or football speed or whatever you want to say. But he was there a few weeks ago before the season began.
So there's a couple things here. One is I doubt that the Lions will set their actives based upon when Jameson drops his first pass. It'll be more healthy if he does it on the road than at home. Right. Secondly, I will be awfully disappointed if he does drop a pass in his first game back and people boo.
You're going to get some. What's going to happen.
I don't like telling fans how to act and act to each other with respect. But but don't. Does he get booed after one pass attempt? I don't think we're there with that with him yet.
Well, wait and see. Hopefully he's catching passes, and if he does drop one and makes up for it with a touchdown or a big third down conversion, and the team wins, it's all forgotten.
I'm like you, Doug. I don't like to tell fans how to act or do what they want to do, but I would maybe strongly suggest if Jameson Williams drops a pass Sunday, please don't boo. I
agree with you.
Right?
I mean, just not.
Yeah,
you don't need to.
No, there's no need.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator, I don't know if you caught this, but the Powerball is now over $1 billion.
Here we
$1
go.
billion.
Here we go.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for. Gator.
This is what we've been waiting for.
I don't want to win the other ones.
Right? No, not until you get to, this.
So you're
this
putting in your
territory.
best effort this week.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to try.
I'm going to really try.
Yeah, really try.
Yep.
We're talking. I mean, it's a 10-digit payout
Okay.
potentially.
So what we do with these things is we allow you and Kang to dream. You guys buy the tickets.
Yeah.
And so
Been dreaming for a while.
I got a few would you buys.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You ready?
Yes.
All right.
Because we're looking at, it would be well over $300 million after taxes with the lump sum payout.
Yep.
Well over.
Yep. Would you buy one of those Virgin Galactic trips into outer space?
Absolutely not.
No?
Absolutely not. I got a million things I'd rather do and experience. And those things go down. I'm not ready to jump on board. That's not a.
I don't think one of those is
I don't
going down
care.
yet.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And it's like a.
It's got a little bit of a Titanic sub.
It does.
Yeah,
I
hear
am
you.
not interested in the slightest. That's not an experience I care to.
Yeah, I don't know the success rate. You said it's 100% so far, Doug. Is that what? the deal
I
is?
haven't heard. I don't remember any of
Okay.
those
Well,
Virgin
no.
Galactic.
I think the last thing you want to do is when you get a big windfall like this is take any kind of risk.
There you go.
like that type of risk.
Am I going to
You
get
know?
into a shark cage?
Yeah,
or-
like I don't cliff diving or
Swimming in the Amazon.
No, I don't need that.
I got to wrestle an anaconda.
Run
you
with
know?
the bulls.
Yeah.
You're not going straight
Yeah.
to one of those things.
No.
Yeah, it's a no.
You're
for
not one
me.
of those. Hey, if you're not living on the edge, you're not living.
8 seconds on a bull? What could go wrong?
You're not going to get one of those wingsuits and jump off of the edge of the Grand Canyon.
Not tomorrow.
No. Okay.
I'm not going to enter some hardcore parkour contest for the hell of it.
All right. So Virgin Galactic trip out for both of you.
That's a no-go.
All right. If you win, would you buy or start a restaurant? Not a bar, a restaurant. If not, why not? If so, what kind?
All right. My first instinct is I don't want to do things like that because I don't want the liability. I don't want to get sued. And I think when you have that kind of money, you're a target for frivolous lawsuits. And that's my first instinct. However, the idea of having your own place is pretty great. It would be some kind of fusion. And of course, it would be Mexican, and it'd be like a Mexican-Italian fusion. That way I can have the best of both worlds, Mexican food and pizza. Maybe just a Mexican restaurant that makes pizza.
Don't you establish a trust to take away your liability? In this case?
I'll do all that, of
yeah.
course. I mean, my thing is to protect myself at all costs here, but it would be a Mexican restaurant for sure.
Is this like a self-serving restaurant? Because I
No.
know you like the taco bar and maybe pizza bar all in one, or no? It's
No,
actual
that's
sit down.
a lot of wasted food. No,
Okay.
it would be a restaurant, sit down nice with an awesome bar with the ridiculous tequila selection, and be a lot of fun.
Kang, what about you? Would you open up a restaurant?
No, I don't. I just don't want restaurants are a lot of hard work. Not that I'm going to be the general manager working the floor, and if someone calls, I got to wash dishes or anything like that. But it's a lot of work, and so I don't want any of that. Remember, you asked this question before about a bar, and I told you I'd open a bar that would lose money because I just want a place to hang out, and I wouldn't care about making money. But the restaurant, there's a lot more that goes into making food and all that stuff.
Okay, so both of you are no to the restaurant.
I got tacos though.
Well, you sound like you're open to it, Gabe.
I'm open to it. Like I said, that's what I would if I were to do it. I probably wouldn't, but if I were to, it'd be some sort of let's Mexican food and we make pizza.
Gator's Mexican Italian fusion place.
It's not even. It's just Mexican food with pizza.
Mexitalia. No.
Didn't during peak pandemic, didn't a guy call when we were trying to look after? Wasn't there a
Yeah.
Mexican Italian place? That kept
yes.
calling and had specials when we were trying to.
I'm gonna forget the name of it. I'm gonna butcher the name.
Come
Was it
on, man.
Escondidos or something.
Esplandidos.
Like
Esplandidos.
Is that what it was? And it was,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
It was basically Italian and Mexican.
Well,
yeah.
So
Yeah, pizza and
Gators, if Gator wins, he's putting in an offer to buy Esplandidos.
No,
Is
I'm
that
not
what-
putting an offer. I'm not taking away from everybody. No,
What would you call it? Like, do you have a name in mind?
I don't. But
McGators.
maybe I would just call it.
Lugators.
It would be something that just a word in Spanish that I think is funny.
El Gator.
It could just be pantalones.
You would name
Pantalones.
your restaurant pants.
It's just fun. Pantalones.
And then
Well, who
small
doesn't-
print required.
Or-
Like in parentheses.
No pantalones.
No pantalones.
No pantalones
No
necesitas. Yeah, or more likely would be Domingos. And I say that because when I took Spanish in high school and everybody was given their Spanish name, there's nothing to translate to Scott. So I got to come up with my own. So I went with Domingo.
Was that Sunday?
It means Sunday.
Yeah, I was gonna
and I said to the teacher, that she goes, well, that means Sunday. I'm like, yeah, you can call me Sonny. Domingo.
Oh, no. You should have been like, well, I meant like the ice cream sundae. I'm sorry.
Sunday. Yeah, Domingos.
Yeah, I just for the record, there's a little pro bono consultant work here.
Yeah.
I would go with Domingos over Pantalones.
Pantalones sounds funny, though.
Well, it is funny, but who's going to go to a restaurant?
Who's
called
not
Pants?
going to go to a place called Pants?
For food? By the way, you're going to love this. So, game ends Saturday. We're on the bus from Memorial Stadium to the airport. And I'm sitting with Jansen, and I saw a store in Lincoln that just.
Corn.
No.
No.
On the way to the airport, we passed a store called Beer and Meat.
That's all you need.
I was like, no way. Beer. I say, hey, John. Point at it, and John looks at it, and you know what John says? That is amazing.
That is amazing. Do you think it meant all meat or just red meat?
I'm guessing in Lincoln, Nebraska, it was as red meat could be.
No birds.
Probably not.
No fowl.
Probably not. Beer and meat.
Beer and meat.
All right, so
Maybe that'll be my restaurant.
we'll do another one of these coming up a little bit later on with the Powerball over $1 billion.
Doug's would be called like chicken and milk.
Chicken and seltzer.
How do you work kale in there?
We had for the TV show, we had some food that Jansen tried. I tried none of it. You ever heard of a runza? You ever?
And that's what you get when you eat at Gators. Pants.
Pantalones.
Pantalones, I'm sorry.
See.
It was a runza is like it looked like, as Jansen pulled it out of the packaging, it looked like a smashed hot dog bun, but it was stuffed with looked like ground beef and onions and maybe some
Sounds delicious.
vegetable stuff. He liked it. He liked it for sure. And then he opened up an entire package of donuts, one covered in bacon, a maple flavored donut with bacon, bits of bacon on top.
Yeah. I'm sure it was good.
As one might have imagined, I passed. But
Huh. That's crazy.
all right, look, Jameson Williams, late last Friday, the NFL announced restructuring of the penalties of its gambling policy, which meant some changes for the current players who are under suspension. One of them was our guy, Jameson Williams. He's eligible to return this weekend when the Lions host Carolina. And I mean, the season already is fun and exciting, but this will add to the fun and the excitement. It'll be funner and exciting.
Yeah.
But in an effort to be a responsible talk show host and help create reasonable expectations, what is the expectation? And I am, as we've talked this through, I've come up with Sunday matters. It's all part of a larger scale, getting them up to speed this month. The trade deadline's at the end of the month. We have 4 games. It feels like they might want a wide receiver, but maybe not as much as it felt at one point this year. It feels like they might want a edge rusher, or as we once screwed up and called him, a rudgesher. And if you need, but it doesn't feel like they need it as much as they once did. So over the next 4 weeks, I hope Jameson Williams can answer the bell. You want to see him play this weekend.
I do. Unless he's not medically ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah. I absolutely want to see him.
Well, Dan Campbell at this hour has stepped to the podium and answered a question about Jameson Williams. And we'll tell you what he had to say coming up at 12:15. Plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. 248-539-9797. Beat writers tweeting as Dan Campbell has stepped to the podium moments ago. Tim Twentyman, who covers the Lions for the DetroitLions.com website, Dan Campbell said they'll take it day to day in terms of working Jameson Williams back into the offense. Colton Pouncey adds more. Dan Campbell's hope for Jameson Williams, quote, just be a reliable receiver. To me, that's a good year. Colton Pouncey goes on to write, we're just going to see where he's at with the football. That's another Dan Campbell quote. And then adds, this is Colton Pouncey's wording, says the team is about winning, doesn't care about yards or numbers. Very healthy. He's right. Can Jameson Williams help them win on a bigger stage? Potentially. Can he be a difference maker? Yes. But you know what that tells me? They're not going to get wrapped up in any of that. Just go out and win as many games as you can. And if he can help them win, great. And if not, they're not going to force it.
Yeah, I mean, I still have the expectation he'll play. It's how much is he used? Dictated by the game, right?
Well, as it says, day to day. So I believe him when he says that. I believe that we'll see how much he can handle this week. And if he can work his way into being part of the game plan, great.
I think Dan Campbell does a really good job of trying to lower the expectations from fans and try to keep things calm. And, hey, we'll see how things progress during the week. And it's probably healthy for them to do that.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Julian, who's next here on 97.1. Hi, Julian.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I got a champ and chump, and then I want to make a comment on Jameson Williams. Yep. So my chump, I got the Chicago Bears and their coaching staff. I mean, I just don't understand how you don't take that field goal right there. It made absolutely no sense to me.
Well, why take a lead with a couple minutes left?
Yeah, I mean, that's just what winning organizations do. You want to have a lead, right?
Yeah.
And then my champ, I want to champ Brad Holmes. I do not think it's being talked about enough, all of the Jalen Carter fans out there. Him passing on Jalen Carter, and we are a quarter of the way through the season with the number one run defense in the NFL. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a pretty good sample size. I mean, we're a quarter of the way through, and he gave up that pick to get an absolute weapon in Jahmyr Gibbs, and then we got Laporta. I just think having some real competency in the management of the Lions, it's amazing. And then my comment on Jameson Williams, man, he's going to be fine. We have so many weapons. You guys touched on it earlier. The impact that he's going to have for Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Laporta with these routes that Ben Johnson is going to be able to make in the middle of the field, it's scary, man. I mean, this offense is something that I haven't seen in a long time, taking bias completely out of it. There isn't a team with as many weapons that we have. And I'm real excited, guys. So thanks for taking my call and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for the phone call. I'm trying to – you think 4 games is enough of a sample size? He respects the 4-game sample size probably more than I respect the 4-game sample size. I'm very encouraged by the way the Lions rush defense has performed. Probably the best example of reason to be encouraged is I'll take a team like Atlanta and look what they've done in the other 3 games, with the exception of the game against the Lions. In their opener, they rushed for 130 yards on 5 yards a carry. Game 2, I think, was Green Bay. They rushed for 211 yards on 4.7 yards a carry. Yesterday against Jacksonville, they rushed for 127 yards on 5.8 yards a carry. Against the Lions, they rushed for 44 yards on 20 carries. All the other games, Atlanta's run the ball. All the other games, Bijan Robinson's kind of gone off. Against the Lions, 10 carries, 33 yards.
And don't forget, it's not just him. It's Tyler Algier.
Yep. Tyler Algier struggled yesterday. He also struggled against the Lions, but I think he's a good back. The opener was against Carolina. So Atlanta has played 4 games and has run the ball effectively in 3 of them. 1 game they struggled against Detroit. To me, that's a more telling sign than the statistical accumulation through 4 games of leading the NFL rush defense. Leading the NFL rush defense says they're trending in the right direction. The Atlanta example is, here's a team that runs the ball against everybody else except Detroit. 248-539-9797.
And what happened last night in the NFL? You had Kansas City.
Yep.
And I think that Pacheco ran for 115 yards in the game. What Pacheco do against the Lions?
One moment, please.
I can tell you right now. I actually have
6 carries, 45 yards. Actually pretty good.
I have 8 for 23 is what I have.
Against the Lions?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at Patrick Mahomes' numbers. My bad.
8 for 23 against the Lions. 2.9 a carry.
So there are some guys that are tearing it up against other teams. Well, let's look at Pacheco's full season, too, and say 20 for 115, 5.8. Against Chicago, 15 for 62, 4.1. Against Jacksonville, 12 for 72, 5.8. Against Detroit, 8 for 23, 2.9. Holy crap, this run defense might be for real.
They give up 3.3 yards a carry to Seattle, who has Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, along with Geno Smith. 25 carries for 82 yards at 3.3 yards per carry.
Should we do the exercise with Kenneth Walker?
Sure.
Kenneth Walker's game log. Against Carolina, 18 carries, 97 yards, 5.4 yards a carry. Against the LA Rams, 12 carries, 64 yards, 5.3 yards a carry. Against Detroit, 17 carries, 43 yards, 2.5 yards a carry.
And they played the Giants tonight.
This is a very encouraging trend, man. These are guys that are tearing it up against everybody else, not against Detroit.
Not up in here.
No, sir.
Not to this point. Let's hope that continues.
Let's go to Larry next on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey, great show, you guys. I got a couple quick things. First, my champ and chump is Miguel. He was must-watch television for 7-8 years when he was tearing it up. Also, the Cleveland Indians for being a class act.
The Guardians, yeah.
My chump is Michigan State. They're almost football. They're almost non-watchable.
Yeah.
But the real reason I called is, do you think, well, I know Dick J-Mo's back, but does he walk into a automatic role, or does he have to prove to his teammates, coaches, and such it's all about, so to speak, team? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, what would you do with him, Larry?
I would. He's such a weapon. He comes back because, like you said, he makes everybody else around him their job's easier. But it seems like the culture they're building is that it's a team thing. That's what I'm curious about.
There's a balance there, but I think he has to earn it.
I think he definitely has to earn it. You're going to earn it in practice to see the game, and then you're going to have to earn it during the game to get more opportunities. I mean, it's a progression like that. But I think they went into this season expecting that this was going to be the case, that, hey, once the suspension was done, he's going to step in. Now, maybe they were going to bring him in slowly, but the first opportunity, I think you have to bring him in. You don't turn let's say it had been a 6-game suspension, all right, that they didn't lift it. You don't turn a 6-game suspension into a 7-game suspension because, okay, well, we're not going to play him right away because we want to get him up to speed. No. He already missed 6 games. You get him in there. And now it ends up being a 4-game suspension. The NFL reverses its policy. If he's ready to go, if the hamstring's not an issue, let's go. Get him in the game. Get him to playing.
248-539-9797. E is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, E.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Come on, man.
My champ and chump. My champ is the Wolverines. They set Urban Meyer up. He did all that talking, saying Nebraska was going to do that, the other. They didn't do anything. My chump is Patrick Mahomes for messing up America's money last night.
Yeah.
He walked in the end zone. Everybody gets paid.
That's right.
It was plus. It was minus 6.5. They won by 3.
Yeah, I know.
He walk in the end zone. Everybody get paid.
That's right.
J-Mo. If you put J-Mo Joe, using J-Mo deep, he ain't got to catch a pass. Just being on the field, he's a threat. He'll open up the doors for everybody else.
Yeah, who do you think it opens it up for most, E? Okay, he's gone. Because that's what I'm curious to see. Who's going to benefit the most of him just being on the field?
It's a good question. I think he has to prove something before he really impacts the game. I don't think anybody's going to treat him specially in terms of coverage unless he does something first.
Well, how about you send him deep right away and see what the defense reacts, how they react. If they don't bring a safety over, is he getting past the guy? If he is, then you throw it to him. If you send him deep and the safety comes over, guess what? You got somebody open. I'm excited about what he can do because I think he has the potential and the ability to make everybody else better. And it's another weapon with speed like Jahmyr Gibbs that we're excited about.
As far as if Patrick Mahomes scores, everybody gets paid. I didn't see the numbers this week, but don't people also bet on the Jets?
I don't. It's 6.5.
No one bet on the Jets,
Nobody
dude.
was betting on the Jets.
It was 8.5. Some
I think it
places,
ended up being 8.5. But yeah, nobody was betting on the Jets.
There's
And Zach Wilson?
There's a Twitter account out there. I mean, if nobody bet on the Jets, the number would have been higher than 8.5.
Yeah, I think 18% of the bets were on the Jets.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Are you're being serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Of
yeah, I
course,
guess
you're going to
the
have somebody bet on them, but I mean, literally,
I did not bet on the Jets.
Well, that's become clear in the last 4 minutes.
I mean, come on. He had it. I'm like, the longer that drive was taking, I'm like, they're just gonna do it, aren't they? They're gonna wind this thing down. And he's gonna run out of bounds or he's gonna stop short. I'm gonna get so pissed off, and I'm looking at the clock, and then it gets to 2-minute warning, and I'm like, they just wasted all the timeouts. It's done. He gets a first down. He's not gonna go into the end zone. He's not gonna pull. Was it Todd Gurley that did that against the Lions?
So he made the winning play.
Yeah. I mean, they were up by 3. Well, but they were up, but I mean, honestly,
Oh, not Doug, not the winning play.
Yeah.
the play that ended the game.
They're up by 3, and he had a chance to go in the end zone and make it a 10-point game.
The win probability was 99% if he scored and 100% if he went down, and he took the 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. 97.1 the ticket.
Damn it.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who her the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
Judge Jetson. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, all the start times for October 14th are out. Noon starts in the Big Ten include Indiana and Michigan.
Look at that. God's just smiling on you. Where were you last week?
I favor the noon start. Hopefully Michigan will be a noon start. Spartans at Rutgers, nooner, Big Ten Network.
Take your medicine early.
Ohio State at Purdue, nooner, Peacock.
That's a nooner. Okay.
Illinois at Maryland, 3:30, NBC.
Penn State and hosting UMass is at 3:30.
3:30, B1G Network.
All right, so that leaves us on paper.
Hold on, one more.
Just looking at records, yeah.
Iowa at Wisconsin, 4:00, Fox Sports.
That's what I was going to say. So that's the 4 o'clock game.
Yep.
So nothing at night.
No night game that week now.
No.
I'm hearing that Michigan State is possibility will not be a night game. Oh boy. Which that was so I got to go back and look at the original Brett McMurphy tweet because Brett McMurphy's the one that set all the start times and what he'd been told by the Action Network, and he's been wrong on the 3 weeks that have come out. He's been wrong on 2 of them, and he's the one that. So on October 14th, he had Iowa at Wisconsin as a 3:30. It is a 4. Does that count as wrong?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and count.
I guess it just changes the network. If it's 3:30, it's what, ESPN or ABC or something like that.
He had
so it's 4 o'clock.
He is
it's
wrong.
Fox.
He had it 3:30 on NBC. It's 4 o'clock on Fox.
Fox, yeah. So it just changes the network and makes it 4 o'clock.
So, and the reason I want that tweet, I don't want Michigan State to be a night game for a variety of reasons, but that, so I want his tweet to be less credible each week because he's the one that projected it as a night game for what it's worth.
But you already know the time,
Yeah, I mean, we have it.
Yeah. You know the time, Doug.
I do not know the time.
Well, you do.
Yeah,
I mean,
you do.
We have it on our profile page. It is pinned, and it says clearly 2023 is a noon start.
It's a nooner.
2024 is a noon start.
It's all done
2025
sarcastically
is a 3:30 kick. 2026 is a night game at 7:30. In 2027, it's a nooner. 2028, it's a 4 o'clock game. That's a Fox game. 2029 is a noon start. 2030, it's a 7:47 start. They're doing a special ceremony before the game.
Yeah, that's on X as well, I think. You put that out there.
Yeah. In 2031, it's a 3:30 kick. And 2032, it's a 10 o'clock in the morning kick because they're playing in London. So
the year after that, I've just learned that they're playing in a Kroger parking lot. That's the.
Now you're making stuff up.
Yeah.
Now you're making stuff up.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We've got a Nick. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Doug Gator,
What's up?
Okay, my chump is going to be Major League Baseball and the Detroit Tigers box office. I went to the game yesterday. It was a great game. Enjoyed the experience. But for not being able to get that physical paper ticket in my hand because they denied thousands of people the right for something they already purchased to be able to get that physical paper ticket to commemorate that day. I have nothing but the memories to commemorate that day. So I don't know who's more to blame, Major League Baseball or the Tigers box office, but they should have printed out the paper tickets that we deserve for that game.
Well, it's not a right, but I don't. And they don't do paper tickets anymore, right?
It sure is a right because I paid money for it.
It's not a right.
You pay money for
pay money
entrance
to
into the
sit- yeah, to
stadium.
get in
But
the stadium.
Nick, I kind of hear where you're coming from. It would have been nice, although I feel like the Tigers organization hit a lot of right notes with the way that they handled this thing.
Now, I believe that those tickets are going to end up in their authentics department, and they're going to be selling them for big money. That's my opinion and my guess. My champ on the other side goes to A.J. Hinch, Scott Harris, and you might have to give a little bit of that credit to Al Avila for building a team that looks like their future is going to be very, very bright. And if it is, well, then they're probably not going to be able to pay them all. But it looks like that they have a lot of homegrown talent, especially in center field with
Well, Meadows looks awfully.
Meadows.
He looks awfully good defensively. Hopefully, his bat can be good enough to keep him at the major league level. Obviously, Riley Green is a nice pick. Torkelson, his second year, hits 31 home runs. We like that. They hit on their early picks. It looks like. Let's hope they hit on their early picks. Still out on Mize. It's still out a little bit on Matt Manning. I like what I see out of Manning, but he gets hurt all the time. They missed on Faedo, I think. We'll find out. But Skubal is a pick, a later pick, that ended up being, looks like it's really, really good. And then Avila deserves some credit, but unfortunately he's got so many misses and so many mistakes with free agent signings and the trades that didn't pan out that it, gets lost in the shuffle there. But he'll get credit for some of those picks.
And let's not forget Carpenter, I believe, was picked
Kerry
in
Carpenter's
the
another one.
19th round.
Yeah, it's another good one.
It's a promise. And, the big thing is some of their draftees have to hit. Green and Torque have to get better.
Got to stay healthy.
Probably two guys, position players, need to pan out and start to perhaps show some dividends next year. And they're going to need to get in the free agent market for a pitcher or two. They're losing Erod.
I'll tell you what'll really help me feel better about, not that I need to feel better about what Al Avila did, but I think that I want him to get some credit for some guys that he drafted or some guys he signed, is if some of these international signings that he made years ago, that they start to pan out. Because he's signing guys when they're 16 years old, and they're getting through the minors now, or they're going to be anything. And they've got a couple guys at it's the single A level that are players like that. And maybe, just maybe, one of those guys they can hit on, or a couple of those guys they can hit on, and it looks better. There was a tweet that I think it was Will Birchfield had it out there about what they said. It says Scott Harris said this: the Tigers are building a new development academy in the Dominican Republic that will, quote, make us a lot more competitive internationally. Also, upgrading their Lakeland facility, investing heavily in technological improvements up and down the organization, and about to debut new team plane. Not that the team plane has a whole lot of effect, but these are some other things they're doing in the organization that make them more competitive and good, need to, because the international market, it's been nothing for the Tigers.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We're getting into some college football, Michigan and Michigan State. Next hour, we'll do another Would You Buy? If you win the Powerball tonight is the drawing. It's over $1 billion. Man. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you just see how good Zach Wilson looked last night?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. There's still hope. Buy stock, Gator. Buy stock in Zach Wilson.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how much you watch. I imagine King probably watched the whole game.
I watched a lot.
He looked good. He looked like a competent quarterback last night. I don't know if he could string it together.
No, you got to give him credit.
He made
played
some
well
real
last
plays,
night.
yeah.
Last night he played very well, and he played. I mean, I guess that's the reason why they took him second overall, right? Because they thought this could be that could be every Sunday or whenever they play every week, and he clearly has an NFL arm, and he's mobile.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is decision making, accuracy, some things like that, and leadership. To be quite honest with you, last night he stepped up. He said, even though it's not his fault they lost, he said they lost because of him, and he said the defense did enough. Kind of like the opposite stuff he said throughout his career.
Well, I wonder how much the influence of Aaron Rodgers has on that, because he was in the building yesterday. He was there walking on the field in the pregame, literally walking with crutches, but was putting weight on the foot, which is crazy to think that less than 3 weeks from surgery he's walking. But that should have some sort of influence. The scary part is that if Aaron Rodgers is in fact walking right now with the aid of crutches, and he's going to get his stitches out real soon, is he really coming back before the season ends?
Do you believe those reports, guys, that he wants? Well, he's saying hey,
I know he wants to.
I want to come back this year.
But I saw something on Twitter earlier today saying typically you don't walk after the Achilles surgery for 12 weeks, and this is less than 3. And look how he's maneuvering out onto the field. I mean, it's remarkable if he's able to come back this quickly. It's not he's come back on Sunday, but if he's able to come back at all this season, I think we're all surprised.
Will the spot still be there for him? 248-539-9797. You know what it might be, and I seriously say this all the time just because I think about the arc of my life. Zach Wilson might have just grown up a little bit.
Yeah.
And understood that, he's part of a team. It's not all about him. And even if he still believes what he believed, part of growing up is knowing what you say indoor voice versus outdoor voice, as to not sabotage your own chance of success in your own locker room, right?
So I retweeted this from Ben Fox, who says, per OptaStats, Zach Wilson is the only opposing quarterback to have more completions, passing yards, touchdown passes, and fewer interceptions than Patrick Mahomes in any of the 127 games that Mahomes has started in college or the NFL. So he was better than Mahomes last night in all those categories. He's the only one to do that when they meet up head-to-head, and they still lost.
I mean, I guess my number one takeaway of that is it was a really bad night for Mahomes then, by his standards.
Well, Mahomes did not look good last night. He made some horrible decisions.
Okay.
Until it came time to be Patrick Mahomes and 3rd and 22 and scrambles, take off downfield 25 yards and a first down.
So as we all know, too, the NFL likes marketing the living daylights out of Taylor Swift.
What?
Was she at the game?
Did you see what the NFL's official Twitter page has done?
No.
So the profile pic is the shield. But then, you've got the banner behind it. Go to @NFL on Twitter right now, or X, and take a look at it.
Then don't throw up in your mouth.
God, I can't.
Don't throw up in your mouth.
All right. I had to turn away because I was going to throw up in my mouth.
Right?
The banner is 3 photographs of Taylor Swift.
I mean,
on the NFL's official Twitter page.
Now, also on the NFL's Instagram page, they had in the bio, Kansas City, hey Swifties, Kansas City's 2-0 since the Swifties came on board or something. They've now deleted it because I'm sure they got some backlash. This is walking that tightrope. Like they might have gone too far.
Of it,
but I think they might have gone too far last night. I saw people saying, I'm going to tap out if there's any more Taylor Swift stuff, like actual sports fans.
Yeah, but you're not. We're not going to tap out.
I don't know.
There's no way people are going to stop watching football because of cutaway shots.
How many cutaway shots?
It's not just the cutaway shots. It's the stuff like that's just annoying. Like, and you shake your head. I can't believe this is happening. Like that the custom ordered jersey that says it's an 87 Chiefs jersey that says Swiftie on the back. That's a thing now.
It's
That's like the number
thing.
one custom jersey that you can get in the NFL
So
is Swifty 87.
This has a
Kansas
direct
City.
impact on our show here, though. Gator, do you think that Taylor Swift will be going to the next Chiefs game?
I don't know what her tour schedule is.
I don't
Just
think-
look at the T-shirt you bought. The Arrows T-shirt. It has all the dates on there, Gator.
Nope.
Well, let's take a look at the next Era's tour date. Gator and I are pretending like we don't know off the top of our head. Oh, Bing. Bing sucks.
Oh, boy.
Oh, here
you
we
got
go.
binged.
Here we go.
Tour. Google.
Well, Blake Lively was there last night as well.
Well, it's New
Ryan
York.
Reynolds, Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, not till
It's New York, so that's going to bring up the stars. But when they're back in Kansas City,
they're not. Their next game's at Minnesota.
right? Well, and that's not exactly
So
a mecca for Hollywood.
No, but think about this. She's going to be in Minnesota if she follows them this coming weekend. So am I.
Here we
And
go.
you said Hollywood wasn't going to follow.
Right?
Okay, so let's
Do we
think
know?
about that.
Oh, are you going to contact Kirk Cousins so you can sit the fire pit?
No. I'm going to text Taylor here and see what she's doing. Will she go, because now my thought is she a real football fan? Saturday night, will she be on the campus of the University of Minnesota
Did you?
for the Gophers and the Wolverines?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
And should I keep my eye open Friday night in Minneapolis
Yes, and
for Taylor Swift?
Yeah, do you have a picture of Gator, a current picture? This is our chance, guys.
I could take one.
Here we go. Hold on. Blue Steel. You got that?
All right, got it.
All right.
All set. Got a great. So I should show a picture of Gator
Uh-huh.
if I bump into
went to
Taylor
Angry
Swift.
Gator.
Does it? Oh,
Tough Gator.
tough Gator. That's what it is. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, let me give you another one.
No, that was like, I like it. It's rated R Gator, not PG-13.
Yeah, that is
you know?
definitely more
Yeah.
rated R. Than,
So I got this picture of Gator. So if I bump into Taylor Swift when I'm in Minneapolis,
how could she resist?
I'm holding it up to the cameras for Twitch and YouTube. So if you're not on those feeds, I'll keep it up there for another minute or so. Maybe I should make this your new profile picture. But anyway, will Taylor Swift be in Minneapolis when I'm there with Jansen Friday night?
He's getting a good zoom on it now.
Yeah. I mean, how could she?
Trying to.
How could she say no to that, huh?
Not many can.
Yeah.
I will tell you that.
So maybe we'll see Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
Not on the time.
or not.
You don't think so?
I mean, let's look at the schedule. So they're at Minnesota, then they're home against Denver, home against the Chargers, at Denver, and then home against Miami. And they're home games. She's probably going to show up at a home game or two if they're still going out, if they are actually going out.
Yep.
That's the other thing is people don't even think they're going out.
Yep. Yeah. Do you think? I think they're going out.
I don't care.
I think they're going
I
out.
really couldn't care less.
I can't wait to see the numbers for this Sunday night. game.
They're going to be monstrous.
I mean,
first of all, it was a great game. That's why.
I get that some people are going to say hate on the Taylor Swift and all that, right? But if NBC's numbers aren't syncing with men, like if they held the football audience and added a large percentage of a demographic that they have never tapped into, don't think for 1 second that this is going to stop. And you go, oh, it makes me sick, blah, blah, blah. Think about what you do for a living. And if the customer is giving you feedback, this is what I want out of you, and you say, I don't want to sell it to you.
Well, you can sell it while you can because these things can be fleeting. But
Yes, they can.
I'm curious the number that this game from last night will put up versus the Lions Kansas City game to start the season. Because that's the biggest game watched so far this year, right?
It was pre-Taylor Swift.
I have a feeling that this one from last night's going to be a bigger number.
Could be.
For a couple reasons. One, Taylor Swift does have an effect.
Mm-hmm.
B, it was a great game. It really was. I mean, back and forth, and then you had to see a comeback from the Chiefs. You had the Jets had a chance, and then unfortunately it was a fumble, and then the Chiefs were driving for the last 6 minutes of the game. It was compelling television.
You want to have the highest rated football game of all time? Have the Chiefs travel to Boulder and take on Dion in Colorado.
Well, they'll be in Denver on Sunday, October 29th.
That would be the big noon kickoff. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Tim. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I turned the game off last night because of the Taylor Swift, Kelsey stuff. It was easier because it was a Jets game, and I get it. It was a good game, whatever. I was a Chiefs, kind of somewhat, distant fan. Definitely Lions fan, but I like the Chiefs until all this. And I know they might be getting Taylor Swift audience members, but I would say that the largest demographic of their audience could not care less about Taylor Swift.
Here's the thing. Though I would bet you're a pretty big football fan, right?
Absolutely. 35 plus years.
Do you care at all about the cutaway shots of the fans?
No, it doesn't. It just bothers me that they're jamming it down your throat.
I get it, but they have taken something that I would guess that the bulk of football fans don't care about, which is the cutaway shot, and turned that into something that's drawing people in. Now, when it starts to get in the way of the football, if they have a camera just trained on her and see, we're just going to, we're not even going to show you this play.
Taylor Swift vision?
Then they've gone too far.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to some college football stuff next hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
So Michigan beats Nebraska 45-7.
It's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple
drops
whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making.
Was that the final?
Yeah.
That would,
Yep. At Iowa. I guess which you want to start with, Michigan or Michigan State?
Let's start with Michigan.
All right. So last week, Trevor Keegan said something I thought that was intriguing, and I'm like, okay, let's take a look at this. And he said, in the last 2 years, it took about 5 or 6 games for the offensive line to really gel. And this year, they've been trying to figure some stuff out. I guess they've had some guys working through some things, but they had some veteran transfers in that were bouncing around, whether it be Miles Hinton at right tackle or Ladarius Henderson at left tackle. But Henderson got the call. I don't know if it's performance-based solely or if Hinton's working through something, as they like to say, banged up, as they like to say. But
Jansen seemed to indicate that he was working through, so he was banged up.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that was it, but I'm guessing. Anyway, long story short is, in the 5th or 6th game, and those two offensive lines both won the Joe Moore Award. And so I'm like, okay, let's see what happens here in Game 5. Sharon Moore, the offensive line
the
coach.
top offensive line in college football.
Yes, sorry. That's who gets the Joe Moore Award. Sharon Moore said his quote was, "The glue is starting to stick." And Jim Harbaugh on the pregame show, when we taped it, said, there's a point through a season where the light really goes on. And he said it was about this time last year, Colston Loveland, the light went on. A couple of years ago, it was later in the year for Donovan Edwards for the light to go on. Grant Mason last year. So you're talking about a number of players that have, the lights, they're at the point where they expect the light to go on. And it was their best performance of the year by far. It just was. And they ran the ball well. They played defense. They threw it well. Special teams were, with the exception of the one mistake. And they, again, the defense playing without Mason Graham. You had Kenneth Grant step up again. I thought Cam Good played very well in the middle of that defensive line. I thought, Chris Jenkins collapsed the interior of the line. Rashawn Benny, when they stopped that 4th and 1. There's a bunch of examples of them. So in all facets of the game, they played well. And, the biggest mistake they made was on a very windy day, that punt that Tyler Morris went through his hands, bounced straight up in the air right back to him, and he took it for 30 yards. And they got a lucky break, a fortunate break there, but they didn't commit any penalties. Now, part of this, again, Nebraska is not the Nebraska of old, for sure, but they had statistically the best rush defense in the country coming into that game, and Michigan was able to run it.
Yeah, and Nebraska hadn't played anybody to this point, certainly not to the caliber of Michigan, and Michigan ran it 5 yards carry, 250 yards in the game, basically. It was a complete game. J.J. McCarthy was accurate, made the plays he needed to. They were able to run the football at will. Like you said, penalty free. All that's good. The defense was there, except for a 74-yard touchdown run. It was
on a kid's first carry of the year.
Yeah. So, I guess just looking at a box score, there were a couple of bigger plays. They had a 56-yard pass play. They had a 34-yard gain on a pass play, and then they had a 74-yard touchdown run. But that's it. They had like 3 plays, and one of them hurt them. It didn't even hurt them because they were up by 45 points at the time. So it's just a dominant performance, and it shows you that Michigan's not going to get tested until likely Penn State. I know the Michigan State game is always, you don't really know because of the rivalry, and it's so intense. You don't know who's going to be there for Michigan State, who's going to be healthy, if they're not going to be healthy, if they're going to be healthier, I should say. But I'm not expecting too much in that game of a fight from Michigan State in terms of the scoreboard. I think it might be a little bit battle tested on the field a little bit, but in the end, Michigan's superior in talent and they're a better team. So you're looking ahead to the Penn State matchup. That's a huge matchup.
Yep.
At Penn State.
Yep.
They haven't announced the time for that one yet, right?
No, it's a noon.
It's a nooner. Okay.
Yep, that's been announced.
Okay.
That's
a big noon. That's a big noon kickoff because it should be quite the match.
Michigan's last 3 games, I can already hear when they get there, them talking about they're in the playoff because it's at Penn State, at Maryland, and Maryland might be the fourth best team in the Big Ten. And, I mean, they might be better than that, but right now I think most people would think of them as the fourth best team in the Big Ten and hosting Ohio State. So once they get through this next stretch of 4 games, if they can do what they're supposed to do and stay undefeated, it's obviously backloaded, and those will be 3 games in 3 weeks to win the Big Ten and to try and secure a spot in the playoff. And then obviously a Big Ten title game of whoever comes out of the West.
Well, we got the big matchups on October 21st. That's Michigan State, and that's Ohio State and Penn State. Massive matchup for the Ohio State-Penn State game. Ohio State's got this. They're coming off this high of beating Notre Dame in the last second. They're trying to grow with a younger quarterback. And Penn State, they're an interesting team watching them. I mean, they struggled a little bit early with Northwestern and then just put the hammer to them. And I think outscored them 31-0 in the second half. So is Penn State going through a little bit of what Michigan's gone through? Just get through the schedule, drudge through it, and now they got a big game. They got UMass this week. I can't imagine UMass is going to be very taxing for Penn State. It's kind of weird at this point in the season to have a non-conference game against a crap opponent like that. But it just sets up for a big showdown weekend on the 21st.
Do you think, and I have a growing respect for Maryland, do you think Maryland gives Ohio State problems this Saturday?
Not really.
I didn't think you would.
Well, I'll say this. I think that they can put some points on the board, but I was so impressed with what Ohio State did to kind of shut down what Notre Dame can do, that's an improving team.
I think so too.
And I don't think that Maryland is anything special defensively. They're not. They've got a good quarterback, but he's not great. He's good. And does Ohio State have enough defensively to stand up to that? And, can they just march right down the field offensively and light up the scoreboard? That remains to be seen. But I'm not sold on Maryland being a better than good team. I think they're, a typical 8-win team, maybe, which for Maryland is really good.
Maryland's total defense is in the top half of the Big Ten. Their scoring defense is top 5 in the Big Ten. So, I mean, they clearly are going to get tested. They're clearly going to get tested. And Tagovailoa will have to play out of his mind. But, in Ohio State, all the jokes aside about the coach and his postgame, I do think that the quarterback in particular, and Ohio State as a team, you got to show toughness to go on the road and do that in the most hostile environment on the big stage in college football. The short yardage stuff still, I think, is fair to question, but I will tell you that quarterback made some throws that needed to be made. So that's going to be, I think it's an intriguing matchup if nothing else.
Well, but Maryland, the problem with Maryland is, who have they played? Towson, Charlotte, Virginia, Michigan State, and Indiana.
Yep.
There's not a good team among the group there. And they've handled them all with relative ease. So that's why I'm apprehensive at best with Maryland. I think Maryland seems like one of these teams that's always good until they have to play somebody that's good.
Yeah, and they've got, look, being in the Big Ten East, they got the big 3. They've got at Ohio State, and they got Penn State and Michigan both coming in. I've said all along I think Maryland's going to beat somebody this year that turns heads. And, those are their 3 opportunities. No other win would turn anybody's head on their schedule. So could be wrong on this. I think it might have been one of my bold-ass predictions. So we'll find out. Spartans, meantime, I mean, hell of an effort when you hear the news that the NIL deal gets pulled the night before the game, coach firing goes official. Those kids in that locker room are dealing with a lot, and they went out there and they battled. The kids are putting on the field are still battling. But in the end, probably too many turnovers. Assuming a mistake. Assuming a mistake on the direction of the punt. They gave up the punt return to a dangerous punt returner.
Well, you don't want to kick a line drive kick to the best punt returner in the Big Ten. So probably don't want to do that. Way too many mistakes for Michigan State against Iowa. I think Michigan State, if you watch the game, they were clearly the better team on that day. They were better. But all the mistakes cumulatively killed them. You can't have 3 interceptions. You can't throw one in the end zone. That's just you're shooting yourselves in the foot when you're in the red zone. Got to walk away with points. You can't just take that away and give it to the other team. You had, I don't know how many dumb penalties. You had the pre-snap penalties, and then you had post-whistle penalties. Both of those are just, it's between the ears. You can't have that. The multiple false starts and then the roughing penalties. It's just
the 4th and 1 in their own territory too.
It's just so, and then Harlan Barnett, he's the head coach of this team right now, makes a decision to go for it on 4th and 1 from your own 30-yard line. God, that's a horrible decision. And not just because, they didn't get it. It's because it's a horrible decision to go for it on your own 30-yard line. You don't do it. You kick it, you pin it back deep. Your defense was actually playing very well. You knocked out, they didn't knock out Cade Cunningham. His leg gave way because he's got a bad.
Cade McNamara.
Yeah, sorry. Cade McNamara has got this
They
bad.
certainly did not knock out Cade Cunningham.
Hopefully not. But McNamara's got a bad quad to begin with, and they're right in, he's the shadow of his own goalpost and pulls up lame and goes down to the ground. And I'm sure we're all thinking, great, here comes the backup quarterback, Deacon Hill, who is throwing the ball 100 miles an hour at all his targets. And his receivers are dropping passes, but good luck catching that fastball. But they did a good job defensively. My God, Iowa couldn't run at all. They had 2.3 yards a carry rushing the football. The quarterbacks combined were 14 of 32 in the air.
They had 6 drop passes.
And how about 2 extra drop passes? One, Malik Spencer should have had a pick, dropped it. And that one could have gone a long way the opposite way. And a Cal Halliday dropped an interception, was right in his chest. He tried catching with his chest instead of catching the ball. They missed every opportunity they had. I mean, you had a 58-yard field goal from Jonathan Kim, and he missed a 50-yarder that went doink off the upright. But, I mean, I can't fault it. It goes 1 for 2 from beyond 50. I'm okay with it. But they had so many chances to win this game and just show that you are, this is confirmation. You're the better team. But pull that gun out and shoot yourself in the foot.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, last hour to get your votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, snap into the action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. It's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app, so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Renee. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Renee.
Hi, how are you? Happy Monday.
You too, Renee.
Yeah. I'm calling in to weigh in on the Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I love football. I love the NFL. However, my husband is super annoyed. He finds this to be way overdone. I think the two worlds merging is fun, but I can also see the NFL putting stuff out there. Like, just let the media, like, they're going to make it worse for them, I think. If they actually are dating, I think they're going to ruin it for them because they're going to make everyone hate them because they're overdoing it. So I'm personally here for it, but I can see where everyone else is going to get really upset really fast.
What does your husband say? Like, is there something in particular that bothers him, or he just doesn't want to see it or hear about it?
I went to the concert in June. So when we bought the tickets in November, my daughter and I have been playing Taylor Swift music for the entire time, and we're still playing it now. And there's an eye roll from him and my son every single time a new song comes on. And then this happened, and I think it just really just nailed the comment.
Yeah.
He is so over Taylor Swift.
Are you poking the dragon a little bit too?
Well, I like to ask him questions anyways during football, so I'm always poking the dragon. But now I'm like, oh, what do you think? Like, do you think she'll do this? Do you think she's going to go? Do you think they drove away in the getaway car? And then he made that reference on his show. And I can feel the eye roll and the annoyance every single time it comes on the TV, every single time I bring it up. My son is annoyed. He's 13. Like, there is just the threshold for, I mean, again, I love football, but the threshold for people who do not like Taylor Swift, I don't think this, as much as the NFL is diving into it as well.
Renee, will you buy, I think maybe you should try this out. Maybe you should buy, you and your daughter, matching Swiftie 87 Chiefs jerseys.
So I probably wouldn't buy that because it's probably ridiculously expensive. However, there is a shirt that says Karma is my tight end, and I almost sent it to him to say, could you get me this for Christmas?
Well, I'm glad you're having fun
I went to
with
the
it.
Lions game last Sunday, and when I heard that Taylor Swift was going to be at the next game, I barreled home through that door, and I'm like, did he get a touchdown yet? And he was like, go away. I'm not doing this. And the rest of the game, I was like, look at, there she is. But I would have been good with just that game doing it. If she continues to go, I mean, it's a little soon, don't you think, to travel to Minnesota? Like, I don't know.
I don't know. Well, we don't know how long. Thank you, Renee, for the phone call. We don't know how long they've been dating, nor do I particularly care how long they've been dating. I do think introducing football to a new audience is good for the sport. I think it could be good for our relationships if you can tolerate it, but that means you get to spend more time with the people you love that are watching for reasons other than. I wonder how many Swifties, though, will actually go, football ain't bad. Will so much as one person say, I never watched football and I only watch for Taylor Swift, but I kind of like football now. Well, that happens.
Of course, you're going to have people get converted because they watch it. And I don't know if it's going to be a high percentage, but you'll get people that never watch it that are watching it now. Someone can be converted. Yeah.
So they'll start watching games that don't have, Taylor Swift there?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
There are plenty. I mean, obviously, there are plenty of women that love football.
Yes.
We know this.
Renee being one.
So this is just going to get more people that haven't really given it a chance. They will.
Well, we'll see.
I think the NFL is the fact that they already deleted something in their Instagram bio or whatever. I think they're getting pretty close to annoying a lot of people.
They know
it. Yeah,
they are very close to the point of saturation.
Yes,
they don't want to upset their main fan base.
Yes,
just to appease, maybe a fleeting fan base.
This is a league that is clearly set the goal at world domination. They're taking games all over the world.
Yeah.
And they're looking at places in Asia and South America to take the NFL. I don't know that they're backing off on the pushing of the Taylor Swift.
Well, it sounds like they are, and if Kang's right here, and I don't reason to think he's not. If they're starting to remove some of that Swiftie stuff from their from their web
Well,
pages.
hold on. What did they just
Well,
change?
it was like, the Chiefs are 2-0 with Swifties or something
Okay,
like that.
how
But they
often-
still have the banner of Taylor Swift's
the
pictures.
banner of Taylor Swift's pictures on the NFL's Twitter page, and it was in the bio. How often did they change their bio? Are they constantly changing their bio?
I don't know.
And how often are they changing the banner? I imagine that's going to change quickly.
What it says right now, I don't even know what the hell it means. It might be a Taylor Swift lyric
It
for
is.
all I know.
It is.
Okay, so they changed it from one Taylor Swift thing to another Taylor Swift thing. They're not backing off.
Well, I think that was Instagram they had switched. I think.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. The Twitter, I guess they're all or X, whatever.
Yep.
It's a lot, man.
It just means there's going to be a whole new, brand new, bigger audience that watch the Lions in the Super Bowl.
I have nothing against Taylor Swift. Like nothing. I think she's talented, whatever. She's obviously a megastar, but I'm annoyed as hell. Like
Are
I
you?
can't. Yeah. I just
Don't need to see it.
Don't let yourself get annoyed by it.
You want to do a cutaway once? I'm okay
If
with
you
it.
think
Just
about-
like they would, like if you happen to.
Somebody did the tail of the tape. They had 17 cutaways last night.
17?
I think
That's a
that's
bit
what it
much.
was. Okay, but if they had a cutaway of, I mean, if you didn't care what the cutaways were before, why suddenly?
I think people
Because they
did
keep
when,
doing
yes,
it.
Yeah,
That's the problem. They keep, don't. I get annoyed watching games if they keep showing the same person in the stands and it's not famous.
Yeah, I guess I'm.
Like, do I need to see Fireman Ed or whoever it was last night for the Jets? Look at he's getting all fired up. Whatever the hell his name was. I don't know. Do I want to see the lead guy in the dog pound in Cleveland all the time? No, I don't need to see that. But I'm only seeing them a couple times. You're going to cut away 17 times?
Yeah, my
to show me Taylor Swift chest bumping with Kelsey's mom? And now they're talking about, Kelsey's mom's living her best life.
Well, did
And
you see the
I
cutaway?
don't care about
Did you
that.
see the cutaway of her at the Eagles game?
Yes.
And you saw who she was
yeah,
sitting with?
with what's his face from Jake from State Farm.
She was sitting with Jake from State Farm, dressed as Jake from State Farm. And I'm
Yeah.
like, is this product placement in the cutaway shot now?
Yes.
It's
This is why people are very skeptical this is even a relationship.
Well,
Like it's a business relationship is what it is.
I kind of understand the skepticism. I don't think they would agree to go that far. But then again, Hollywood, people agree to do crazy things. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, got another edition of Would You Buy with the Powerball at over $1 billion. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Barnes
jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Got more from Dan Campbell on Jamison Williams. We'll get to that coming up at 1:36. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket on this Monday. Gator, so the Powerball's over $1 billion. You and Kang are purchasing tickets for this thing tonight. We like to ask you, if you win, would you buy? Okay.
All right.
Earlier, you both passed on the Virgin Galactic trip to outer space.
That's a no-go.
And Kang, a hard no on buying or starting a restaurant, not a bar, but a restaurant. You were a little more open to it, but we're shading towards no.
Pantalones.
He wants to get a Mexican/pizza or Italian fusion place and name it Pants.
No, Pantalones.
Which means translation to?
Pants, but it's up there in lights. Pantalones.
Yeah, I still think you should put the required part, very small print, in parentheses.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, next up. Gator, would you get a beach home? Not a lake, but something on the ocean. And if so, where?
Yep, San Diego, Del Mar area, and by the Torrey Pines, and yeah, absolutely. There's some property there I've looked at.
I asked this question knowing that Gator had already pinpointed some property out there that you are planning on splitting into 4 separate properties.
Well, there is a couple properties for sale. It's funny how much the property has gone up over the last 5 years. When I first noticed it, it had gone from being, I think, a $25 million property that was on 2 different lots that were totaled 5 acres of land over there, but right on a cliff. It's beautiful. Now it's one of the lots is listed $75 million, the other one's $50 million. But yeah, there we go.
Okay. Kang, would you buy property on a ocean front?
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking maybe more international, Bali, the Caribbean, Hawaii.
International. But my first thought was you'd be all about Hawaii.
No, definitely. San Diego's a great choice too, though. Yeah, me and you, we love the summer. We love the water.
Yeah.
We got to have something out there, and you can always. I mean, not that you need income when you're, if you win the Powerball, but you can always Airbnb that, rent it out. It's rental property too, as well, I think. Or for celebs, maybe. I mean, depending on how.
That's right.
Right.
When
maybe Taylor Swift needs a place
to get away. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Taylor and Travis need a place to get away.
Yeah. Travis isn't going to be around that long.
Yeah, I don't think so.
All right, next up. Would you buy a car that you saw in a movie or a car like one you saw in a movie?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
You made a time machine out of a DeLorean?
I'm not going to get DeLorean. I'm going to get a decent car, not a DeLorean. Yes, shots fired at the stainless steel DeLorean.
Fast and Furious style?
There are, some of those Fast and Furious cars are great that I've seen over the years that they get totaled. There's been some old Corvettes in there. But the one one thing I want is a full-size convertible. I've always talked about, I wish they made a full-size convertible. Like when they went retro and brought back the Charger and the Challenger that Dodge made, and they went with a retro style, and they're amazing. They look fantastic. But they didn't make either one of them in convertible. Pissed me off. I saw one recently, and I had to do a double take. I'm like, somebody did a conversion to make one of them convertible. So anyway, I like the big convertible. Told you guys I'd watched the movie, I couldn't stand it, and then I watched it, Entourage. So they had one of the cars, not the Lincoln Continental, the 60s Continental, whatever, with the suicide doors, not that one. But there was a Cadillac convertible, full size, that also had suicide doors in that movie. I would love to have that because that's an updated car. So it means it's got all the upgrades, bring up modern technology and all that, and a big-ass convertible. Yeah, that would be the one probably off the top of my head.
I thought you were going to go with like a NASCAR with a cougar on the hood that says me.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You should rethink it, Gator.
I should rethink it.
In honor of Ricky Bobby. All right. What do you got?
You know, probably not. I enjoy a nice car, but I'm not like as a big of a car guy as Gator, who's you got your eyes set on a bunch of cars. You love watching the auctions.
I love watching the auctions.
Yeah, with the cars. Yeah, because I don't have a particular one in mind from a movie at all.
Okay.
I mean, it'd probably be kind of wasted on me in a sense, you know. I mean, like I said, I like a nice car, but to be able to enjoy it like one of these gearheads wouldn't be me.
Fair enough. Well, good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
I'm rooting for you both.
May the odds be with us.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's over $1 billion, so make sure you focus in.
It's $1 billion with a B.
Okay, so I said we'd have more from Dan Campbell regarding Jameson Williams. This is from the Freep Story, Dave Burkett. I'm going to read this verbatim. Campbell said his only goals for Williams this fall are to be reliable, dependable player when it comes to executing his job. Quote, get lined up, know where you're supposed to be. We're going to get the depth out of you, and we can count on you to be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. I'm not looking for yards. I'm not looking for explosives, not looking for touchdowns. Man, just be a reliable receiver like any of those guys in that room. That's it. And to me, that's a good year because we're about winning. It's not about one player, and that will help us win. So when I read stuff and I go, okay, that's setting the bar kind of low. But when I also would read into it, we can count on you to be where you're supposed to be. Where you're supposed to be is 5 yards beyond the last defender. Isn't that where Jameson Williams is, quote, supposed to be?
Well, I mean, he's supposed to be where the route is supposed to take him, and I think that's the scary part of it. Is that's just studying, right? Knowing the playbook. That's knowing where you're supposed to be. This defense is in front of you. You're supposed to take it to an out pattern or whatever, or you're supposed to cut in or whatever the playbook tells you to do. You need to know the playbook, and I hope he knows the playbook because you have had nothing to do but study for the playbook. And you're a professional athlete. Your whole life is based on what you're doing, which is to be that athlete. Know the playbook. Work out. This is your job. So, yes, I expect him to know where he's supposed to be.
Here's more from Dan Campbell. If he does play, meaning this Sunday, he can't play 60 plays. That's not smart. So we can't do that to him. So we'll see where it goes. It's all about improvement, no different than the rest of the team. Every week, we just need to get a little bit better. He just needs to get a little bit better, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be out there. I don't expect him to play as much as Amon-Ra St. Brown, but do I expect him to get 20 snaps? I sure hope so.
Yep. So, I mean, look, I set what my expectation is for him. I really want Jameson Williams to develop over the next 4 weeks, to play a bigger role over the next 4 weeks. He's got 1 catch and 1 carry. I want him to have maybe 1 catch this weekend, maybe 2 catches the following weekend, maybe 4 that, and then maybe 5 or 6. I get better. So when we get to the trade deadline, that's the reason it's over the 4 weeks. I want him to show enough potential that they can focus elsewhere at the trade deadline if they decide to make a trade.
Right, so that they're not looking at, hey, is Mike Evans, is his hamstring okay so we can upgrade the receiver room? No.
Because
I agree with you.
As great as it would be to add Mike Evans or Devontae Adams or somebody that might be available to the what would be even better is if they don't have to do that at all and hang on to all their future draft capital.
Exactly.
So this is not, to me, a 60-minute statement game for Jameson Williams. I see it as him having 240 minutes to start to make a statement.
Yeah, and I like where your head's at, looking at cumulatively going towards the trade deadline. But, I mean, for the game on Sunday, I want to see him out there, and I want to see him making a difference, meaning that it's going to take – the defense is going to pay attention to him and allow somebody else to get open. I want to see Jahmyr Gibbs kind of shake loose a little bit because he's been bottled up. Every time he catches the ball, there's guys there because they're game planning against him. because they know he's the guy that's got speed on the team that can kill you. So they're paying attention to that. Well, get Jameson Williams on the field at the same time as Jahmyr Gibbs, and you got to pick your poison of which speed demon you want to stop.
I am really, really already having fun and find this Lions season to be exciting. And this makes it more fun and more exciting. And what's crazy is I'm not even sure he's the player we should be most excited about impacting the game this Sunday. That player might be Emmanuel Mosley, who's already figured out how to be a decent starter in this league, and he is trending towards returning at the corner spot. That guy might make a more immediate impact.
Kirby Joseph.
Kirby Joseph could be making his return to the lineup, yeah.
Mosley will probably be on a pitch count as well, though, Doug. You know, if he's maybe he gets more plays than J-Mo does, but he's going to be on a pitch count. Jerry Jacobs, expect him to probably start. But either way, these are two guys that can help this team take them to the next level, right? Because we talk about the elites in the NFC, Eagles and Niners. No shame in that. And then who's the next one? Who can get in that top four? Is it Cowboys, Lions, Seahawks?
Well, and getting Mosley back, does that mean that you can maybe take it easier with Brian Branch as he's coming back from whatever injuries that he suffered against the Packers?
I would imagine somebody that might be pushed out of the corner spot could be repping at Brian Branch's position. Would make sense, right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, last chance to get your Champ and Chump nominations on a Monday. So get them over right now via ticket, text, phone calls, however you so choose. We'll get back to your open line calls next here on 97.1. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water in our household, so we called CGC Water, and they installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now, we are enjoying as much hot water as we need. On top of that, down our storage room with the tank on, it created a bunch of floor space. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption. Enjoy on-demand hot water whenever you need it. Call CGC Water and tell them Carr sent you, and they'll offer you a 10% discount on the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
It possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I
but
think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to phone calls. As next up is Bob here on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys. I have a different take on this new, fan base with Taylor Swift in the NFL.
Yeah.
What happens when her relationships end? She writes a crappy song about the end of the relationship, and the guy looks like a tool.
Well, so it won't be anything different for Travis Kelce.
It's a risky proposition if you're dating Taylor Swift.
Well, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the new fan base is just going to go away and probably never come back, and you're going to get the Neanderthal football player. Next thing you know, she's going to Ronaldo. I mean, it's all just that commercial yesterday said it all. Who knows if they're even dating? She has her concert at the movie theaters now. I go, are they really even dating? I mean, it just seemed like such a ploy.
There are some people that doubt it, yes.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, write that song, Kelsey's going to look like a tool, and
he already looks like a
more
tool.
than what he is now.
Right. I mean, it was even prior to dating her. I mean, it's a big nothing enchilada as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah, I know, but it's just going to get done real quick, and all the young kids are going to go away. And like I said, she'll go some other sport.
Quite possibly. But Gator, did you almost say nobody cares?
I almost said it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
But I know that's not the case. No, because I know there's millions and millions and millions and millions of Swifties out there.
Yep.
But I think the caller's right to a point. When they break up, if it's even a relationship, but if they get out of the relationship, if they end the relationship, it's not going to have much of an effect. So, okay, the impact is what? You lose the Swiftie audience? Oh, well. So
then they go back to just having a great audience.
Exactly.
And like you said earlier, even if they gain a small fraction, they've gained, right? Of the Swifties or whatever.
I will say it is a little shocking to see 3 pictures of Taylor Swift on the banner of the NFL's Twitter page.
Well, we'll see how long that lasts. But yes, it is a little much, I think, to do that.
Is
this a daily? Do they change on the daily? I don't know.
I don't either, and I kind of hope that they do.
I mean, they're going to show the Seattle fish market on there for tonight at some point to switch it over because Seattle's playing.
Mm-hmm. They might. And you know what else is crazy? Like, I just had the thought about, I understand that we have people out there that are irritated by this. It doesn't really bother me all that much. However, if the Lions were playing Kansas City next week instead of playing them in the opener, and it was our team that was going up against, that would really feel like a Detroit versus everybody, because it would feel like Detroit would be taking on the defending Super Bowl champs, one of the most popular players in the league and the quarterback, and Taylor Swift.
Well, fortunately, it didn't happen.
No, but
we didn't have that confluence of events.
If that had happened, it would have had an amazing
in a game played at a neutral site like New York,
a Detroit versus everybody field,
or New Jersey. Yeah, no, that would have, but it did not. And I don't know how long do you give this
relationship?
Yeah, or this coverage of it?
Well, I think the coverage will only get worse.
I don't know if it does. I think it peaks and then it starts to ebb a little bit.
Because Taylor Swift's popularity is ebbed?
No, because I think the NFL could get because it just at any point in time things peak and they're still popular, but you don't have to pay as much attention to it. I think at some point the NFL will say, we don't have to pay as much attention to it. We got out of it what we wanted to get out of it, and let's promote some other things.
I think they will ride this as long as they can. If the numbers, the Sunday Night Football game numbers haven't come out yet, right?
No, they're going to be huge, though.
Because 2 weeks from now, you know who's hoping they're still together? Is Amazon. Actually, a week from Thursday, Kansas City hosts Denver in an Amazon Prime game.
She's not going to go to every game.
But you know what? If this is all about marketing, then Amazon will pay for her to be there to get all these Swifties to subscribe to Amazon to be able to watch the game. My God. This is part relationship, part marketing.
Of course. And the thing is, too, the Chiefs are good.
Right.
So it's not like they have to follow a crappy team around.
Weird. This is just
follow a crap. Why couldn't she date Bryce Young? Right?
You know, I go back to, is it Key or is it Peel? Who wrote the NFL script this year and wrote in Taylor Swift?
Keegan.
Michael Key.
Michael Key. He wrote Taylor Swift into the script. It was a brilliant move.
I thought they were on strike.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
That was a brilliant move.
Southfield's own.
Mm-hmm. That's who we have to blame for this?
Yes.
Hey, look.
A no-hands catch. I'll catch it with my pecs.
Yeah.
My abs.
All right, so, look. It's a week of practice leading up to time off. Dan Campbell said something after their last game, the Thursday night game against Green Bay, and this week will be a real test to it. He said that we have got to get back to work. It only counts as one. Yeah, the win at Green Bay felt great. Yeah, it feels like a changing of the guard in the NFC North, but the coach was emphasizing how important it was not to be doing victory laps because there's a lot of football left to be played. I think this game this week is a real test of his ability to keep this team on task. Because if we learned anything, and we should know this already, but there's always reinforcements of ideas, and that is last night, the Jets, in spite of Taylor Swift, have no business hanging around and making Kansas City work as hard as they had to work to win that game. But that's every game. You can't count on the Dallas-New England result. And so the Lions are taking on one of the remaining winless teams. Go out and take care of business.
Oh, you bring up Dallas. Dallas lost to the Cardinals.
Right.
Philadelphia had a scare against Washington. Had to go to overtime against Washington.
So what do you suspect happened in the wake of Dallas's loss to the Cardinals? Do you think they were back focused last week?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. It's a lot easier to get a team's attention and their focus after an embarrassing loss to Arizona than to get their attention and focus back on track after you just went to Green Bay and slayed the Packers. And so this is we talk about styles of test. Dan Campbell said after the Seattle loss, he wasn't easy to get along with. He wasn't easy on the team. He worked and treated them like dogs. They responded. That's my quote, paraphrasing. But they responded in the game against Green Bay.
He challenged them and said some things they didn't like, and he wasn't a well-liked person, and they responded very well.
Challenge is totally different. Now that everybody's patting them on the back, and they're going to play a game that they should win. What did you say the point spread was?
I think it was 9.5.
9.5? Well, that's an overwhelming NFL point spread. If you're ready, for all the different challenges that come when you have the talent to win,
9 points.
Certainly one of them is dealing with success. So we'll see. Rico's made his way in studio. What's up?
Doug, welcome back from Nebraska.
How
was the heat, man?
It was hot. The heat was hot, Rico.
The heat was hot.
Yep.
AC in the booth, though, right? Or did Jansen have to change out 3 times?
No, we had the
window open?
The AC was on, but the window's open because you want the nat sound, you want that feeling. So we're opening up the window no matter what.
That's dedication.
That's how you do it, man.
Hot and cold. If it was cold later in the year, just dress appropriately.
I'm so impressed.
No, you're not. don't believe you.
If I can go back in time and tell young Doug, like, you're going to impress me one day.
Well, it took all these years.
But you have.
Yes.
Congratulations.
That makes it feel like you're
Slow clap.
easily impressed. But, all right, so what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A couple things. Talking about the Tigers. Also, Dan Campbell coming out and kind of lowering the bar for Jameson.
Yeah.
Just be decent. Paraphrasing. Just be okay.
Well,
don't expect much.
Well, it was funny. Well, he had the
Don't come in hot. Coming in low.
He had the comment that be where you're supposed to be. And I thought, is that a hidden way of saying where he's supposed to be is 5 yards beyond the last defender? Where he's supposed to be is running wide open because people can't cover him. If you interpreted that way, and I wondered about that. Is he lowering the bar?
See, I think it's, to me, I think it's just one of those, dude, we're very successful without you. You could be a great addition to this. Don't screw this up.
Well, the other thing is he's barely played more than a game's worth of snaps all in his NFL career.
Bingo.
So he's essentially a rookie who's been hanging around an NFL team for a year and a half.
And a quarter turn in, are the Lions a top 10, top 8, top 5 team?
Real intriguing debate as to where they belong in the NFL and where they belong in the NFC. Because the NFC seems to have two big boys at the top, Philadelphia and some other team.
I think they could challenge one of the big boys.
One in particular or
One
just?
in particular.
Okay. All right. I look forward to hearing who that is and how they do it, because then there's a second tier with Detroit and Dallas, and I'm not ready to put
one of the big boys is acting like a big boy, and the other one, well, you're 4-0.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
You do have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're also asking the question regarding the entire NFL. And
because the Chiefs aren't the Chiefs.
The AFC,
They sure didn't look like it last night.
The
Although
AFC
Mahomes can still be Mahomes when he needs to be.
I mean, again, it's early, but does the AFC look as strong as we expected it to look?
No.
Think about this. At the beginning of the year, if I said, would you take the Chiefs and Bengals or the field? Well, if you took the field, you're probably looking pretty good in the AFC.
Yeah. Yep. No, it's a good point. Have a great show.
Thanks, man.
Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
I have no idea what that was. I genuinely don't.
Our tribute to Miggy, I guess.
Well, I'll offer you a different one. Welcome in. 80 and sunny in October. Who says it's not a tropical environment here in Detroit? Beautiful. It's gorgeous. And yes, we have football to get to, but I guess we're going to start with Miggy. Because as I listened this morning and I listened to middays, I just can only tell you I can't be anyone else but myself. And I will draw upon my own experiences with my team, just so you don't think I'm being a bad guy about it. But as it pertains to Miguel Cabrera, I guess the question I'd like to ask the people at 248-539-9797 is the following. What the F is wrong with you people? Seriously. We've got hosts on this station going, what moment made you cry yesterday? 248, cry? Tell you what made me cry, watching this corpse the last 7 years. Miguel Cabrera has been nothing short of being an albatross to this franchise for the last 7 seasons. He hasn't even been a league average ball player in 7 years. Bottles of wine, rocking chairs, tributes, highlights. Maron, hit the bricks. Get out. And you'll go, oh, Mike, well, how can you say it? Easy, because I said it about Jeter. Get out. You're no good no more. Bye. You have people falling all over themselves. You have people calling a radio station crying. What did he win? We didn't win a single World Series game. Haven't made the playoffs in a decade. He's been nothing for 7 years. And people are acting like Lou Gehrig is out there. Yes, he's a wonderful hitter. 10 years ago, we didn't win a title. We only got to play for one once. And if you didn't win a game, were you even there? I have never in my life, Rico, watched a guy have a longer, more painful, brutal swan song as Cabrera. And I got to listen to people crying.
Yeah.
I got hosts. I mean, TJ texted me yesterday. TJ hates everyone. And TJ's like, man, tearing up a little bit over here. And I'm like, at what? The Bears blowing a cover? Oh, it's Cabrera's mom is here. I'm like, I don't care. I am thrilled Cabrera's gone. Thrilled because now this team can move forward. What am I missing?
I'm relieved, Mike, because it seems like this has been the last 2 years in the making, that it's been the Miggy Goodbye Tour, the prequel, and then it finally happened yesterday. All season long, Miggy giveaways. You're right. He hasn't. You knew this when he signed that ridiculous contract, that it was going to end this way, but and it wasn't going to be.
Not 7 years, Rico. No one in the history of baseball
thought you would be able to move him.
That's my point, though. The people who are breaking down and crying over what, I don't know. Guy wasn't here in 06. What are we breaking down over again? I don't remember his last big hit because it would have come in 2014. What? You know what I compare this to? Taylor Swift.
Okay.
Kelsey. Okay. It's the same thing. What is this world I live in? I don't understand this. I don't understand any of it. You can respect him. You can say he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. You could say his name will someday be up on that wall. Here's the bottom line. It's like if you've ever had somebody die close to you and it's been a long, drawn-out, horrible death, you mourn their death before they're dead. Mm-hmm. Miggy's been dead for 7 years. Dead. What moment broke you up yesterday? And I'm going, broke me up? The last 7 years has broken me up.
So you mean you didn't tear up when the baseball gods had the ball roll right to him and he ran to first base and tapped it?
I've been so sick of this. It has been the longest drawn-out chemo drip for 7 years.
You got the bell over there, but yeah, that's
it. There you go. Keep the change.
No, that's just it. It's been the farewell tour for the last 2 season.
And it was
he wanted to leave last year, and his agent was like,
go get that money.
Yeah,
And
one more
again,
year.
It was the same thing with Jeter for me. I did not leave with fond memories of Derek Jeter. Now, mind you, Derek Jeter helped them win how many World Series? So my point is, Jeter towards the end was an albatross. His ego, his place in that clubhouse, where they had to hit him in the order, the money they had to pay him, and then this long, drawn-out pageant wave. By the time it was over, I go, oh, thank God he's gone.
But at least you had the memories of the play in Seattle and all types of stuff.
But if I'm unemotional about that, how the hell would I be emotional about this? Get out.
No, because this just kind of felt like every home run he got was a farewell pitch. Like, hey, Miggy, it's me. My last time. I'm just going to put it right down the middle of the plate so you can hit that home run.
In his last 701 games, he has a grand total of 65 home runs. 700 games. What is he, Pee Wee Reese? People, it's no different than whatever the hell's going on with Kelsey and Taylor Swift right now. And I'm just like, who is this for? And why is it happening? No issue. You want to show, hey, McConaughey's in the crowd. Taylor Swift's here.
But her showing up and behind the scenes and going through security and then the cutaways and everything. It's like, okay, enough.
I also have a problem, and this is the old school part of me. I got a problem when you go overboard for a guy that didn't bring you a title. And frankly,
your boy Jeets did.
And again, Yankees went way overboard. Way overboard. But this Cabrera thing, if this had happened in 2017 where he abruptly was going to retire after his glory era, it's a different vibe. Rico.
Coming off a triple
He
crown.
hasn't been a good ball player since 2016. Are you kidding me? The hell? I want to, and again, I don't judge you. If you were balling yesterday, we're just different people, and that's okay. But I don't think you have a right to judge me.
It wasn't just you. I mean, it was the fans. It was the media. It was just like, it was Miggy Day, and we're going to do this. And it was just like,
get out.
Guys, it's been Miggy Day for the last 2 years. Even Miggy, I think deep down, if you were to hook him up to the lie detector from Meet the Parents, would say, yeah, this is a little too much. I probably should have left a few years ago. But he had to get that money.
Miggy was essentially Stoney at Karsh's house, just lingering. He came over to watch a game in 2017. He's still there in 2023. He hasn't left. So I want to hear from you guys, because if you think I'm coming on the air and going, what's your favorite moment? You have the wrong show. Because here's the thing. You don't even remember the moments. The moments are the better part of a decade ago. What moment are you going to call me with? What are we talking about? What moment are we going to exactly? And whatever moment it is the better part of 10 years ago. Any emotion has been eroded. So you know what? Call me Kyrie today. I'm providing a voice to the voiceless. I know there are plenty of people who agree with me today. And it might not be a majority. But I think there's a lot of people like me who go, oh, thank God it's over.
248-539, Flat Earth.
We're burning sage in the studio. I'm serious. I think a lot of people feel the way I do, because right now, here's my deal. Team was way above what we thought they were going to be.
Right.
Excuse me. I'm sorry about that.
That's
buddy.
okay. I was relieved that it was done.
Yes.
I didn't understand all the hype. I'm like, all right, you know what? That's for you. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't draw me in. Don't ask me how I really feel about it, because I'm going to tell you it's a little overkill.
Hey,
he didn't do much.
You want to give him his moment yesterday, I'm fine with it. My point to you is the breathless coverage. Oh, Miggy got a set of Legos in Oakland. Miggy just got a hot dog in Kansas. I don't care. Because essentially he's given us the middle finger for 7 years, being a well below average baseball player. Go look, you don't believe me. 709 OPS the last 7 years. Even Javi Baez thought he underachieved. So I look at it as, thanks for making all that money.
You held a roster spot that you probably could have gave to somebody in the minors.
Well, imagine what a parade down Woodward would have been like. And thank God you're gone, because now your dead body's out of here and the $32 million that it goes with it. And now I can spend it on people that might help me win this division. That won't be an empty spot in the order. That I don't have to cater to.
The thing that I took from yesterday was that was the end of the old Tigers. Now we can focus on the new Tigers.
Yes, the one that's going to win the division next year.
The new Tigers and the new young players, and we don't have to have Miggy overshadowing all of their accomplishments, because you're right. He got a rocking chair. He went here. He did that. Oh, did you see him yucking it up with the players? Like, no, I didn't.
I'm sorry if Miggy giving a high five to Will Vest doesn't stir my emotions. Like, this isn't the team that went to the World Series. All those guys are dead. Not even around. Yeah. So, you know what? I don't apologize. This is me. It's me with my own teams. Why would it be different with yours? I've been begging Cabrera to be launched out of a cannon for 5 years. So I feel joy it's over. Now I'm ready to get to the business of empowering Scott Harris to get us a division title.
Right.
Because you weren't going to do it, trotting that dead body out there and then duct taping Harvey with him. Bye. Pageant wave. Peace. Get out. 248-539-9797. Let's get started. Rico, you got to hit the AC in here.
That's
that midday
show.
show.
I was about to go.
What is wrong with those two?
And they're lighting sage
And
in
they
here
have
as well.
candles.
Right.
Candles, and it's like 80 in here. What is wrong with these people?
Doug and Gator Power Hour.
248-539-9797. Paulson's audio video. We're in the heart of football. It's Red River Shootout this weekend, people. You know what that means. Upgrade your television. You want to see Texas being back in HD clarity? Sony 98-inch LED TV. Beautiful. Quinn Ewers has never looked better. Laser 4K projector by Sony. They're offering $1,000 off of their latest model. That's valid as well. Paulson's. They've added speakers and headphones from all the big brands. They've even got a launch party October 4th for everybody. Representatives will be on site. Food, drink, demos. Visit the events page. Paulson's website's paulsonsav.com, by the way, and check out more details. It's all there. Prices is lower than Amazon Prime. They got you covered. It's Paulson's audio video. And away we go on a Monday. First place in the NFC North. 9-point favorites over Carolina. Michigan number 2 in America. Maybe number 1 after Georgia looked like a horse's ass this weekend.
And Michigan looked really good.
And honestly, you couldn't take your eyes off Michigan State either.
You
Sorry.
couldn't, but it was a different reason why.
Because it was a car crash. David, ticket text, we will go to the people. I am thrilled this Miggy thing is over with. And I just would like to know if the people who've been afraid to say that would like their moment in the sun. Because if you were crying at Miggy, I'd like to know at what. David, go ahead.
Says, why do you hate Miggy so much? He ranks in the top 11 to 20 all time in hits, home runs, RBI, and doubles, all while hitting above 300.
Ready? Cutscene. Didn't win us anything. And the last 7 years of his career here, albatross. Next.
Mike, it's the same idiotic fan base that had a standing ovation for Justin Verlander when he came back as an Astro. I can't stand it. You're 100% right.
Thank you, brethren.
Someone else says, God bless you, Mike and Rico, for saying what we're all saying, or some of us are saying, 100% correct. He really hurt the team for many, many years. I don't get people.
No, and now the best part, we have a brighter tomorrow.
You do. You get
Nona's
to start.
dead. Nona's not in pain anymore. Yeah. Nona's at the pearly gates, a.k.a. Miggy. Yeah. Dead. Now we have all of Nona's money. We can go where we get the new roof we wanted. We can build an addition. We got Nona's bucks.
No more day nurse, night nurse.
Nona's not.
No more prescriptions.
Who's carrying Nona's oxygen bag? Right. Not me. We're moving on.
No, and you actually get to now focus on the new Tigers. He was the last of the old regime. He's gone.
No more Meals on Wheels.
I thought I was a bad person, so I'm called. I was like, I just don't care that much. Because it felt like he's been gone for a long time.
He's been dead for 7 years.
But I saw this celebration and the hoopla and all of this. Like, am I dead inside? If I work with Mike too long, I don't care. I just don't
And that's
care.
okay. You don't have to go along with the narrative. Let's talk to the people. The people are excited.
What does Taylor Swift think about this?
I don't understand.
When did you see Will Smith?
When did you see Will Smith this weekend? Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, man, I totally agree. One thing that I just think, regardless of the stats, he's just a goofball. And I never thought he was an essence of professionalism. And, you know, I respect the guy and what he accomplished, but he didn't get that like Iserman or Barry type of leadership feel. So, thank you for the good times, but I just didn't get that he deserved that type of send-off like those other guys.
Let me ask you a question, Dan. And I'm not posting you up. I'm proving a point. What's the last good memory you have of this guy?
Oh, I don't. It was the Triple Crown year, I guess, but nothing sticks out, man. I mean,
that's my point. It's been
a while.
And I think when you don't win a title, you don't deserve to be sent out the same way other guys do. I'm fine. You want to give him his little day. This has been years. We thought last year was the swan song.
He wanted last year to be the swan song.
And his financial guys like, you got a couple families support here, so we're going to go ahead and need you to bring in that money. No, No. I'm saying
just go stand in the corner.
No, you can't leave $32 million on the table. Your bank account requires this money. Let's go to Mo, 97.1. Hello, Mo.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good, Mo. What's up?
I totally agree with you guys about, this is a chance to focus on the new Tigers, and this is the end of the old Tigers. But I would say this. So baseball players, good players, retire this way all across the league. Players like Jeter and Cabrera, first ballot Hall of Famers. And, for me, watching the Tigers, I'm not sure what else I was supposed to be watching the Tigers for these last few seasons other than Cabrera's the end of his career here. But, if you guys are just excited for Nona to die, or you're just a casual who just wants to watch the home run derby, or, buy the shirt with the World Series logo on it, I understand that too. That's no problem.
Yeah, but Mo, I love baseball. And that's why I wanted the guy gone for years, because he's been a sub 700 OPS guy for years. I'm not a casual
You love
about
baseball, but you're not excited that kids get to watch a future Hall of Famer in person?
No, because that guy's been gone for 7 years.
I was about to say he hasn't done anything at least in the last 5 to 7 years.
When guys go out like this, and you're right, Mo, guys go out like this all the time around the league. It's sad to me because that's not the player they were. It's this cheap facsimile of it. I mean, if you enjoy it, great. I'm saying there's plenty of us who don't. I want this team to win. You can't win when you play him. True or false?
Hey, this team is going to be way better next year. There's no argument there.
I know. I meant over the last 7 years.
If you give me the name of a Hall of Famer who retired probably in the same way, of which there are many, and ask me if I wish I could have seen them, of course I say yes, even if they're at a bad part of their career and struggling. Holy crap, it's amazing to see Cabrera in person.
Mo, that's fine. That's fine. Mo, and you know what? Listen, that's fine. But ask kids in New York if there's some whimsical memory of Derek Jeter the late years. You're right. So many dads were hyped up to watch him roll over on another pitch to second. Like, that's not the Hall of Famer.
No, it ranks right up there with, Ken Griffey Jr., the Red.
Oh, God. Oh, dear.
Doesn't ring the same as, Junior as a Mariner.
Hat backwards, launching 500-footers.
That was fun to watch. Okay, he's just hanging on too long now.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Mike? You could not be more correct about this situation. I called in the Pats show and said the same thing, and the next caller called me a douchebag. So I'm glad I'm not the only one that agrees with me,
It's okay. It's not life or death. It's just an opinion. I mean, so what's your deal?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I disagree with you guys. Here's the thing. He never won a championship here, and people are like, well, Barry Sanders never won a championship, but he also knew when to retire. He retired early, so he wasn't lingering. And then I love on Bally Sports, they say, how he got to leave on his own terms. Because they let him just play for 7 years.
Right, it was a hostage situation. They couldn't. They were never going to write him a check. You're damn right he left on his terms. I mean,
Krugman. Yeah.
And listen, having the opinion that a guy had been lifeless for 7 years doesn't take away from the Hall of Fame career. See, it's a straw man argument. And I'm not saying it's any one particular person. I'm saying this always happens. Oh, well, you're knocking his career. Well, hold on. The last 7 years, he's been a well below average to useless ball player. So one has nothing to do with the other. He's first ballot. It's going to be the Old English D in Cooperstown. Love it. He didn't win nothing. No, and it's 7 years after I cared about you playing. I don't get nostalgic about that.
And a lot of athletes in baseball and all sports do this where you remember them when they were great, but at the end, it's painful. It's in basketball, it's watching Ewing as an Orlando Magic. It's
a supersonic.
Right. It's, hey, Greg Maddux as a Brave and a Cub, great. As a Dodger and a Padre, not so much.
Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, brother? How are you today?
Well, I feel like I got to represent Detroit.
Okay.
You guys, are you Tigers fans or what's happening? All around the country, around the world, you can wear that English D with Cabrera on there and you get nothing but respect. That was the whole thing right there. And we respected around the league, around the world, because we had the number one player, number one stunner wearing that English D.
But when was the last time he was that player?
And he's still with the organization, though. It's not like he's still with the organization.
When was the last time he was that player?
And there's something about that. He was staying true to the
I'm going to try again.
No, but Eric.
When was the last time he was that guy? That all-star guy we all loved. When was the last time?
He hit that home run the other day.
Okay.
And it's according to what you value.
He's terrible. He hasn't been an all-star since 2016. He has a below-average OPS. Hold on. You're on hold now because you're a pain in my ass and won't shut up. Eric, he is a well below-average player by every metric for the last 7 years. 7. I am asking you one more time. You say you get respect about Cabrera around the world. When is the last time he was an actual asset to this team, Eric? Just answer it. Please, for the love of all that's holy.
The second time.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Eric.
Okay, Eric hung up. Okay, good. I mean, this is my point. Are you even Tiger fan? Are you kidding me? You think that I have to, if you're a fan, I have to sit here and turn a blind eye to this guy being an absolute sinkhole on this franchise for 7 years?
I would say this, you're probably more of a Tiger fan today because you now see a future. You now see a bunch of young guys. You now see where this team could possibly win a division next year. If you're a Tiger fan, you're more excited today than you were yesterday.
You know what the worst part is? People like Eric don't even realize how they get played. Cabrera was running cover for how pathetic this organization's been. He was a distraction to the useful idiots. Look up to the sky to the light show. Don't look that your house is on fire right next door. They haven't made the playoffs in almost 10 years. He hasn't been a functioning ball player in 7. I'm fine if you enjoyed the celebration, but don't be mad at people because we're sitting here going, oh, thank God Nona's dead. She doesn't have to suffer anymore, neither do we. Kenny doesn't have to change her bedpan anymore. We are free.
But he hit a home run the other day.
It was a 2-year celebration that was probably a year and 6 months.
Yeah, you're right. He hit the home run the other day to bring him to a robust 65 home runs the last 700 games.
But hey.
No. No. There is no hey.
You don't like baseball.
Yeah, that's you're right. That's the natural conclusion.
Are you really a Tiger fan?
Yeah, he represented Detroit. People around the world.
He represented his bank account the last 7 years. Okay?
All right. Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. As a matter of fact, had a class earlier today. You could be in that next class come the next semester. If you're interested in a career in radio, TV, graphics design, you want to be that person, you're ready to start your new career, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. It's very simple. What are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. When you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communication through the Specs at LTU program, located right here in the heart of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business, meaning they're not going to waste your time. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Typical David fashion. He wants to hit it and quit it. So let's party. 248-539-9797. He wants to hit the callers. Right. And we're asking a question. I don't think anyone needs to fall in line. If you love how the last couple of years with Miggy and the farewell tour, fine.
If that was the reason why you went down to the ballpark, great.
I just don't have to agree, and I don't have to understand you. Because for people like me who want this team to win, I have a vested interest in this team winning, mind you. Business is better when they win. Hello. Yeah. We like money. So,
but I will easily say for the past couple of years, I'm more interested in Green and Tork and Carpenter.
Right. The sight of Miggy the last couple of years, I became angry because he's a complete hindrance to having a future. So yesterday, the fact he's gone, I'm thrilled. But other shows, which it is their right, have played on the emotions of fans and gone, oh, what was the moment you were cutting onions? And I'm like, the last 7 years watching him lumber to the plate. He's horrific. He's been horrific. To the point, it's like a sick relative. You don't remember them not being sick. Nona's been sick for a decade. You weren't old enough to remember the Nona in pictures. That's what this is. I'm thrilled he's gone. So we're talking to you about it. And a lot of people, it's not exclusive.
Right. And
but a lot of people agree with us.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's the thing. If you're happy about yesterday and you enjoyed this weekend, that's fine. Nobody's here to make fun of you, but it's two sides of the coin. No, I can respect those who went down there and they packed the house out and, oh, you were crying. That ain't for me. It was for you. But sure, I don't understand it. I don't get it. Because when you look back, what's that Miggy moment that you'll never forget? Okay, then.
Thank you very much. Let's go to TC, 97.1. What's up, TC?
Guys, thank you so much for saying what so many of us have thought for years. And as I waited for my turn in queue, I really have to change a little bit of my comment and say this goes so much deeper than Miguel Cabrera. This is about a franchise that is never held accountable for their stewardship of the team. You know, they've had 9 winning seasons in 30 years. They've owned it. They've had 12 straight losing seasons. Now we're at 7 straight losing seasons. Do these Tiger fans even recognize that the Minnesota Twins clinched the American League Comedy Central with 82 wins? 82 wins! It just drives me nuts. And when I tuned in for a few minutes and I see this guy, and you said it, this guy lumbering to the plate. When you sign an $800 million contract or whatever he got, you hire a fitness coach. You hire a dietitian. You don't allow yourself to turn into some slow-swinging fat body. If it wasn't for this contract, he never comes close to 3,000 hits or 500 RBIs. It's only because of this contract that he's there.
No, and it was it was this morbid relationship you found yourselves in where you had to play him because of what you paid him. Mm-hmm. But these counting statistics in baseball, what you accrue when you're only playing because of what you make and you're actually terrible, I don't even count. I don't even care about. So I'm with you, TC.
Mike, you bring up something that's really important, and that is these counting stats. I know people that had Cabrera on their do not draft list in fantasy baseball for the last 5-6 years. How many players? Let's just say he makes 32. So you could have had 6 players making $5 million this year, who could have helped the Tigers overcome the Minnesota Twins. And if you think that's a cheap shot, the Baltimore Orioles were 52-110 2 years ago, and they're the best record in the American League.
How about the Diamondbacks? A couple years back, same deal. They're a playoff team. Now, TC, believe me, that's what upsets me. Everybody wants to romanticize this nonsense. There's nothing romantic about Miggy clogging up the middle of the order for 7 years. All I wanted was for this to end. The sweet embrace of baseball death. Get him out. And again, people want to go overboard yesterday. Certain people have to. But if you're a fan and it was a big thing for you, and I know we had a caller, Mo, earlier who said for kids it was a thrill. If it's a thrill to watch Miggy go 0 for 3 with a 4-pitch walk, then be thrilled. But the Miggy we all loved and we all thought was amazing, those kids weren't born.
Nope.
Because if you're 11 today, you were 4 the last time he had a relevant year. You don't remember it. And Rico's a liar for saying he remembers things at 2. He doesn't. It's a lie.
I was 3.
And you're a liar. You were a liar then. You're a liar now.
I'm really not. It was vivid.
It was. You've created this fantasy world.
I really haven't, Mike. These things happen.
Let's go to Gomez. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Gomez, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Love the show, guys.
Thank you,
Love
sir.
the show.
Thanks.
I just want to say this real quick. I don't want to dwell on anything. I couldn't agree more about the Miggy thing. I feel like we've been paroled, and we can start our new life now. Also, the Javi Baez reference on that was just killer. And a sad thing when you see an old ball player go out. I'm older, so I remember when Willie Mays was a Met, and it was sad.
Right, it's pathetic.
It's sad.
That, you know what? And Gomez, that's the thing is normally it's someone else's problem. Normally, you go somewhere else to die. You don't do it in the town where the memories were so good.
Right. Or they bring you back for that final year, maybe, like, the Pujols thing where it's like, all right, well, we'll kind of bring you back. But, yeah, you're right. It's like, I don't want to see this person just wither away, get rid of them, let somebody else get the cash grab. Because that's all that was. It's, hey, come down to the ballpark, Miggy bobblehead, Miggy T-shirt, Miggy comic book, Miggy this.
No, but my point is, the fans got pimped. That's all this is. It's been a cheap distraction to hide the fact that this has been arguably the worst franchise in baseball over the last 7 years. So come on down and get some bits or a home run crown. Or a Miggy, I don't know, a corkscrew. All of it. A Miggy T-shirt day. It's candy bar day. It's dirty socks day. It's like, how many times can people get fooled by the light show? So now that it's over, I go, thank God. Now we have a spot on the roster. We talked about AJ Hinch. How could you ever expect this team to get where they needed to go when he's taking a 25-man roster with 22 bodies? Every day I got Miggy, who's a nothing, and I got to carry him. Javi Baez, I got to carry him.
You're basically
Eric
going
Haas, I got to carry him.
Yeah, 6 on 9.
Yeah. And even when you want to make changes, those guys are tying up roster spots. That's 7 years of that. I resent him by the time it's over.
Which is why I said it's a relief, because now you start the new Tigers era, and I like what the new Tigers are about to become. I'm looking at this team, and I'm like, this team, you make a couple of moves this offseason, you're winning the division next year.
Or at least get into September.
How about
and
this?
It's up for grabs.
Yeah, that next year at this time, the ballpark is full because you're winning the division. You just clinched it.
That's my hope.
Instead of, well, we're celebrating this guy who's been around way too long.
Come on down for Miggy Coffin Day. Hey, we've got a commemorative urn to give away today. Like, enough.
Go ahead and read.
Does your garage floor look bad? Is it dull gray concrete with cracks and stains, or worse, an old epoxy job? And one day you could transform your garage to the gold standard, a new Comer & Cross premium garage floor. To make it easy, guys, they do everything. They'll move out all your stuff, get the job done in one day, move it all back in. You don't do a thing. 4 times stronger than epoxy, guaranteed to not chip, crack, or yellow, and no tire tracks. In one day, you're going to love your new Comer & Cross garage floor. So what do you got to do? You call for your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or schedule at ComerandCrossGarage.com. Tell them I sent you. They'll take $250 off their best price.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday. Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right, really good response. So we're going to keep rolling with it. We'll get some football a little bit later in the day, but this Cabrera stuff, people want to talk. I think we've struck a nerve. I think we're voicing an opinion that no one else at the station has said. And that doesn't mean you're reinventing the wheel. It's just, no, I don't have to lie to you. You know, whoa, that was so emotional yesterday. No, it wasn't. Well, what moment made you cry? I don't know. Watching him the last 7 years? I'm thrilled he's gone. I'm thrilled we can end the charade of Miggy Con. 2K21, 2K22, 2K23. Get out. And now Scott Harris can begin building this to where maybe next year we're actually getting emotional about winning the division.
Yeah, you're filling the ballpark because the team is winning, not because of gimmicks and giveaways.
Right. And again, the moment, whatever it was, it's fine. I'm not saying you don't do anything. I'm saying as fans, what is this emotion to a player who didn't so much as win a World Series game, who hasn't been even an average ball player in 7 years? I don't understand it. This isn't Steve Yzerman.
No, and I've had people say, well, Barry didn't win anything, but Barry didn't linger either.
No, Barry left at the height of his prowess.
Right.
Now, I think that's an equal reason to hate someone. However, different topic for a different day. Let's get to the people.
Mike hates Barry.
No. I said if you were a fan, I would understand it. Right. Manny, 97.1. What's up, Manny?
What's going on, Mike?
How are you?
Hey.
Good, man. Listen, I've called once before. Mike, you're my favorite. Has been for a long time listener. Last time I called, I talked to Rico, but you weren't around. By the way, Rico, I'm from Southwest Detroit, just like you.
Okay, I remember. Okay, what's going on?
Yep, but listen, Mike, I just got to say this, man. Listen, I get it. He hasn't performed for the last 7 years. We all get it. Although he did do pretty good this last year, he came in through some times. However, I think, Mike, maybe I'm wrong. Let me call you out on this one. Do you think maybe? And I woke up this morning. I'm like, I wonder what Mike Valenti's take's going to be on Miggy's day yesterday. I knew it. I couldn't wait. But I think, Mike, could it be because you're not originally from Detroit? You're from New York.
Well, that's why I referenced the Derek Jeter point.
I get it
because I just treat it the same way. Like,
Mike, it's his moment. It was his
and
moment.
that's fine. But why are you now? I don't want to accuse you of being emotional about it. But when other hosts have people calling the show saying how emotional it was, and I'm going over what?
Well, Mike, I mean, we saw him for 15 years. We saw the man play for 15 years, and we did see some great moments. You know, when he hit that home run off Mariano Rivera, when he hit the Triple Crown. I mean, you know, it's Mike. We're kind of attached to him, like I was to Barry Sanders. It's the same thing. I mean, like you said, Mike. You said earlier you weren't going to judge.
No.
I'm just saying.
I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all.
It was a great day. I celebrated it with my cousins and my friends. My son's in Corktown, and we watched the game. We watched the last game. I didn't cry like a little wuss. I didn't, but it was a great day.
It's okay if you cry.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's all right,
and
Manny. Hey, Manny, I'm not taking your Southwest Detroit card.
Right, it's totally okay. But I think it's also okay for people like us and many people like us to have that opinion that I'm just glad he's gone. I don't want to hear his name anymore.
Well, I'm glad it's over. I'm glad that you can now look forward to the next team, to this team that could actually win something.
I was going to say, you don't actually think he's coming to work Monday as the special assistant to the traveling GM.
Once again, when your title has more than four words in it, right, you do nothing.
What's Miggy's work bag having it? An apple and a pencil?
So
come on.
Where's my office? Well, you
don't have one. What are my duties? There are none.
We'll give you a box of cards and a cell phone.
Miggy, we were kidding. It was not a real thing.
We'll call you when we need you. Here's a burner phone. Just don't lose it.
There's no prepaid minutes on it.
I know. That means don't use it.
David, let's go on the board, shall we? I mean, I gave you a couple more winners. Ole Miss plus 2.5, win outright. By the way, LSU, get it together, man. 711 yards of offense allowed. What?
I let it go when it was Florida State because I said, you know what? Maybe Florida State is just that team.
Wow. Tonight's game, look, the injuries are what have me concerned. Saquon doubtful. Andrew Thomas is out, Giants starting left tackle. The Giants are now 2.5-point underdogs. I still like the Giants in the spot, but I wanted to run something by you. I know my team pretty well, and I know the types of players that hurt them. And Tyler Lockett is one of those guys. I wanted your opinion on Lockett, anytime touchdown plus 160 or first touchdown plus 1,000. The Giants lose track of receivers down the field. They will try to limit DK. They are starting 2 rookie corners. Okay. Pass rush is Lockett. Any interest if you don't like the Giants, anytime plus 160 or first touchdown plus 1,000?
No, it's funny. I do, because I was going to ask you, Mike, what concerns you more, the run defense or the pass defense? Because I was looking at more of a DK Metcalf type of a play. But you're saying that he's going to get their main corner. So Lockett will get the off. I like that.
Just something different because I know it's a tough game to bet tonight. What do you have? Matt Olson.
Well, no, the playoffs have started, so they're done for a while. K9 anytime touchdown, Seattle to money line, and DK Metcalf to get 50 or more receiving yards at plus 260.
Okay. I mean, it's all there's
because I didn't know, because I was going to maybe do K9 rushing yards. But
you could. And again, it's tough. The Giants off 10 days rest, back against the wall at home. You'd like to think you're going to get their best shot here, but they suck. Kenny, what do you have?
I have basically what Rico has, except watered down just a little bit safer. K9 anytime touchdown, Seahawks money line plus 164 if you're on the Seattle Seahawks side of this game.
Now, do you have anything in the way of baseball this week? Because I tell you, these American League series feel like coin flips, and I wonder if there's anything to betting the underdogs in those series.
I don't know how that works. I've looked at the series. I can't make heads or tails of it.
Did you just say the term series is?
Series I.
Series.
The point I'm making, All these games, okay.
If anything, I would just take under because baseball in the playoffs is more conservative.
I'm like Brewers and Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks are the underdog, plus 170. Rangers, Rays, Rangers, plus 140. These American League Series specific. I know I gave you one in the National. The American League Series, I mean, do you want to take the Minnesota Twins as a favorite? Is that what you want to do? I don't. That was just an idea. Ideas.
Yeah, for baseball,
Texas
yeah.
is back. Minus 5.5.
Oklahoma.
You don't believe that? You're just saying it to hurt me.
I
David, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the parlay of the Giants plus 2.5 and a Daniel Jones anytime score. Now, that's a rushing touchdown for people that don't understand what that means. Not
I've heard that.
Well, hopefully he's not selfish like Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Patrick Mahomes did the smart thing for his team.
He was a selfish man.
And won the game.
May he burn in hell.
So that is a plus.
Oh, my.
Plus 230 for the game tonight for that one.
Okay. And that's on the board. Your calls next. All right, game like tonight, I've said it. It's tough to bet on, but that's where FanDuel lets you get creative. You bet a little, give yourself a chance. Don't get hurt too bad. But the same game parlay stuff, player props, design it, do whatever you like. It's very difficult to pick a side tonight. You can get a little more creative with it. FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
It possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah,
because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Former Michigan quarterback Cade McNamara now at Iowa, likely out for the season after suffering a knee injury early in Saturday's win against Michigan State. Monday Night Football, Seahawks favored by 2 over the G-Men. That's Saquon Barkley, doubtful with the ankle. Lions get the winless Panthers next Sunday at Ford Field. Lions favored by 9, while Jamison Williams is eligible to play on Sunday. Dan Campbell said today they intend to bring him along slowly. Isaiah Livers out 6 to 8 weeks for the Pistons with an ankle sprain. Georgia's still number 1 despite a close call at Auburn. Michigan's still number 2, but now getting some first-place votes. Tigers finished the year 78-84, good for second place in the division. 9th straight year missing the postseason. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so quick reset because you guys are all about it right now, and I'm excited you guys are into it. Means at least we've got the pulse of the people. With Cabrera's last game yesterday, I've heard all the other shows have approached it a different way, which is like, oh, what's your favorite memory? Or how emotional was it for you yesterday? And Rico and I we're cut from a different cloth. Emotional. I was thrilled it was the end. Nobody wanted to change Nona's diaper anymore. Nona's in a better place. And if you haven't figured it out by now, Miguel Cabrera's Nona. Nona hasn't known where she is the last 7 years. Neither is Cabrera. So yesterday was not emotional. It was a celebration. And not like a D'Antonio one, a real one. Because now the Tigers can move forward. Because I don't understand what the emotion is tied to. They haven't made the playoffs in a decade. He hadn't been any good in 7 years. He didn't win a thing here. So what's the emotion again? He's been an albatross to this franchise for 7 years. No, I do not get the emotion. And again, everyone has a right to feel however they want to feel. I don't have to understand it.
Yeah.
God, when the ground ball went over his way, I'm like,
it was the baseball gods paying tribute to him.
I was hoping it bounced between his legs and he fell over. I don't care. Get out.
No, it did. To me, it was the beginning of the new Tigers. He was the last of the old regime. And now you could focus on going out into the winter meetings, getting some players, and next year seeing sellout crowds because the team is good, not because it's Miguel Cabrera giveaway day or it's his final go-around. You could just actually go down to Comerica Park to watch good baseball, to look at Torque, to look at Riley Green, to look at the young players that they have. That's what I want to see. This was something that was 2 years in the making. I grew tired of it because he wanted to opt out last year. He couldn't. Financially, his people were like, no, Miggy, retract that and say you misspoke. Come back, you get all the gifts, you get the giveaways, and it was just like, what are we doing here?
My point is, I am not saying you disrespect the player and he doesn't get his moment. But I don't get filling the park. I don't get the emotional stuff I've heard on the airwaves. And frankly, all Cabrera has been is a cheap distraction from this being the worst franchise in baseball the last 7 years.
I would even say this. If it wasn't for the year-long goodbye, if you just filled up the park yesterday and that was the tribute, you know what? Okay, fitting. You got the cards up. You got all of that stuff. Yeah, but it was like, how is this any different from this? This is the last time he'll play the Yankees. This is the last time he'll play the rest. Okay, we get it. I understand.
Well, you would have thought this guy was Queen Elizabeth. David, you want some ticket text and we'll get to the people?
Or Aretha Franklin.
We're doing 4 funerals. What do you got, David?
Yeah, 26 funerals all around Major League Baseball. Someone says, shut up, guys. Let people have their fun. He's the greatest Tiger hitter ever to play.
So you're not going to address what I said. Great. He's the greatest hitter ever to play. What did he win? What did he do for you exactly? Did we miss the parade down Woodward? How many winning seasons? It's been 7 years of him being below average to useless. You want to have your fun? Go for it. But you're the best customer for a team because you're an idiot. You're easily fooled. Ooh, it's Carrera Tin Cup Day. And you're like, ooh.
You don't want that mini bat?
Yeah. Ooh, Cabrera mini bat. Cabrera big bat. Cabrera no bat. Cabrera bobblehead. Cabrera crown.
Cabrera baseball. Cabrera softball.
Cabrera tote bag day.
Cabrera coin. Cabrera comic.
Mike and Rico, 100% agree. I was listening yesterday, and I was trying to remember where I was when they won the World Series. Oh, wait, we didn't.
How about what is the last memory you have of Cabrera being any good? Think about that.
Someone says, thank you, Michael, for being the voice of reason yet again in Detroit Sports Radio. Miguel's been a joke for 7 years. From T.
Oh, my God, he's touching his heart and shooting an arrow into the sky. That's great because he's been killing me for 7 years. Let's go to Jacob, 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How you doing?
Hey. Good, brother.
Good afternoon.
Well, here, I'll give you one. Hold on. Whoops. That's not the one. There we go.
All right.
Welcome.
All right, good one. Okay, so about Miggy, all right? I don't think he should – I think he deserved his moment. You know, the 2 years sure was stretched out, but I think this disrespect should all be directed towards Al Avila. He's the one that signed the contract, $8 million. We should have shipped him out, you know, to Seattle or whoever. You know, he made Miggy our problem.
Mike Ilitch did. You got your villains wrong there. And, you know, look, one guy's dead. The other guy's been fired. It's really not worth adjudicating. It's just, Jacob, I don't begrudge the guy for getting his money, but I don't have to sit here kiss his ass on his way out the door either. You know what? You can just kindly leave.
All right.
No, not you.
Yeah.
You're good. You're fine. Right. You're fine.
I think the emotions, you know, I think Miggy deserved it. Like, he was the Detroit Tigers for a long time, and I think it should be directed towards, you know, previous ownership.
And Jacob, that's fine. I'm not mad at it. But it's also you guys filled the park yesterday, and for what reason, I can't figure out. Can't.
Final game. You were hoping to see magic. When he got up to the plate, Mike, everybody stood up. Everybody had their camera phones out because
were his highlights in black and white?
Yeah. God knows you just couldn't enjoy the moment. You had to record it in case he hit that home run. Well, what are you going to do with the nothing that he did?
See, it's just, you brought it up. Like Jerry Rice when he wasn't a 49er anymore. That was just sad. Emmitt Smith is a Cardinal.
Right.
Sad.
Rice is the Seahawk.
So my point is, at least those guys didn't bleep where they ate. They left.
Right.
We got stuck with this guy.
Right. They signed the one-day deal, come back, and retire.
We got 7 years. Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Michael, Rico, we got to have a talk, boys.
Okay, sure. Let's do it.
You guys, I normally respect your opinion, Michael, but no one can disagree with what you're saying because it's very simple-minded and one-dimensional.
Okay.
You are about the numbers and what have you done for me lately?
Correct.
How often does a first ballot Hall of Famer walk through town and
not very.
retire?
Not very, but I've also told you I don't really care about the Hall of Fame. It doesn't do anything. I mean, I went to it
sometimes
once.
I think it's because you don't have kids, Michael.
Okay.
It's like going to a high school graduation. You go to the graduation, you celebrate them finishing something. And how often does a player retire at the franchise he spent the meat of his career at?
But what did it do for you is what I'm trying to figure out. When the last 7 years has been nothing but pain.
And I was about to say, yeah, Jason, that high school graduation that the person is 3 years overdue because they just couldn't get it right. And it's not the same as graduating in 4 years when you're doing it in 6.
I don't know. I think when you retire in Detroit I think the hardworking of people of Detroit pay that a certain amount of reverence because they deserve it. And if you don't see that part of it, you're just looking at the surface.
No, it's not the surface. I mean, look, I think a certain level of fans I'll never be able to communicate with. They just live in fantasy land. But for me, if you can't see the difference as to why I don't understand why this man's being given an exit the way of Steve Yzerman, well, then we don't have a lot to talk about. If you don't win anything and you've been an albatross on the franchise for 7 years, you wanted to quit last year but couldn't. No, I don't need to be teary-eyed. It's not misty in here. That's not simplistic. Here, it's the same thing when this Verlander stuff took place. I couldn't understand people rooting for the Astros. Justin left. He wanted out. He went somewhere else and won. That's not a win for you.
You mean like the Detroit Rams?
Stafford with the Rams. Like that portion of fans I'll never vibe with.
Because they feel a connection with the player, and because the player has now won, that means that you won.
No, it doesn't work that way.
In their world, it does. And in these, some people, Miggy needed all of his flowers every day because of the good feelings that he brought.
David's wife leaves him and marries Jeff Bezos. David is not rich. She is.
Right? But
just a dramatization, but not real.
But the stories that he could say,
not real.
No, but the story he could say, well, Bezos got my leftovers. So look at me. I'm all that.
I don't know that that's how I would describe.
But for some
David's
people,
not happy.
For some
I'd still be upset.
You put the spin on it like, well, you know what? He took my leftovers. I was done with it.
Damn.
He went Nino Brown, canceler.
$500 billion later. 248-539-9797. Your calls next. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and it's for anybody. And I mean anyone. At Planet Fitness, you get the squeaky clean gym. You can get a full body workout within 30 minutes on the circuit, and all the memberships include fitness training. You get all of this. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. Now through October 13th, $1 down, $10 a month with no commitment. And talking about squeaky clean, all new cardio equipment at Utica, in Dearborn at the Ford Road facility, in Taylor at the Telegraph Road, in Belleville, Oak Park, Southfield, Royal Oak. You get what I'm saying, folks? Go check out your local Planet Fitness because chances are they got new equipment in there. It's judgment-free now through October 13th, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. You can go online at planetfitness.com or just stop by a local Planet Fitness to sign up. Heather has been combing the lions, trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday. Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles. We just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, slip, or fall, David Femininio, the guy you need to call. And we've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David will make sure you get every dime you deserve, and they don't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. You all right? Rocking and rolling here. All right. I don't have a soul. Good talk. I blame Michigan State for that. Let's go to the P.
Hey, right here. I'm right there.
I know you are. We're hitting the portal. We're in the fan portal the rest of the year. We'll get to that tomorrow, though.
I'm a little disappointed in myself.
That's okay. Brian, 97.1. What's up, B? How are you?
Oh, Mikey, Rico, how y'all doing on this beautiful Monday?
What's going on, B?
Oh, man, just outside, enjoying some sun while we still can. Loving the fact the Lions are in sole possession of first place in the NFC North.
That's right.
But obviously the topic of discussion is the Cabrera farewell tour. And, I hate to say it, but I couldn't agree with you guys more. Mike, this is specifically for you. 9-10 years ago when I was still a teenager, I always thought, Valenti, he knows his stuff. But, man, that guy is so damn negative. Well, over the years, I have become a disciple of Mike Valenti. I understand it now because I've suffered through so much ineptitude over the past decade plus as it pertains to our sports teams in this town. Now, with that all being said, regarding the Cabrera situation, they're just one of the primary issues is that not only did they not win a World Series, but what was Miggy's memorable postseason moment? Okay, hats off to him, Triple Crown, back-to-back MVPs. I get it, but I went to almost every home postseason game through that Tigers' entire run from 2006 when I was 12 years old up until 2014 when I was 20 years old, and I really can't recall a specific moment. Unfortunately, the one that probably sticks with me the most is watching him, as I was in attendance for the game, take that fastball from Sergio Romo down the middle in Game 4 of the World Series, strike 3 to end it. Now, if he gets a hit there, a home run, Tigers still probably lose the series. I get it. But unfortunately, that's probably my lasting postseason memory of Miggy. He didn't deliver in the clutch. Like, at least with Jeter, as you said, being from New York, he delivered in the playoffs. He was Mr. October.
And
Mr.
I still wasn't sad to see him go because the last 4 years of his career, not 7, the last 4 were a joke. So if I wasn't emotional about that, how the hell am I getting emotional about this?
And Mike, take it a step further. For what it's worth, we all remember the first couple months of the season. The Tigers were, albeit not good, were in contention. They were hovering around 500. The Twins hadn't separated themselves. They were only 2-3 games back there for, a month or so. And Miggy was a walking corpse. I mean, there were so many games where he could have came up. Where he came up, bases loaded, 1 out, 2 outs, 9th inning situations where he, grounded into the double play, struck out on 3 pitches. And then, of course, in the final month or 2 of the season when the Tigers, for all intents and purposes, were, all but mathematically eliminated from postseason contention, he starts stringing together a couple hits, a couple meaningless doubles. I believe his name was Eric, mentioned, you hit the home run the other day. Man, who the hell cares, man? The guy, look, hats off to Miggy. He was a wonderful Tiger. He was a big part of my childhood for my summers. But when it came to the fall, my lasting memories of him are less than fond, to say the least. But love the show, guys. Keep it going, and thanks for taking my call.
Oh, appreciate it. No, and again, I'm fine if you're very nostalgic about it. Go ahead. But when you start looking at overall, it's like I don't even remember the good years at this point. Enough.
No, and if you're nostalgic, because let's face it, you haven't had much to cheer about in this city, and this is all that you have. I'm not going to sit there and you shouldn't. I get it. I understand. It's slim pickings. There's nothing professionally to get excited about. But I'm more excited today than I was yesterday because today I could look forward to see what this team could do in the future. You don't have him as an anchor around your neck, having to pay him, and he's not really contributing much except for the home run that he just hit. But other than that, it's a guy put it best. What's that Miggy moment? Can't really recall that one thing that you're like, wow.
And again, if it wasn't 7 years of a death march, I would feel different.
Right. Even if it was like the last 2 years, he kind of fell off. But you know what? You got a World Series. He did a lot of stuff. He got the Triple Crown. Fine. That happens. Every athlete falls off. But a 7-year fall off, Mike, you put it best. That's normally some other team's problem. You go someplace else to have those horrible years where you just kind of pick up it's Allen Iverson as a Piston. That's not the same AI that crossed over Jordan. That was just Allen, who they basically said, please don't show up anymore.
Could say something, but I won't. We'll just go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matty?
What's up, guys?
How are you, Matt?
Ladies, hey, so Michael, you made me some money because I told you my bookie Racetrack Phil, right? He waits for me to call, and then he fades me, if you know what I mean. So you guys are cold-blooded this afternoon, man. You guys are cold-blooded. So I was at the game yesterday, best-looking, toughest guy in the whole place, but I teared up, And so it's not like I'm going to tell Rico to lay out the pound cake or you can't reach the elevator buttons or David needs to take his voice down a couple octaves because he sounds like my niece. But I will tell you, it's so silly because my dad passed in August. It's more than sports. You know what I'm saying? So
well, I understand that, but hold on, time out. You can go and be as emotional as you want about it, but Matt, there are people like us where it's
actually pride and stuff, Mike.
Well, listen, I'm not going to bust your balls. If you've got an emotional attachment to Cabrera because of your dad, you really think
to him, but just the whole. Because I miss him like slapping the mustard on the hot dog with the tongue depressor. All that stuff. You know what I mean? So it's so crazy, but
all right. I mean, Matt, listen. Bottom line, if you got an emotion about it, it's fine. But I don't have to. It's not cold-blooded.
See, here's the thing.
I want to win games, and the longer he was here, the less likely you were to win games.
And what you don't even realize is this is because you had nothing else to root for. That you're cheering him putting mustard on a hot dog.
Rally goose.
Right. Like good teams talk about titles and divisions, and championships, not how you eat a hot dog. So, yeah, I mean, different strokes.
It's just been such a long time coming that I couldn't possibly muster any other reaction than this. I'm excited that his money's gone. I'm excited he's gone. I don't want to look at him. And now Scott Harris has an actual chance to give you guys what Miggy hasn't been able to give you in a decade. A possibility of going to the playoffs.
Mike, it's like the day after Tucker got fired. And you knew, I no longer have to hear about this $100 million contract.
Thank God.
Miggy's gone. No longer are you attached to the hip.
It's the perfect way. I was dreading a 1.5-year death march with Mel Tucker. This has been 7.
Wow. So imagine in 2029, he finally gets fired.
That's it. I mean, if this year they didn't win 7 or 8 games, I wanted him fired. Well, he took care of that. They weren't going to win 7 or 8 because they're ass, and he's an idiot. So the point is, I'm good. Now past Saturday night, they don't get any more of my time. Saturday night was the last straw. So the point is, I'm good. We can move forward.
Saturday night, I was Tyra Banks. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, my. Uh-oh.
I literally wanted to walk into the locker room and just go full Tyra Banks to coaches and players. I was rooting for you.
That was... I'm being serious. Noah Kim might be worse than Todd Schultz. He might be the worst quarterback of my Spartan life.
Tyler O'Connor.
Worse. Worse than Andrew Maxwell.
Todd Schultz.
I think he's Todd Schultz.
I got a funny Todd Schultz moment I'll give you one day. I can give it on the air, but not right now.
Yeah, they're called anytime he threw a pass.
Oh, I actually ran into him once, and he was just like, well, seriously, he was like, "What'd you think about me as a quarterback?" It's like, Todd, we're having a good time.
Let's go a different direction.
Right. Let's just enjoy. We're having no. Tell me, Todd, you are arguably the worst quarterback MSU had ever.
Talk about an icebreaker. What did you think of my career?
I begged him, I don't want to do this. Ebling egged it on because he knew what I was going to say. I was like, we're enjoying. Let's go. Let's talk. Let's have fun. Like you and Damon Dowdell, statistically, 2 worst quarterbacks ever.
Kim is worse than Dowdell.
I don't think anybody.
No. At least Dowdell could run with intent. Noah Kim just decides, I'm going to leave the pocket. I don't know why. Now I'm here, and these people are trying to hit me. Ball out of bounds.
Yeah, I saw Mahomes do this once. And no, it hasn't worked out for you the last 7 times you've done it. Why are you going to do it the 8th?
I'd rather watch a Cabrera at bat than Noah Kim take another snap. That's where I've arrived at. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls next. Hungry Howie's, and whether it's the Wolverines taking on Nebraska this weekend, the Lions Thursday night, Coronation, or any big game you got coming up, Hungry Howie's the way to go. Maybe you're a Spartan fan. Sad Pizza is going to be on your menu every Saturday the rest of the fall. So get with Hungry Howie's. You may as well. You're wasting your life and wasting your energy. You may as well buy a pizza, get some happiness out of it, and help people in the process. Because Hungry Howie's is raising $5 million for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Eat your feelings. Know that your team sucks, but you're going to help somebody while your team's terrible. It's Hungry Howie's. It's their month of giving. They're raising $5 million for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Order a pizza. Sorry your team's terrible. It's Hungry Howie's.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard.
David on the ticket text. We got, 12 days to Red Wing hockey when we lose Kenny altogether. It's going to be exciting. Hey, it's
hockey over.
It's a drive to the playoffs. You better be ready to embrace expectations, Kenneth.
Absolutely. I'm the one who creates the expectations.
97
I got us,
points.
Alex DeBrincat. We're going to the
97
playoffs.
is the marker. Playoffs. 97 points, playoffs.
Yes,
Come on.
absolutely. In
97.1.
I don't think they have that availability, but that would be amazing. David, ticket text, end of the call.
Nice try, Rico. I like that, though. Cabrera did nothing for Detroit. I haven't watched because he was on the team. He hasn't done anything in 7 years. These fans are delusional. Says the Tigers are finally done with one bad contract in Cabrera and are now stuck with another one in Baez.
Yeah, what's your favorite Baez moment? I know. The one that when he leaves.
Agree 100% on Cabrera. Cry. Come on. Dude was here way too long. Totally don't get the emotional BS. Brian in St. Clair Shores.
I do, because it's been nothing but bad sports in this city. So you had to attach yourself to a player, not a team.
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm not going to say no, and you're going to say yes. Let's just say that. I just disagree. I think weak-minded people do that.
But you have nothing else there.
So, okay, but what are you attaching yourself to? A 680 OPS? He hasn't been a good player. Like, if it was Ohtani, and it was the last 7 years of Ohtani being Ohtani, but the Angels sucking, I could understand being sad the guy's gone. Miguel Cabrera has been the crypt keeper for 7
but
years.
It's kind of like a parent, Mike. You don't see your kid as being a bad kid.
Yes, you do.
You just
Yes,
remember
you do.
when they were the apple of your eye and they brought home good grades.
I think that's another myth.
Not the stick-up artist.
Everyone has a favorite kid. David does.
No, not at all.
Uh-huh. If
Not
I put
at
you
all.
to a lie detector, it will go crazy. You like one of your sons better than the other. We all know it. And Rico's already told him.
Stop it.
We know. And
Yeah,
you know
well,
who
there
knows?
is-
Your guy up in the sky.
Well,
he knows.
I do have one of his favorite. There's
Well, of
one
course
favorite.
you do.
And there's one that's in the making, and there's just the lost one.
One that's in the making. Well, I think he's leading Michigan State.
Right, I'm saying. And then there's the lost one who just needs help and prayer.
Let's go to Gerard. 97.1. Gerard, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
I love your guys' show, man.
Thank you.
I just want to say that everybody's knocking Cabrera. I get it. The last 6-7 years, he's taken a spot that is probably for somebody else.
Yep.
But I kind of blame the Illiches.
That's fine.
I mean, I get the kind of money he paid, and the thing is, Baez is terrible. I mean, we're taking our lumps with this guy. I get the kind of money they're paying him. They want to see him do good, but I don't think it's going to work. I think they need to get rid of Baez and spend the money. You'll put the people in the crowd.
Oh, I'll be honest. Gerard, listen, from a baseball standpoint, right? You can't separate the money because it would cost you, you'd probably have to pay at least half of Baez's contract and attach prospect capital to it. But I would argue every day you play Javi Baez, you are giving yourself a lower chance to win. They have to make a determination as an organization that if and when they are ready to win, which is right now, how many games are we willing to give away playing this guy versus you gotta pay to play. You gotta spend money to make money. We gotta get him out of here. And Gerard, they didn't do it with Miggy because they had nowhere else to go. But now they do.
I get it, $39 million a year, but you have 4 or 5 guys that I think are set. You got Carpenter, you got Riley, you got it goes on and on.
Hey,
but
have
I'm
a
just
good
saying,
offseason. Get Baez out of this lineup. I think you could win this division next year.
Absolutely.
So I'm with you. But you got to make a
Absolutely.
decision as an organization. And to me, Javi Baez being anywhere near this team, it's not how you're going to win a division.
No.
And don't bring up the Correa stuff. Even though Correa has had some of his worst years since signing with the Twins, he's an exponentially better ball player than this guy. That's how bad Baez is. That's not how good Correa is.
Not getting struck out by Sister Jean either.
And there it is. You really like that one little clip, don't you?
Hilarious.
Okay, let's go over to Bob, 97.1. Bob, how are you today?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Bob. What's up?
So, Mike, Rico, generally, I agree with you guys. I'm a Spartan. I usually line up with most of your takes, but I think you guys are way off here about Cabrera.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mike, let me ask about, you had no emotion when, Derek Jeter or Mariano Rivera retired. And forget the team accomplishments. Set those aside.
Okay.
Personally, you had no emotion when they retired.
No, because the way Jeter left, and I was on air here in Detroit ripping him, so it's there. He held the organization hostage for that last contract. He held them hostage for where he was going to be in the batting order, and we were a worse team because of it. So I began to resent Derek Jeter, and at that point, I can't have any love for you. No.
Okay, that's fair, but at the time you signed these guys to the contracts they have, where they're talking about Jeter, Albert Pujols, Cabrera, whomever, the last 3 to 5 years of the contract are going to be really bad when you sign them.
Okay, how about 7?
What it takes at the time when the market drives the price. How can you avoid that? And you can't trade them those last few years of the contract.
Right, but I also don't have to love it. Listen.
Well, you don't have to, but you don't have to disparage the people who are celebrating.
Well, I'm not. Hold on.
Arguably the greatest
Bob,
hitter since Ted
how
Williams.
am I disparaging when I said I just clearly don't understand it? And I don't have to. You don't have to understand my viewpoint. I don't get how a guy never delivered a title and has been horrific for 7 years, how you still have the emotional equity. I don't. Maybe I just have a dead heart.
It sounds like you are disparaging or making fun of the people who do have emotion about it.
Do you have emotion about it?
I watched the last couple games this weekend, and yes, it was fairly emotional because this is one of the greatest players of all time, and there's an appreciation. It was like watching Barry finish, right?
Okay.
You didn't know he was going out at the time, but at the time you appreciated the fact, regardless of how the team was, that you respected what he did personally. I mean, is every personal player's measurement dependent upon the team success?
In my world, yes. That's why I don't love athletes. I love teams. That's just how I am.
That's your take. But unfortunately, in Detroit, when we don't have the luxury of picking regional teams, we have the Lions, Tigers, Pistons, Red Wings. That's it. We don't get the choice of picking another team.
No, none of us do.
Players who contribute to. Well, yeah, you do. When you're on the East Coast, you have plenty of choices of teams.
Well, hold on.
You don't have one home-time team.
Well, yeah, but hold on. Now, that's not true, because as I've outlined to you, only losers root for the Jets. Well, I'm not a loser, Bob. I had to be a Giants fan. I'm a winner, damn it. Mets, Nets, and Jets. You're a loser.
But I told you, as Bob was, there's been nothing to root for. So you had to root for
So you make up something to root for?
Yes, you have to root for individual
You know who
players.
I blame? You know who I blame? I blame the media.
You have to root for
That's who I blame.
that incoming rookie, and you just overhype this guy. And it's like the people, Stafford came here, and the team never got better, but you were a Stafford fan. And then when he goes to the Rams, you want him to win his title, not because you were a Lions fan, you were a Stafford fan.
I'm going to go to Mike. 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. Hey, quick sidebar. When Cabrera goes to work with his briefcase, he's going to be like Kramer, and he's going to have Ritz crackers in it.
That's it.
His
He's
briefcase.
going to have a sleeve of crackers and like a rubber glove. Miggy, what are you doing here? You haven't worked here in 2 years.
TCBs. It's your business. But quickly, I just think that you're right, Mike, that it's very phony of Cabrera. He's, like yesterday, his English was perfect, and Rico had a former radio partner that he spoke to his old partner with like he'd never learned English. So that's where I see like the phoniness. And the time that he got all ginned up with Freddie Garcia, and the next day we needed that game, and Cabrera was like 0 for 5 with like the golden sombrero. So that's why I don't have any affection for Cabrera anymore, just because of the stupid stuff that he did.
No, I mean, listen, he did some things to hurt this team. And then the last 7 years of his career, he was objectively below average to useless in a linear
Right.
fashion. It's like, Mike, I don't know how you have the emotional equity after all that time.
Right. If that were like Magali Ordonez and he lasted that long, I'd have more feelings.
Sure.
for Max
Guy
than
sent you to
Mickey.
a World
So-
Series with one of the great moments in modern Detroit history. What's
Right.
the moment?
But you have a moment with
Right,
him.
but what's the moment I got to remember with Cabrera?
When he got all ginned up with Freddie Garcia and he missed the game.
Right, when Dombrowski
So-
picked him up from the drunk tank in a critical series. You're right.
Right.
Nailed it.
So-
No, Mike, I'm with you. And again, hey, people make mistakes. I'm just making a point to you. I don't love players, but I love teams.
No, but here you have to love players because if you love teams, it's pretty slim pickings. You'll be very sad.
Sad pizza. That's
It is.
okay.
And it just rolls over into the next season. And okay, the Pistons are sad. And the Tigers. That's why everybody's happy what the Lions are doing because you finally have something to root for.
And I'd like to say, I am glad Kenny corrected something that was on the call screener. That's all I can say. Kenny had typed something that was very unfortunate.
Wish I would have noticed.
I was going to tell you at the break, but I prayed someone back there. Kenny had an unfortunate keystroke. That's all we'll say. No. Oh, really? Why don't you come on in here during the break? 248-539-9797. I will tell you privately next, but I'm going to tell people publicly about FanDuel. Giants Seahawks tonight. Only way to really watch it, to be honest with you got to bet it. This is a bad football game. And FanDuel at least gives you ways to play. It's like if you were watching Michigan State, Iowa. How did you watch that without betting on something? State tripping over their ding-ding, minus 650. Winner. But FanDuel has got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who her the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
A Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right, amidst all the conversation we're having, there is an entire weekend that was in football, so we'll take a minute. It's time for football today.
So I need you all to explain something to me. What is wrong
With Noah Kim, I have no idea.
No, why are so many coaches in the NFL incompetent? Brandon Staley did it again. He ended up winning the game because his defense bailed him out again, but he went for it in negative territory again with 3 minutes to go, 7 minutes or 7 points up in the game. And then Matt Eberflus.
I see your Staley and raise you an Eberflus.
What are you thinking? Take the 3 points to go up and maybe win the game.
Under
and
2 minutes
no
to
more.
go. If I go for it on 4th down and miss, I do not have lead. If I kick field goal, I have lead. What? How is Matt Eberflus not fired today? Fired. Look, I don't have an explanation. Rico tends to be an apologist for coaches. I don't know what to tell you. These are fireable offenses at the highest level. Harlan Barnett, kindly leave. I see so much stupid stuff. And at the NFL level, that's the last bastion where you go, there's no way it could happen here. And it does. And it does.
Let's get this one out of the way. We'll
You're
start
not
with
David.
That's right. We're doing college and pros
All
going back
right.
and forth season.
All right.
We can start with my program in college. What should my panic level be with Georgia almost losing to Auburn?
You approach it like Tom Cruise in Top Gun. You're arrogant about it. And all I've told you is, Kenny, be careful with some of these road games. Sparty bleephead. All right. Well, you tell me. Your panic to me, 6.5. It should be a 6.5 because here's your problem. You're fine. Fine enough. But where are the special players? I have Brock Bowers. Lovely. What else is special on Georgia?
Brad McConkey, and that's about it.
Okay, there's my issue. Where's the Nolan Jones? Where's the Trayvon Walker? Where's the Jordan Davis? Where's the, where are the studs?
They're all on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's where they are. I would go probably a 7, Kenny, because first of all, it's hard to three-peat. Try to tell you that at the beginning of the year. It's hard to get players motivated to come back for that third time. You can only go to the well the world hates you. Well, you found out now where maybe you're just not as good, and it's hard to replace talent year after year after year.
I'm going to say something controversial. That while I don't think they could beat Texas, I do think Michigan could beat Georgia. You just allowed a team with no quarterback to pound the rock for 200 yards on you. That's a concern.
And Michigan does run the ball.
This is what they do, though. They pretend like the first half doesn't exist whatsoever.
But
that
this
bothers
is twice in 3 weeks. I'm just a little concerned because it is SEC play.
Right. But you have to wonder, kind of like Michigan, are you just bored and you kick it in later, or is this just who you are?
I got to see some more playmakers arise. That's all I'm saying. Georgia's still really good, but I don't know, man.
And for Kenny,
Texas
for you,
is back.
it's a not making the playoffs doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing to you.
Correct.
You got to win a title. So if that's the case, you should be
Have
very
you ever
concerned.
heard Kirby Smart's speech on the price of leadership? All right, let's go. David,
Let's
what do
go
you have?
back to the pros, go to the Sunday night game where Zach Wilson actually looked okay after the first quarter. But let's go to the end of the game where you have Robert Saleh going off on the referees because of a pass interference call on Sauce Gardner. Quote, after the game, Sauce Gardner says, Mahomes threw the ball outside the receiver and Carter was there. He made the play. Then the ref threw the flag. To me personally, it's like when you're playing one-on-one, you go for the layup and they wait to see if you miss it to then make the call. Is Robert Saleh right about complaining about that call?
Yes, it was a terrible call on Sauce. But that's the same crew that missed the call on Aiden here. Same crew. Tons of penalties, lots of missed calls. I didn't like the call. I know you're Sauce's reps and you feel different.
It was the right call. You grabbed it. Whenever you see the jersey getting pulled, yeah, that's holding. That's pass interference. they allow Sauce to do a lot of stuff, but you're out in the open one-on-one. Everybody saw the jersey tug. You can't not accept. Well, what is an illusion? It happened. Unfortunately, it happened on the interception. But I got to think maybe it was just they threw the flag, but everybody was looking at the ball getting intercepted. That you didn't realize they actually threw the flag when it happened.
So I'm going to hijack here because Kenny needed help with his college team. I need help with my pro team. Someone help me. No. Tomlin says after the game, yes, the product was ugly. Changes will be made. Well, the last 3 years under Matt Canada, who is the OC, 20.2 points per game, then 18.1. Now we're at 15.5. Just fire the OC already.
Okay.
What changes do you think should be made other than the OC?
I don't know. For the fourth year
in a row. You want
Jay
Johnson?
No, for the fourth year in a row, get an offensive line. Why do you keep whistling by the graveyard?
We drafted one in the first round, but we have nothing else beside him.
That's my whole point. I don't know, man. That would be the big change. I mean,
yeah, I think
what
you
do
guys,
you want, man?
I think you guys just got accustomed to the whole Tomlin never has a losing record and he'll just find a way. Well, eventually you run out of pieces. You got to replenish it with really good pieces, and you don't have that this year. And I don't think Kenny Pickett is special enough that he could cover up a lot of the inadequacies.
Let's go to college and talk hype train. Let's talk Colorado. Another loss to a legit team. Is the fun over for Coach Prime?
Yes.
No. Did you not see the broadcast? That was the greatest moral victory of all times. They were so close. They came back. That's USC, partner. Like, wow.
I love how hard they try to sell it. Oh, they put a scare into USC. A scare. USC was up by 14 at its lowest point. What scare? What does the matter with you people? Now, USC stinks, but there's no scare. Yeah, here's the deal. Colorado's going down to Arizona State. They're a whopping 4-point favorite over a non-bowl eligible team in a first year of a rebuild. And they could lose that game. Party's over, fellas.
And let's end this one with Rico.
Let me join in on this party. Over the summer, there was a lot of talk about Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
4 games in, completing over 70% of his passes, one interception, a 104 passer rating, and they're also scoring on 80% of the time they hit the red zone.
That's nice.
Were we wrong about Lamar Jackson and
No.
what he brings to this Baltimore
Because when they
Ravens
needed
team?
him against Indianapolis, what did he do? Nothing. Wow, you played a rookie yesterday. That's the J.J. McCarthy performance of the week. You played nothing and threw 15 passes. I don't care. When the chips are down, show me. No.
Okay.
Not at all.
So not being too hard on him?
No. And this week, they played a rat-ass Steelers. I mean, like, that's supposed to impress me? What, David?
They're going to beat my Steelers.
And a backup quarterback. What is Bruce Gronkowski the starter?
Oh, it'd
know what,
be
David?
Trubisky.
I lied. I do have one more.
Go ahead.
Are we ready to put some respect on Brock Purdy's name yet?
No. Okay. I watched the game.
He went Phil Simms. He threw one incomplete pass.
Hey, look, there's Christian McCaffrey wide open again. Hey, look, listen to me.
So what does he have to do?
I don't know, play with a less talented team.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Well, then I don't have to respect him. Everything's tailor-made for him. These simple little throws. He's got this amazing running game, an amazing O-line, an amazing defense, an amazing play caller. Oh, God. Anybody could succeed in San Francisco. It's ridiculous. What, Dave?
Go play for the Panthers and impress
Right.
us.
Yeah. Why don't you do that? Why don't you go start for Michigan State and show me how special you are?
Kid with the last pick taken in the draft. All he does is win.
Yeah.
I think
right
they're,
now,
11-0 now? Is him starting
Whatever.
quarterback regular season?
Privileged. That is in football today.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Win Schuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Chips. Former Michigan QB Cade McNamara likely out for the season. He's playing for Iowa, hurt his knee against Michigan State Saturday night. Monday Night Football, Seahawks favored by 2 over the Giants tonight. Saquon Barkley listed as doubtful. Lions getting Jamison Williams back in the fold. He's eligible to play against Carolina on Sunday at Ford Field. Lions favored by 9. Coach Campbell said they'll bring him along slowly. Pistons Isaiah Livers out 6 to 8 weeks with an ankle sprain. Then there's this story. Legendary entertainer Taylor Swift has been shown on national TV the last 2 Kansas City Chief games in a private booth sitting with Travis Kelce's mother, insinuating a dating relationship between Swift and Kelce. TMZ suggested last night that they wouldn't be surprised if this were an NFL publicity stunt. Now, before you dismiss that, consider that the NFL has always longed for younger fans, younger Super Bowl halftime shows, etc. Move their merchandise to younger fans. What better way to get them than inviting her to a couple of games, knowing she'd be shown repeatedly on TV? It's a win-win. NFL gets millions of teenage fans. Taylor Swift gets nonstop promotion ahead of her European tour. And by the way, did you see Jake from State Farm in the seat next to Kelce's mother at the Philadelphia game watching her other son play? You don't think the NFL had anything to do with that? Or is she just randomly sitting there? At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Before we get to the people regarding Cabrera, let me tell you something. I completely agree with what Jeff had to say there. This Taylor Swift stuff, this is the same thing as the Cabrera con, where the whole, hey, buy a crown, here's a candy bar, here's a baseball bat. This Taylor Swift thing's an absurdity. There's nothing real about it. I mean, who does this serve other than the NFL? They're moving product because people are morons. All of a sudden, you have Swifties buying Kelce jerseys.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, you didn't know who the guy was. But it works for the NFL.
It does.
She has a European tour coming up with a movie attached to it that they're advertising in the commercial breaks. Who does it serve? Her, the NFL.
At least I got more respect for them doing this than that whole Wear Pink campaign where
Fine.
the money didn't go where it was supposed to go.
I'm making a point. This is a PR ploy.
Yeah.
Kelce right now is their most visible face. He's in every ad. Taylor Swift is one of the global icons out there. If we put the two together in a faux relationship that I don't believe is real at all, what happens? Look at Sunday Night Football last night. How many times do you understand how bad it is? She was in a luxury suite filled with movie stars. You didn't even know Hugh Jackman was there.
No. Ryan Reynolds.
Right there. Who?
Right.
Who?
Right.
Honestly. So it's just free promotion. It's free for her. It's free for him. The NFL makes money. I mean, the articles. Now you got ESPN breaking down that she was wearing a $700 pair of shorts. I mean, I actually agree with what Jeff said. I think it's one of the great marketing capers of all time.
And here's the thing. In the end, we can't get mad if they're like, guys, we were never together. But you know what? We never told you we were together.
I'm not mad at her or him.
It's a grift. It's a con.
I'm mad at people.
People want to believe what they want to believe, Mike. And this is the TMZ world that we live in. And oh, my God. And the Swifties, whatever. You saw that when she came here and people were like, yes, I can get $5,000 for the ticket, but I can't disappoint my daughter.
But that's my point. I don't understand how people give power to her or Miguel Cabrera. I don't get it.
It's called escapism. You just want to leave your life and you want to go into their world.
So spend a mortgage payment to escape life.
Yes, David. Yeah. If your life is bad enough, yes.
Yeah, but I don't want to take a 75 and sunny day and watch a guy with a 580 OPS.
But
I don't want to do that.
No, but you
At
know
least
what
Taylor Swift puts on a world-class show, according to all experts.
No, but you know what? When you're down there with your buddy, you could talk about the good old days when he hit the Triple Crown and he did all of this, and you could reminisce. You could forget about your life, and you can go into a time capsule for just a couple of hours.
It's dumb, okay? She's not a Chiefs fan. I don't need to see a celebration of her in the booth.
Oh, my God.
Because
Touchdown.
I don't need it. Every play.
David, get used to it. Because if this was a few years ago, it would be Gronk instead of Kelsey, but Gronk is gone. So we're stuck with Kelsey.
And if you're saying the NFL wouldn't stoop that low, really? Pay for patriotism. Really? How much of that money actually goes to cancer research? Like, it's not hard to figure out. The NFL will do whatever.
And you know what, Mike? For those Swifties that they couldn't get, hey, let's go to the other market. I don't know if you guys saw the whole Andy's Room version of the game on Sunday.
What is that?
Where they went into, it was the scene from Toy Story, Andy.
No, I heard about this, and I said I will not partake in this.
They actually, it was, because I didn't know how they were going to do this. I thought maybe they would show highlights. It was the actual game. Players had computer chips in their pads so that when Bijan breaks a run, the computer version of it was the exact same game, only it was animated. And it was just like, oh, it was weird to watch. I saw a little bit of it, and then I was like, okay, I can't do this whole game this way. But I guess they're trying to market to little kids. Hey, you could watch the Toy Story version of the NFL. They're all about trying to make money. I'm not knocking the hustle, but I am getting tired of this Taylor Swift thing.
Have you seen, this is going to go right over Mike's head. Have you seen what NFL Twitter is on now? No. On their main page? No. Their background is 3 pictures of Taylor Swift, and then their bio is a Taylor Swift quote. That's what for NFL's Twitter page.
Because the NFL's not stupid.
They're in bed, man.
Taylor Swift is just a walking ATM.
Thank you.
And her fans will blindly do whatever and follow whatever this. You can't get a Travis Kelce jersey at all. Kansas City Chiefs gear, yeah, just gone.
And who benefits? The league.
Yeah.
Also on here is the first jersey to buy is a Kelce.
And it's probably back ordered. If you order it now, maybe you can get it for your Christmas gift, but they may have broken up by then, but you're not getting a refund.
It's so bad. I mean, the lead of the coverage last night. She's here. I'm like, wait, what is she, Queen Elizabeth? I get it. All right, hey, listen, I lived when Michael Jackson was big. I don't understand the power that this woman has over the planet.
I just thought it was funny because in comes, there was Blake Lively, her sister, and it was like Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. And it's like, wait, you got the Deadpool cast in here, Deadpool and Wolverine, that everybody's been wanting to see these two get together for a movie. They've mocked it for years, saying, no, I don't want to be seen with you, like they don't like each other. They're right there. And it's just like, they might as well have been Acme bodyguards because no one even mentioned it.
Well, I tell you, the other thing that looked like a setup, too, is Mahomes' wife was up there, and she looked miserable. I mean, it's like they're pushing this narrative. Like they're going to be having Thanksgiving dinner together. This is ridiculous.
Well, she wasn't the star, so, that's why she didn't like it. Wait,
just stay away
I have to play the supporting role? But
the
didn't
point
you
I'm
see me
making
in
is, as an
quarterbacks?
NFL football fan that is beginning to grate on me, I just want to watch the game. I just want to watch the game. It's the same thing as watching these Colorado games. I just want to watch the game. I don't want to be a part of your soap opera. I just want to watch the game.
You don't like all the Deion commercials after they go to break?
I don't hate look, Deion's got a right to do ads the way Taylor Swift does. I'm fine with it. I make a point that when I'm watching a game, don't make me a part of your soap opera. No, Colorado's not putting a scare into USC. No, they're not close to being a top 10 team. They're not close to being anything. Stop pushing it. It's the same thing as this Taylor Swift stuff. She's a wonderful artist. Enjoy your tour and dominating Earth. I don't need this. This isn't real. Oh, look at that. And it's like, what are we doing? What is any of this?
It's the NFL trying to make things interesting, Mike. Unfortunately,
I feel like the guy who stars in that show, I think you should leave. I just sit there and I'm going, what the? What the? I'm like, what is this? What is this world? I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
Move your car. I don't know how.
Are you sure about that? Like, I don't understand it. I feel like I'm walking amongst zombies. Between the Cabrera stuff and this Taylor Swift thing,
It's how the NFL has figured out a way to make even more money. And they will do it saying, we'll take a back seat. We know think about this. Once again, the NFL is the same organization that stole Sunday from the church. Okay? They're saying, we'll take a back seat. She's more popular than us, but it's a win-win conversation. So, sure, we'll be the supporting cast. It's all about her and Kelsey. Swifties, unite. Support the Kansas City Chiefs. Heck,
I mean, it's amazing.
It works.
What is she, God?
To some people.
Okay,
yeah.
well, that's where we are as a society.
You don't have to look that far. You can look in this office. Straight back.
Oh. That's a whole separate matter. 248-539-9797. We'll get to, you want to call in about Miggy. Do you buy into this conspiracy, the NFL and Taylor Swift? Whatever you like. We'll get to it. And we got Dan Campbell lowering the bar for JMO. We're going to get to that in the 5 o'clock. 97.1.
Everything is changing so fast these days, and that's a great thing. Back in the day, we were lucky if we could download one video on our computer desktop, but now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with the fastest speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, you can play video games in the basement while somebody's doing the latest TikTok dance in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now, through November 15th, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple, whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
Sorry about that,
Hey,
Rico.
I'm
I'll
Michael.
finish my sentence momentarily. Hey, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. And what's not up for debate, the eco-friendly, most comfortable, best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool and comfortable and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, straight to the people. We go to Mark, who's up next, 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Mike, Rico, you guys are amazing. Mike, you're probably the top sportscaster in the nation, so I'm glad that Detroit's got you.
Well, I appreciate that. So what's on your mind? We
And
doing
Mike, I've
Miggy?
got
We
two
doing
kids.
Taylor Swift? What are we doing here?
We're doing Miggy, but before that, I've got 2 kids, and I do have a favorite, and just because you're the favorite today, we're like the AP poll. You can move up and down the poll.
You know what, Mark?
I like it.
I respect that right there.
The power rankings in Mark's household are fluid.
It can change. You took out the
And I let
garbage.
my
You've
kids
moved
know
up.
It, you know? And I let my kids know it. You know, we got
Excellent.
very open relationships. They're 18 and 21. They're great kids.
Hunger Games. I love it.
Perfect.
All right. So here's what I want to say about Miggy. And I don't know what his contract was 7 years ago. And unfortunately, I think a lot of times these athletes, they earn their money, but they don't get it until later in their life. And, you know, especially in football, you know, you got some of these, like Bijan Robinson's never going to get the money he deserves.
Right.
I don't know what Miggy's contract was 7 years ago, but he earned that money because he was the best in the world. And unfortunately, you know, Miggy loves baseball and he's got kids now. Maybe he just likes having them around the ballpark, and it sucks. And it's a lot easier for me to deal with because unlike you guys, I don't have to watch 162 games of that garbage every year for my job.
Right. No,
You know, I
it was
can
it was
turn
it
that
was
off.
like 8 at 250, I think is what it was, or 248 or something of that regard. And Mark, listen, I don't begrudge the athlete. If someone's going to pay you, hey man, take the money.
Yeah.
But you just nailed it, Mark. You can take the money and earn it, and I'm not mad about it. What I get upset is I don't want to have to keep looking at it. I don't want to have to keep watching awful on a day in and day out basis for 7 years.
Yeah, and I agree with you there, and it sucks. But, you know, again, like I said, you know, Miggy, he's been playing baseball his whole life, you know, and, like, he's very good at it. And a lot of people I don't think will walk away from it. But maybe, you know, he's got kids now and wants to bring them to the ballpark, so I don't hate him for that. Yeah, it sucks for the Tigers
That's
because
it.
I'm not a huge baseball fan. I'm a huge Detroit fan. I'm a big Lions fan. I like Michigan. I have my whole life. I'm not a typical Michigan fan, and that's why I respect you guys talking real about, you know, you've got to deal with Michigan State being crap right now.
Listen,
so I
hey,
get to watch that, but
I'm
I
ready to
can turn the
make
game off.
Michigan the number one team in America, to be quite honest. If Kenny's team keeps bleeping around, the only team right now that I'm convinced Michigan cannot beat is Texas. Other than that, I'm keeping all my options open.
Well, Colorado, partner.
I love the narrative, and they'll never have to answer for it. Colorado can go lose to Arizona State this weekend, and they'll act like they never were the ones openly recruiting kids to go to Colorado, openly selling you a narrative the first 3 weeks of the year. Such a dishonest routine. What, David? You were about to say something. Go ahead. What's up?
We were putting something together here. We're just talking.
Sorry. Okay.
Something for the show later in the week.
That's okay. Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hi, how's it going?
Good, B. What's on your mind?
Well, I wasn't going to call in until that guy that called you Michael about 17 times said that Miguel was such a hard worker. And, you know, I know what a hard worker is. I was a beer driver for 32 years. This guy showed up for spring training every year, 100 pounds overweight.
That's right.
He underachieved.
But he was in the
never
best
got a
shape of
big
his
hit.
life.
Yeah, every year, best shape of his life, 100 pounds overweight. And he never got a big hit in the playoffs. Well, so he was a great talent. He was all that. And I take grief from my friends all the time because while for different reasons, like Barry Sanders, he always made it tough on the offense. He was amazing to watch. He was a highlight film. But he made it tough on the team, and just like Cabrera, made it impossible for the team to win. So why are we crying? For God's sakes, I was joyful.
That's
that
right.
he's done.
I'm thrilled it's over. I don't have to look at him. Scott Harris doesn't have to manage the contract, the ego, the BS of having to put him in there every so often. Brian, I'm with you. I don't know of any other situation in my life where a guy was useless the last 7 years of his career and still was carried out on a throne. No World Series, no parade down Woodward, 7 straight years of garbage. And I got people mad at me because I just, as I played the clip for Rico in the break, what is this world? What have they done to us? I don't understand it.
People want nostalgia, Mike. When you're not winning, this is what happens.
Where's my nostalgia on Saturdays? No, I don't have any.
You know what? You should have been to the Washington game when they had the whole Rose Bowl thing, and it was a celebration on the field. It was a 10-year reunion.
Yeah. Yeah. And it went just about the same way.
Last time Miggy was relevant.
Actually, it's the last time they made the playoffs. 2014.
Celebration.
And State had one more decent year after that. There you go. So there you go. It's been a while since MSU's been any good, right? That's how long it's been for Cabrera +1.
It's a celebration.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Talk to me.
So I think basically Cabrera got a legacy contract. When he got the contract, he was at the end of his professional career, and they just basically let him ride it out the whole freaking year for 7 years. And like you said, it's just out of shape. I can't stand whenever he comes up to the plate, I turn the channel and then come back after he's done. It drives me nuts.
So why do you think people are so emotional about it?
Well, because, as with anybody, we all think about, the good old days when he was hitting 30 to 50 a year. But, hell, after this long in life, he needs to just, go about his way. He should have retired a few years ago, like you said, and like some of the callers said. It's like, let it go, move on, and now be part of the team on the other side.
Like I said, Mike, it really boils down to nostalgic, as everybody is saying, because you don't have winning going on here. So you gotta latch hold to a player, and the player has to make you feel good. Whether it's he's currently doing it or he did it 7-8 years ago, at least it's something to look forward to. And you go down to the ball game and you reminisce with your friends and talk about the good old days.
Rico, okay. How about the last 5 years? The guy's got 2,000 at-bats in 5 years. 2,000. How many home runs he got? Here, let's get nostalgic. Want me to get nostalgic? Let me get nostalgic with you. Go ahead. 2,000 at-bats. How many home runs?
50.
46.
Close.
You're right. Let's get nostalgic about that 690 OPS.
But you had nothing else. You had I don't
want to hear it.
There was nothing else on the team.
And
the Tigers knew that.
But that
so
doesn't...
the Tigers said, hey, look at Miggy. Don't look at this bad organization.
But that makes you, as a fan, as bad as these Swifties buying Chiefs jerseys for a team they don't know anything about. It makes you a puppet.
Can't argue that point. You know what? You win.
Did you see what I'm saying? All right.
Strong J.
Okay. Let's go to Nick. 97.1. What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, Mike, free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last, hallelujah. Mike, my weekend was awesome. I won my fantasy baseball pool and $500. My sister got me tickets to the Penn State Ohio State game, even though we're probably going to lose that game because we've got James Franklin as our head coach. But the greatest gift of all, I don't have to look at Cabrera anymore. More importantly, I don't have to hear about Sheppy McShepperton, or should I say Shilly McShillerton, Craig the Belt Stealer Monroe, and Sleepy Gibby, who, by the way, should also be shipped off to retirement land. Guy doesn't even know where he is. Talk about his stupid stats, even though Pools was better than him and had a better first 10 years than he did in his prime. But let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about, but he's such a great guy. He's a great guy. and he's such a great family guy. Yeah, I'm sure he is. That's why he's got 2 families that I know about. But like this guy that you see on the field for the last 5 years, that's a ghost you're looking at. That's not Cabrera. The real Cabrera died 7 years ago, like you said.
7 years ago. No, and that's, I mean, Nick, that's what I don't understand is the reverence. You can say, hey, he was the best right-handed hitter in Tigers history. Okay, that's great. Last 7 years, nothing. Haven't made the playoffs in a decade. Not a great guy. Right. And by the way, if you want me to say, hey, man, we gave him the money, well, then you know what? Would it kill you to get in shape once in a while?
It's actually so. And I'm just, I was so disinterested in Cabrera, Mike, that the last 3 games of the season, I only watched the last 2 games of I didn't watch Sunday's game. I was putting on my Halloween lights. I was so disinterested. So I'm like, whatever, man.
No, it was too much.
The game ended, I was rejoicing. I was doing like the coughing dance. Like yeah, that's it. We're finally putting this guy in the ground. We can move on.
That's it, Nick. That's the whole point. We have a future now. I'm with you. Scotty Harris can begin doing his job. Scotty Harris can now. I don't have to worry about playing a dead guy in the lineup. But I don't get the magic. I've never gotten the magic. Like Maglio gave you a moment and sent you to a World Series. What is it? Is he some ultra likable guy? No. Do I think he gave it his all for you? No, I don't. Not when you show up in deplorable shape every year.
But the con is he's in the best shape of his life. No. That was the con that they gave you. Miggy showed up in best shape of his life.
One highlight. There wasn't 1 year in the last 7 where he turned the clock back and you went, there's the guy. 7 years. 7. People like the fact that it looks like he has fun when he's playing the game and that the opponents respect him and they laugh and yuck it up with him, that he's, knocking people's hats off as they round first base. Ha, ha, ha. That's all a bit. It's an act.
Hey, I'm with you. It's a bit. Like Bits.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Paulson's audio video football. 98-inch Sony LED TV. It could almost make Michigan State look decent. Almost. Now listen, Paulson's has got deals going on right now. Sony offering $1,000 off a laser 4K projector. You're a Michigan fan. You may as well go all in. You're making the playoffs. It's going to be a big year. Upgrade your home setup. Paulson's has added speakers and headphones from all the major players. They've got a launch party coming up here on October 4th. Representatives and manufacturers on site. Food, drinks, demos. Visit the events page on paulsonsav.com for more details. It's Paulson's. Prices are always less than Amazon Prime or Best Buy. They'll show you right in the store. It's Paulson's audio video. It's the toy store for grown-ups.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have.
All right, let's get to it. A little football in the mix, please. It's 4:30. I demand it.
Let's start with a banger that was in the world of college football. LSU, Ole Miss. Is this just what LSU does, is play crazy games like this?
No. It's my issue is, as sad as things are at our alma mater, we weren't expected to be good, and we're not. If you're LSU, your goal was a national title this year. Your defense is filled with 4- and 5-star players, and you just gave up 711 yards to Ole Miss.
On top of that, you were supposed to be good in a down year in the SEC. Sorry,
Correct.
Kenny.
Alabama's not vintage, and Georgia's good. They're not vintage.
Right.
And LSU 2 losses before October 1st. It's a total.
Thanks for playing.
It's not what they do. Kenny, this is a disaster if you're an LSU fan.
Go from one disaster to the next disaster. Trouble in Cincinnati. Wow, they lost again. They are now 1-3. And in their next 3 or 4 games, they have the 49ers, the Bills, and the Seahawks.
Hey, I got news for you.
I'm always effing open.
That's what Jamar Chase says.
They're 3-point favorites in Arizona this week.
Yes, they are.
They're not right. Burrow's not healthy. The loss of Jesse Bates has gutted that defense at the safety level. Look, this happens. Unless you're privileged like Rico, some of these teams, they just have a down year. You don't just go to the Super Bowl every year. David, I don't know that they're going to get right anytime soon. Plus, T. Higgins is hurt now.
Mike, I got a question for you. Is this college football team for real, or is it Fugazi? West Virginia Mountaineers. They're 4-1 right now. Their only loss is to a top 10 Penn State.
Yeah. It's amazing. Neil Brown was on the hot seat, and they've had quarterback injuries. I think it's Garrett Green. Their starter's been dinged up, but they returned 4 or 5 O-linemen. They hammer the ball. Look, real is in they're going to make a bowl, save Neil Brown's job, and not be in the basement in the Big 12? Yes. Doing anything beyond that? Oh, hell no. Have you watched them play?
Just saying.
It's a rock fight.
They beat TCU.
Who blows? Sorry. Hi, Kenny.
So PFF ranked their top quarterbacks of the week, so let's play a little game of buy-sell.
Okay.
Tua Tagovailoa.
What, from Maryland?
He was number 1. Yeah.
Nah, it's a sell. I think the kid's a fraud. He's a turnover machine in big games. He makes his brother look like Bill Walton.
Is this
even tinier?
For college or for pro?
He's doing Tawalia.
No, I'm saying, but are they projecting it in the pro game?
This was just how they performed over the past week.
He's a great college quarterback. So long as you realize that, Mike, he can go out there, he'll throw the ball around. He's going to throw picks. Yeah, so's everybody, but he's fun to watch. But the next level, no, never going to happen.
Other names on here that you can pick apart: Graham Mertz, Bo Nix, and Jaden Daniels also cracked the top 5.
Graham Mertz?
Mertz has been the best quarterback who hit the portal. The problem is they gave up 300 yards rushing to Kentucky. Mertz has been okay. Look, the other ones, like Bo Nix, when he's at home, is a legend.
Bo Nix on the what did they just play on the road?
They played at Stanford. Nobody was there.
It's still on the road.
That's not a road game.
You didn't get to sleep in your bed. It's a road game.
Okay. Next.
Yes, speaking of quarterbacks, let's go back to the NFL with quarterbacks. I want to ask, what do these teams do next? Mac Jones was benched in his game against the Cowboys. It may not have been him, may have been the Cowboys.
Look,
I'm not sure.
Why don't we just go to the next level? It's time to tell Bill it's over. Robert Kraft has to go to Belichick and say, here's the deal. We can negotiate that you're walking at the end of this year, or I will fire you. We're done. The schemes don't work. They're not talented. They're not athletic. And the last 2 times where Belichick Magic could have played, he got worked. Miami came to town, worked.
Well, it's
Go to
interesting-
Dallas, worked.
So basically, you're saying Belichick is the New England version of Miguel Cabrera.
Correct. It's over.
It is interesting you say that because they've scored 55 points this season, which is the fewest in 4 games since 2000, which was his first season as a coach.
He's controlled everything. These are his players, his selections, his program, his coaches. I'm done. It's over.
Now, are you also done with Desmond Ridder? Because Arthur Smith says he will still be the starter in Atlanta. He threw back-to-back interceptions. Now, the first interception, they hadn't been able to move the ball at all. Finally moved the ball in the drive, pick 6. I mean, Desmond Ridder, what are we doing
And
here?
you know what? Even animated Desmond Ridder was bad in Andy's room.
Listen, he should be put up on charges, criminal charges for ruining Atlanta's season. They have to sit him down for Heineke. Desmond, you cannot win games with this kid. He's atrocious.
Mike, I got one more for you.
Kenny has one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Rico.
Mike, and,
No.
it's not because of who they play this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Is Oklahoma the best 5-0 team that no one's talking about?
No. They're frauds.
Is it because of who they play this weekend?
No, it's because I've watched Iowa State move up and down the field on him. I watched Cincinnati move up and down the field on him. I watched him in a 14-11 game against SMU with 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Because here's the thing. If they knock off Texas, their final games, UCF, Kansas, at Oklahoma State, West Virginia, at BYU, and TCU at
They
home.
would be a 2-touchdown underdog, the likes of TCU in the playoff if they got there. They're phony.
We talked about Coach Prime already. Him and Lincoln Riley getting NFL interest per reports. Do either of them grab an NFL gig? If so, with whom?
Lincoln Riley, maybe because of what he does with quarterbacks. And if you wanted Caleb, you could hire him. Deion Sanders? What, you think a gold chain and sunglasses wins on Sundays? What are you on, crack? Deion Sanders in the NFL? You think any of that happy horse bleep is he's going to walk into a group of grown-ass men and that bit's going to work?
Yeah.
What are you, nuts?
Even though you're a Hall of Famer, your cachet works with 17, 18-year-olds.
Deion can win a national title in college. Deion would not last a full season in the pros.
I would think that Deion is more so looking at a Texas A&M type of job, Florida, some big-time Power 5 school. Yeah, Lincoln Riley, if you're a package deal with Caleb Williams, yeah, he would probably go, knowing I don't know if I'm going to get another quarterback like this. Let me pull a Cliff Kingsbury and just cash in, get fired, and I could always go back to college. Deion, yeah,
It's just not how it works. The NFL, you have to actually know things.
Yeah, you can't get upset at Sauce Gardner and pull him to the side and tell him, son, I love you and you're going to do better in life. And no, that's probably not going to work.
That's not going to work, and that is
That's I'm insulted we're ending on that.
Deion?
That was terrible. Deion to the NFL. You got to be kidding me.
Okay, then, Mike, here's one for you.
Yeah, Noah Kim stinks. Jay Johnson, grifter. Bigger con artist, Bernie Madoff or Jay Johnson, 248.
Let's just end it right there. 97-1.
All right, Moran Buick GMC, your schedule's packed this fall. The kids, the sports, all of it. 24 Buick Enclave from Moran could be the answer. Seating up to 7. Maybe you got projects to tackle. You're a hunter or anything in between. The 23 GMC Sierra 1500, 24 months, $19.99 down. Moran's got new stock arriving daily, and you know about MoranExpress.com, the free loaner vehicle when you bring in for certified service. And again, obviously, Michigan State rivalry coverage later in the month. Moran Buick GMC, all aboard that as well. You're always going to get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday. He's got
a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody what
personal
this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh, I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right, 5 o'clock, we will get into Dan Campbell's comments, and I actually like them. And I have a reason, and it might not be obvious on surface, but I like what he said about Jameson Williams, and I'll explain. We'll do that in a few minutes. David, the ticket text. If you guys missed anything on Miguel Cabrera, Odyssey.com rewind, go listen to it. Rico and I are just not joining this big farewell party, and I don't understand much of it. Didn't win a World Series, hasn't been of use to you as a fan in 7 years. And this has been the most pathetic light show distraction ever. All Miguel Cabrera did was distract from the fact this has been the worst organization in baseball the last 7 years. And yet yesterday, today I got people calling up, hosts asking, what was your most emotional? Emotional? I was thrilled to put Nona in the ground. Thrilled.
Yeah, it got to the point where, what are we doing here? I look forward to the day. Today was better because you got the new Tigers, the young Tigers, the Tigers that will actually sell out the stadium because you want to see them win, because maybe they'll challenge for a division. Not just a guy who's well past his prime, who literally wanted to quit last year and was told
financial guys went, yeah, you're not doing that.
Yeah. So he knew, guys, this grift has gone on long enough. Now, one more year. And this is what you got. It was the farewell tour, the prequel followed by this one.
Jesus. Yeah. The Big Ten is awful. Michigan out to 21-point favorites at Minnesota. I mean, this can we just have a playoff between Michigan, OSU, and PSU and just stop playing the other games? Holy, like Nebraska. This Bobby Smitherman or Haubauer or whatever his name is. He can't throw the ball. How are you Nebraska in any way, shape, or form? And whether it's Jeff Sims or Henry Haubacher, you don't have a quarterback who can throw the ball. What is this, 1997?
You know what, Mike? You better get Matt Rule now, because you won't be able to beat him later on.
I think Matt Rule's a good program.
It's like the Dion.
Again, Michigan, Minnesota. I don't know. McCarthy will throw 15 balls. They'll run it 55 times. Can we just get to the playoff?
Dude, the slate for the Big Ten doesn't get – you're not going to see anything until November.
These games are awful.
They are, and every game, every week in October is just garbage, followed by more garbage, followed by more garbage. You're right. That's when all of a sudden you'll see the round robin tournament of Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State when they start playing each other and knocking each other off, because now you'll at least see talent versus talent.
Michigan, Georgia, neutral field. I would take Michigan right now. Michigan, Texas, neutral field. I would not. Hook them. I think Michigan might be able to beat Georgia. I don't know that Georgia's special, buddy. I don't see many high-level guys outside of Bowers.
And I was about to say, can Michigan cover Bowers?
No one can.
No, but, I mean, that may be the difference where it could end up being a field goal type of game.
I'll tell you what they can do.
And you know what?
I don't think it takes a lot to bother Carson Beck.
It doesn't. If Michigan still had Moody on the team, I would give Michigan a field goal because he was money. You knew once you crossed the 40-yard line, you were guaranteed points.
I'll tell you the other team that could give them problems. You need a quarterback to beat Michigan, because I don't know that this secondary is what this fan base thinks it is. Like, if Penix plays that secondary.
Well, you know, I wanted to say it, but I was told that I was Penix agent.
No. It'd be a shootout. It'd be very similar to the TCU game, I think. But Washington would worry me if I'm a Michigan fan. Texas would worry me. I'm not worried about Ohio State. I think you always have to take the game seriously. But this Georgia thing, this is twice in the last 3 weeks now. And Georgia just played a team that does not have a quarterback. Auburn was able to pound the rock. That's what Michigan wants to do. McCarthy's better than anything Auburn's got. I tell you.
So neutral field, Michigan, Florida State.
Wow, would that be difficult? Oh, boy. Can I just say I don't know? I'd like to wager
You just want to say Texas?
I don't know what to do with Florida State versus Michigan. I don't.
It'll be entertaining.
It's a slight, maybe a lean.
I think this
FSU, but not like Texas. Texas, I think, can win both ways up front against U of M.
Just to give you a peep for tomorrow, I'm trying to figure out between Florida State, Texas, and Michigan who gets that number one spot.
I mean, Texas, clearly.
So one game against Nebraska and Michigan gets the number one spot.
No, David.
No, they played really well, though, David.
It was the game that I've been waiting to see.
That's right.
A complete game.
How you win matters, David.
You made a bad team look awful. That's what great teams do.
We have been waiting all year for that. You're right about
that.
that.
And they did it.
Because you don't cover, it's slow starts, you pull away in the third quarter, but at that point you're sitting up there like, is this team really good? Right. No, you went out to Nebraska in the heat.
It was over in 10 minutes.
And it was just utter domination.
And we always say
my
this.
Things,
the poll should be fluid. It should be. Rico should have the ability to say, this week they did what we asked. They should move up. Georgia keeps farting around. They should move down.
I just could not believe what I was seeing with 6 minutes
I'll give you an
left.
example. Texas played ranked Kansas this weekend, right? That's a look-ahead spot with the Red River shootout versus OU next week. Didn't matter. Beat them by 25. Mm-hmm. That's what you do when you're real special. Now, again, Kenny might be right in that Georgia starts slow, they get stubborn. Maybe Georgia's got the extra gear or two. But when you get to this point and now you were trailing at home to South Carolina and you were tied in the fourth quarter against, this is not a good Auburn team. You got to at least ask a question.
Right. When you got to rely on Peyton Thorne to win the game for you. You just hate to see it. Right, because I'm sitting there watching like, what does that guy look? Oh, my God, that's Peyton Thorne.
Mm-hmm.
That's
You don't like the mullet?
I totally forgot. Like, I've seen this quarterback. Oh, yeah.
Someone else said that to me when we watched the game. It says, he looks familiar.
I forgot that's where he went. But, yeah, I Florida State, they didn't play. They were off. But, man. Now, the LSU game.
There it is.
The shine is kind of coming off a little bit.
And, look, I'm the ultimate FSU guy, and a win is a win. But Clemson should have beat him. Their kicker lost his mind from 25 yards out. Clemson should have beat him. And but they didn't. Talent-wise, FSU has the pieces, but they have to play better football. I'll just tell you, for me, there's only one team in America where I don't think Michigan can get them, and it's Texas.
They played Rice, and overrated Alabama, tough Wyoming, Baylor, Kansas. Ooh.
Kansas was ranked.
So was Iowa at one point.
He's discrediting Texas. This is great.
Michigan's not going to see a ranked team till November 11th. They just gutted Kansas by 25.
Kansas is ranked. He's like, whatever. I don't care.
Iowa was ranked in 15. It's okay.
Iowa was ranked 2 weeks ago. So
I got nothing. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the Dan Campbell comments on JMO because I think they're super interesting. We'll do it next. 97.1.
If it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah.
And we're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men, open 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It is wicked awesome. Former Michigan quarterback Cade McNamara, now playing for Iowa, likely out for the season with a knee injury he suffered on Saturday night against Michigan State. Monday Night Football, Seahawks favored by 2 at New York against the G-men. Saquon Barkley, doubtful with an ankle. Lions get the winless Panthers. That's next Sunday at Ford Field, 1 p.m. the kick right here on 97 the ticket. Lions favored by 9 points. Yes, Jameson Williams is eligible to play, reinstated by the NFL, but Dan Campbell said today they will bring him along slowly. Pistons, Isaiah Livers out 6 to 8 weeks. He has a pretty severe ankle sprain, suffered before training camp. Georgia still number 1 in the college football polls. They displayed a close call at Auburn. Michigan number 2, but now getting some first place votes. Tigers at 78 and 84 this season, good for second place in the division, but it was the 9th straight year they missed the playoffs. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're shot out of a cannon here at 5 o'clock. Unbelievable. Just had an incredible conversation with Jeff Rieger. It's 80. It's sunny.
It's nice.
I will not control how happy I am. Cabrera, known as dead. Cabrera's out. Now, I want to play for you some audio here of Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Because I actually like what he had to say here, but I'm taking it a different direction. I know what you're going to do, and you have a right to do it. But this is about J-Mo, who's now back. The NFL has said, oops, you're back. But I have said to you, from the beginning, I thought it would take weeks, plural, to work him back into the rotation and to earn his keep. Well, weird, because it sounds like the head coach agrees with me. Let's take a quick listen here, shall we? So let me give you the translation.
Oh, I had the translation, but you go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Rosetta Stone, because then I'm going to offer it to you.
Your translation is, J-Mo, we've gotten this far without you. We don't need you. You can come and help us, or you could just sit along and sit on the sideline. We expected you to do a lot more as a first-round selection, but obviously right now we're going to just lower the bar. Can you just catch the ball? That's it. We don't need yak. We don't need anything. Can you just catch the ball and get out of St. Brown's way?
Distill it even further. You got to distill it even further. J-Mo, be an adult.
Yeah.
See, I told you all summer this didn't go the way the Lions had hoped. This kid wasn't an adult. He wasn't serious about his business. You never heard the reports about J-Mo lighting camp up. None of it. This is about the fact J-Mo's coming back. The reliability is a skill thing. Professionalism's a skill. Be where you're supposed to be when you're... You know what that is, J-Mo? You're nothing. You can come back, but here's what the rest of the receivers are doing.
Yeah. To me, this says, J-Mo, extremely short leash. We have done all of this without you. We haven't missed you one iota. Look at us. We're one of the best teams in the NFC. And how much did you help to get us there? Exactly.
And I'll tell you right now, if the second half of this season, if he doesn't come back and have a really productive, nice, high-quality year, I'll tell you right now, they'll move on from him this offseason.
And I was going to say, you know what? You're going to get Juju Schuster.
That's right. I don't think Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, the culture, or what they're building in this locker room, they are not going to play here and go, look, they've spent money on free agents they've moved on from quick. And I'm telling you, I don't want that to happen. But I think that's a pretty damning quote from Dan Campbell. And it vibes with everything we've said, which is we want it to work, but it's not working.
And before you say, you guys are just hating, that was the coach speaking. You didn't hear excitement. Wait a minute. The league is letting him back in. I am so happy. He is basically laying down the rules, saying, just show up, do your job, and we'll find a space for you.
What do you take out of what Dan Campbell said there? 248-539-9797. I take it as, J-Mo, this is your last shot. Be an adult. Be at the facility. Don't be out and about at 3 a.m. Study. Stay healthy.
Help us win.
Yeah, do your job.
Yeah.
Because this is the other
problem.
problem.
And by the way, just don't be a diva on the field either, because you don't see anybody else blowing a gasket because they were wide open and Goff didn't throw them the ball. Just come back to the huddle and listen for the next play.
All the guys they have on this team are pros. Whether it's Amon-Ra, Josh Reynolds, Laporta, they're pros. They shut their mouth. They do their job. I think that is a huge shot across the bow by Dan Campbell. And if you disagree, all I ask for is reasons, preferably in complete sentences. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead. JMO Radio's back.
Yeah, the way I see this, he's basically saying the train is moving. We're not slowing it down. We're not waiting for you. All I need to see is just you're reliable, you're where you're supposed to be, but we're not stopping for you. Yeah. We're going to keep moving. If you don't jump on board, too bad.
Yep. We're not waiting for you to catch up, get up to speed, because the speed is already there. Either you're with us or you're not. I mean, imagine if that was Jordan Davis.
I knew he was going to do it.
There's a flag.
No, I knew he was going to do it. I knew it. He couldn't help him. It's the self-indulgence of Rico Beard.
Not a flag.
It is a flag because it's not pertinent to the quote. If you want to do, we should have drafted someone else.com, it's a different topic. No, you couldn't help yourself. You know what you did. Now own it.
Congratulations, Miggy.
Right, exactly. Tots and pears.
But I will say this. Lions fans should be happy hearing this type of message from their head coach.
I love it.
This is a different city. This is a different team now.
David, it's the tone at which he said it. And you know this as being a father. He sounded like a parent. Like, I am tired of your stuff. Either you get this right or there's the door. That's just what I heard. Now, I'm paraphrasing, folks. No. But you could just hear the tone in his voice.
When he says
you didn't hear
reliability,
excitement.
Why, if a player was totally reliable in their time here, would you preach why reliability is a skill? No. If a player was available while they were here, would you preach availability? No. So it's directly calling out all of his shortcomings.
If this was St. Brown coming off of an injury or something like that, they would be excited. We can't wait to get him back. We got so much planned for him. Well, the bar is low. We just need him to come in here, make some catches.
I got bad news for you.
And that's it.
Here's the other thing, and I talked about it this summer. If they were going down the field and it wasn't to Amon-Ra, it was going to be to Laporta, right? While you were gone, here's what took place, J-Mo. Amon-Ra is a top 10 wide receiver in this league, and I personally believe top 5. He's a really good player. He is always going to be number 1 in target share. Sam Laporta is number 2. He's getting better and better every week, and Goff loves him, right? All right. Number 3 is a hybrid. Gibbs/Reynolds.
Yep.
Target share, right? There was never a situation J-Mo was coming back as anything better than wide out 4.
How about this? And on top of that, this team is showing you they just want to run the ball and run play action. So Montgomery kind of is option number 1. If we can run this ball 25, 30 times with him, we're okay with that.
Well, that's the point. And J-Mo last year being demonstrative when not getting the ball. See, I think part of that was in that message by Campbell.
Yeah.
You're not getting 10 targets a week. If you want that, you'll be somewhere else. We're not about one player. We're not about stats. We're about winning. I thought that was powerful by Dan Campbell.
It was.
And I don't have to love everything Dan Campbell does as it pertains to decision making, but I do not doubt what he has built. These players play for him. He is trying to build a winner here.
For the first time, we hear the word used often about culture. He's done that. And that message, that was a part of the culture. There is no I. It's all we and us.
And here's the other thing. Like, I'll give you an example. If I have my druthers, he doesn't play this weekend. I'm getting a couple weeks of practice into you, reps into you, because if you are not 100% in, I have no use for you. Look, that was the whole thing you said and David said. Rico, they're winning. Yeah. I'm not putting you out there to put you out there.
See, here's where I'm different. And I see this game differently. I think you're just going to destroy Carolina. So, no. You get the mop-up duty reps. You get the fourth quarter reps where, okay, all the starters are down. Now you're out there with Teddy Bridgewater, and we'll see what you got.
Okay. If you're privileged enough to be up in a game late and play your B squad, fine. I'm saying to you is,
No, if this game is a battle, then absolutely, you're right. But Carolina's a bad team.
Well, I guess my question is, who am I taking off the field? This has always been my thing with Lions fans. If Khalif Raymond is working his ass off and is where he needs to be, when he needs to be, he's blocking, he understands all the side adjustments, he's doing it right, am I taking him off the field?
No, I'm saying, no, exactly. But that's what I said. You've already blown out Carolina. So now you're sitting down Reynolds. You're sitting down St. Brown. You're sitting down Laporta. But you need receivers out there. Okay, J-Mo. Let me see what you've been doing for the last couple of weeks.
He's got to earn his way into being a starter. And I think Campbell said it all there. I loved it. I thought that was leadership by the coach. And it's simple for J-Mo. Just work. Come back and work. Light up practice. Do everything right. Support your teammates. You're going to have an opportunity to make some big plays. But if he thinks he's going to be a 100-catch guy here, it's never happening.
No, and it also, and maybe I'm reading between the lines here, so just stop me if I am, but it also says if you're not willing to do all of this, we're willing to move on from our first-round selection. Don't think that because we traded up for you that you have a cemented spot on this team.
Yeah, and I don't know how this will go. I'm saying if it doesn't go well, I would not be shocked in the least if he ain't here next year.
Because that's kind of like, okay, if this doesn't work and you can't go by my rules, there's the door.
And it just makes, and I know I defended the pick. It makes you wonder.
What, Mike, that's a different topic for a different day.
I know it is. God almighty. All right, sorry. 248-539.
Get ready to hire the Castech marching band, Davids.
Huh?
No, we have that topic that day. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to get a marching band to come in here and play. I was right.
David, how do they do those routines on a 93-yard football field? Does that affect the spacing of the baritone section?
The drum major has to stop 7 yards before he gets to the end zone.
Keep going. We're about to win the states. That's okay.
That means it's like 7 less band members to get the spacing right.
Got any other overrated corners you can put into D1?
No, we have some great corners this year.
I can't make fun of it because they got Kalen King, the Penn State corners.
That's great. I don't care. 248-539.
Top corner taken in the draft.
I don't care. For years, so many overrated players from Castech. I'm tired of it. Hey, how about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book? $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, when you place $5 bet. They got more promotions and more different ways to play. Tonight, Giants, Seahawks. I know it's not a great game, and I apologize in advance. My Giants are terrible to watch. But same game parlay stuff. Rico, is there an issue? What's going on?
No, I'm just watching this snake eat a mouse. So,
okay then. So FanDuel, more ways to play. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus listed. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture, Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
Uh-huh.
Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody what
personal
this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough, John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
Is that something or nothing? Because Rico and I both think that is a very targeted message to J-Mo. If you disagree, super. Give us your thoughts. David, what's coming through on the ticket text?
J-Mo has nowhere to go but up. Don't forget, he's going to be replacing Marvin Jones, so I do believe this is a message so that he can do what he needs to do. I honestly don't even want J-Mo to get targets. I just want him to run fast in a straight line and take the safety off the top. That's all I want. Someone says the coach needs to make J-Mo a healthy scratch. Make an example out of him, Glenn, in North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't think you got to go that route to embarrass him. But I think that this message is we've done all of this without you. Let's just call it what it is. Be a part of this team. Help us continue this, or we'll find someplace else for you to go.
From Justin, he says, I think Dan Campbell really wanted to say, grow the F up and then show the F up. That's all we need you to do, J-Mo.
That's how I took it, but maybe I'm insane.
When Campbell says, be where you're supposed to be on time, he's referring to his route, not showing up to the facility. Be where the route tree needs you to be when the route concept needs you.
Whoever said otherwise? Some of you are really bizarre.
Well, that was his translation, I guess.
Yeah, but no. That was like, we didn't say, oh, he's late to meetings. No one said that. It's just about being a professional in sum total. Period. Something that he's struggled with. Don't know if you're aware of that. Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. Let's go to Mike 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, brother. How are you, man?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
You guys are spot on today. You and Rico are spot on today, and even David. He's sending a message 100%. There's no way around it. I mean, you look at what he said, and he's talking about, first of all, dependability, reliability, and then he talks about how we're going to work the depth out of you. Dude, you're a first-round pick, right? If they were expecting you to light up the world, they would set those expectations and tell you, listen, we're looking for you to take the safety off the top, do this and that, to maybe involve you in a few plays, that, trick plays we might have up our sleeves, whatever the case may be. And they're not telling them any of that. You know what? Good for them. Because all season they tried to nurture him along. They tried to give him a chance. They told DJ Shark, we won't pay you more than this, because they said that we want J-Mo to step up and take up that role. And guess what? To them, they made a mistake. And what's nice about them is it looks like they don't let their egos get to them. And I'm talking about the coach and the GM. They literally are willing to put the line in the sand, whether it's Isaiah Buggs or J-Mo. It's like, dude, no. You know what? You do need to grow up, like you said, and you need to show up. And yes, it is about patterns. It's about getting your timing right, and it's about earning it too. Because Campbell might be a player's coach, but he's showing too that you know what, he doesn't mess around either. So he's gonna look out for you, but at the same time, if you're gonna become selfish and it's pouty and it's all about you, which he did over the first year, he was pouting on the sidelines a little bit about the touches. Mm-hmm. So clearly there's something in the background we're not seeing, right? So he's like, no. Listen, this is what's happening. If you're dependable, reliable, we could talk about the next stage. For now, this is what we need from you, and you're a first-round pick, and we're paying you, and we're just going to tell you straight up, we're going to work the depth out of you. I mean, I don't know what else you need as a player, but he's sending a direct message that's clear as day on exactly what they need and want from you moving up. And it's about maturity 100%.
See, I'm with
Thanks,
Mike.
Guys.
Yeah. I'm with Mike on this, Rico. Yeah. I'm telling you. Dan Campbell is not big into pretense. I thought there were a lot of ways he could have played that. He could have said, listen, we are thrilled to have J-Mo back. Yeah. J-Mo's going to be a big part of what we do. J-Mo brings an element that we don't currently have. Did he say any of that, or is my dementia kicking in?
No. And I think what you saw is Dan Campbell knowing how close he was to being on the hot seat and seeing how far he's come along, and he doesn't want to go back there. I've turned this thing around. I've done something, and the city is feeling a way they haven't felt ever. You're not going to destroy this.
Let's go to
we
Joe.
got something good going on here.
97.1. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, sir?
Yeah, so the whole J-Mo thing, as far as what Campbell is alluding to, I kind of think he's, you really hit it on the head here. He's basically saying, look, I don't care about your draft capital. That was 2 years ago. We've changed. We've evolved. We don't care about your pedigree. You went to Alabama. That's great. But you know what? We're moving on. And another thing, too, when they brought him in, at the time, I'm not quite sure they knew what they had in St. Brown. And clearly, he's a stud, like you mentioned, top 10, maybe top 5. Any given week, he could be wide receiver 1. But at the time, let's bring in another guy to complement him. But to his point, he's not in the building. He's not there. And not only that, when he is there, he's not running his routes. So let's get in there and let's just do it. But we're not, in other words, we're not going to rely on your pedigree. And, this whole thing of how Alabama weapons all of a sudden are automatic superstars, I think that's kind of dying out, by the way, if you will. Long gone are Amari Cooper, Derrick Henry. In other words,
here's what I'll say, though. I mean, in fairness, you just drafted Alabama's number one weapon last year in Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah. Now, I agree with you, true. Wide receiver-wise, they're lacking. But they have quite a lineage. But you're right on the first part. See,
right.
Look, Joe, I'm with you on this one. This is a lot like when a player goes to a program. Nobody cares you were a 5-star 2 years ago at another school, and now you're here. You stink. You're Hunter Johnson. You're not good. It doesn't matter what you were. It's what you are. No, I think right. Dan Campbell's making a point here. I don't really give a damn.
Yeah, you hear it in his voice.
While you've been gone on your self-imposed vacation, we're winning games. We are different than the day we drafted you. Now you will acclimate to what we're doing.
Right.
That's how I took it.
Yeah, don't bring us down. Help us get to another level.
The crazy part is if J-Mo would be a model employee, it would make this team so dangerous.
Because you offer something this team does not have right now.
If he comes back and is willing. and they can just go, look, this is what your role is now. Accept it. And he is willing to be, on a lot of plays, let's be fair, a decoy to take the safety over here so Ben Johnson can go over there.
Exactly. You know what? You may only get 5 deep shots a game.
5.
No,
right.
No. But so long as you can catch 3 of those, great, because now you're the threat. But don't expect us to throw the ball to you 10 times or 12 times a game. That's not your role anymore.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I just want to present a different perspective on this, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to be taking my binoculars to the game on Sunday. And when the game gets done, I'm going to be watching for the JMO Bryce reunion on the field and see what that looks like. Are they swapping jerseys? I think we can all agree that he has been at least a little bit emotionally immature. I don't think that's being overly critical of his actions. I've been maintaining for a long time that when he got drafted, I think the Lions were not good. I think they might have said something to him along the lines of, look, if we can do that cool handcuff with you and Bryce, we'll try it. But then guess what happened? They got good down the stretch, and that wasn't a reality. And he's been Mr. Poo-Poo Pants ever since then from an attitude standpoint. So here's the question about Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes' comp on him was literally like Tyreek Hill. Not best receiver in the class, but best receiver like in 6 years. Well, if that comp has to now be adjusted down to his skill set was Tyreek Hill, but his head is Antonio Brown after hitting his head 5 times, then you got to put a new grade on that. So I want JMO to come and show up just for nothing else. If he can look decent enough, they don't have as many draft picks because they traded the farm away to Chicago, but Carolina's coming this week. I'd be scouting that team up and down for free agents, and at the end of the year, if it's just not going to work, and they'll give us their pick 33 or 34, which they're going to have, plus a player, do you make that trade? And if so, has Brad earned enough capital in this city with the other good draft picks he's made where we would say, you know what, we're going to forgive you from that, move on?
Listen.
That's my question.
I can't go specifics and who you'd trade to. Matt, I'll just tell you, if it doesn't go in a direction we're all really happy with, I think you've painted a very realistic scenario. Yeah. They are not going to keep someone who's disgruntled. They're not going to keep someone who's not reliable. It would fly in the face of what they've built.
I was about to say, they're not going to keep somebody that's going to destroy this legacy that they are building right now. And they're telling you this without telling you this. So, yes, if this doesn't, he's going to get shopped around in the offseason. And just be prepared for the day that we hit the breaking news sounder and say it happened. But for those saying we're trying to run JMO out of town, guys, we're not, because JMO right here, right now, has an opportunity to make all of this a moot point. I come in, I realize I've screwed up, guys. Let me make this better. Let me show you what I can do to help this team continue to win. It's on him right now.
Like, I give you an example. You want a comp? I just pulled this. Like I've said to you, the upside of him is wide receiver 1. The upside could be, a Justin Jefferson type if he's all in on this deal, right? The downside, like Deshaun Jackson, the late years. Mm-hmm. So like Deshaun Jackson, early 30s was like Redskins, Bucks, post Philly, right? A guy who gets about 75 targets in a 16, 17 game span, catches about 40 balls, 4 or 5 of them are going to be deep touchdowns, but that's just what he is. I think those are the range of outcomes for him. Now, clearly, you didn't waste the number 12 pick to get 32-year-old Deshaun Jackson, but that's the downside. The upside is still there. It's all in front of him.
So an A.J. Brown.
He could be whatever he wants to be, but Rico, I thought what Campbell said that's pretty telling to me.
I thought it was very mature. I thought it was a man who knows what I have, and I don't want to ruin this.
248-539-9797. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty, and they are your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got you covered. Generators in stock as well. If Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off your next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, amidst all the conversation we're having, there is an entire weekend that was in football, so we'll take a minute. It's time for football today.
So I need you all to explain something to me. What is wrong?
With Noah Kim, I have no idea.
No, why are so many coaches in the NFL incompetent? Brandon Staley did it again. He ended up winning the game because his defense bailed him out again, but he went for it in negative territory again with 3 minutes to go, 7 minutes or 7 points up in the game. And then Matt Eberflus.
I see your Staley and raise you an Eberflus.
What are you thinking? Take the 3 points to go up and maybe win the game.
Under
Instead,
2 minutes
no
to
more.
go. If I go for it on 4th down and miss, I do not have lead. If I kick field goal, I have lead. What? How is Matt Eberflus not fired today? Fired. Look, I don't have an explanation. Rico tends to be an apologist for coaches. I don't know what to tell you. These are fireable offenses at the highest level. Harlan Barnett, kindly leave. I see so much stupid stuff. And at the NFL level, that's the last bastion where you go, there's no way it could happen here. And it does. And it does.
Let's get this one out of the way. We'll
You're
start
not
with
David.
That's right. We're doing college and pros going back and forth season.
All right.
We can start with my program in college. What should my panic level be with Georgia
You tell
almost
me.
losing to Auburn?
You approach it like Tom Cruise in Top Gun. You're arrogant about it. And all I've told you is, Kenny, be careful with some of these road games. Sparty bleephead. All right. Well, you tell me. Your panic to me, 6.5. It should be a 6.5 because here's your problem. You're fine. Fine enough. But where are the special players? I have Brock Bowers. Lovely. What else is special on Georgia?
Brad McConkey, and that's about it.
Okay, there's my issue. Where's the Nolan Jones? Where's the Trayvon Walker? Where's the Jordan Davis? Where's the, where are the studs?
They're all on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's where they are. I would go probably a 7, Kenny, because first of all, it's hard to three-peat. Try to tell you that at the beginning of the year. It's hard to get players motivated to come back for that third time. You can only go to the well the world hates you. Well, you found out now where maybe you're just not as good, and it's hard to replace talent year after year after year.
I'm going to say something controversial. That while I don't think they could beat Texas, I do think Michigan could beat Georgia. You just allowed a team with no quarterback to pound the rock for 200 yards on you. That's a concern.
And Michigan does run the ball.
This is what they do, though. They pretend like the first half doesn't exist whatsoever.
But
that
this
bothers
is twice in 3 weeks. I'm just a little concerned because it is SEC play.
Right. But you have to wonder, kind of like Michigan, are you just bored and you kick it in later, or is this just who you are?
I got to see some more playmakers arise. That's all I'm saying. Georgia's still really good, but I don't know, man.
And for Kenny,
Texas
for you,
is back.
it's a not making the playoffs doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing to you.
Correct.
You got to win a title. So if that's the case, you should be
Have
very
you ever
concerned.
heard Kirby Smart's speech on the price of leadership? All right, let's go, David.
Let's go back to the pros, go to the Sunday night game where Zach Wilson actually looked okay after the first quarter. But let's go to the end of the game where you have Robert Saleh going off on the referees because of a pass interference call on Sauce Gardner. Quote, after the game, Sauce Gardner says, Mahomes threw the ball outside the receiver and Carter was there. He made the play. Then the ref threw the flag. To me personally, it's like when you're playing one-on-one, you go for the layup and they wait to see if you miss it to then make the call. Is Robert Saleh right about complaining about that call?
Yes, it was a terrible call on Sauce. But that's the same crew that missed the call on Aiden here. Same crew. Tons of penalties, lots of missed calls. I didn't like the call. I know you're Sauce's reps and you feel different.
It was the right call. You grabbed it. Whenever you see the jersey getting pulled, yeah, that's holding. That's pass interference. they allow Sauce to do a lot of stuff, but you're out in the open one-on-one. Everybody saw the jersey tug. You can't not accept. Well, what is an illusion? It happened. Unfortunately, it happened on the interception, but I got to think maybe it was just they threw the flag, but everybody was looking at the ball getting intercepted that you didn't realize they actually threw the flag when it happened.
So I'm going to hijack here because Kenny needed help with his college team. I need help with my pro team. Someone help me. No. Tomlin says after the game, yes, the product was ugly. Changes will be made. Well, the last 3 years under Matt Canada, who was the OC, 20.2 points per game, then 18.1. Now we're at 15.5. Just fire the OC already.
Okay.
What changes do you think should be made other than the OC?
I don't know. For the fourth year
in a row.
You want
Jay Johnson?
No, for the fourth year in a row, get an offensive line. Why do you keep whistling by the graveyard?
We drafted one in the first round, but we have nothing else beside him.
That's my whole point. I don't know, man. That would be the big change. I mean,
yeah, I think
what
you
do
guys,
want, man?
I think you guys just got accustomed to the whole Tomlin never has a losing record and he'll just find a way. Well, eventually you run out of pieces. You got to replenish it with really good pieces, and you don't have that this year. And I don't think Kenny Pickett is special enough that he could cover up a lot of the inadequacies.
Let's go to college and talk hype train. Let's talk Colorado. Another loss to a legit team. Is the fun over for Coach Prime?
Yes.
No. Did you not see the broadcast? That was the greatest moral victory of all times. They were so close. They came back. That's USC, partner. Like, wow.
I love how hard they try to sell it. Oh, they put a scare into USC. A scare? USC was up by 14 at its lowest point. What scare? What does it matter with you people? Now, USC stinks, but there's no scare. Yeah, here's the deal. Colorado's going down to Arizona State. They're a whopping 4-point favorite over a non-bowl eligible team in a first year of a rebuild. And they could lose that game. Party's over, fellas.
And let's end this one with Rico.
Let me join in on this party. Over the summer, there was a lot of talk about Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
4 games in, completing over 70% of his passes, one interception, a 104 passer rating, and they're also scoring on 80% of the time they hit the red zone.
That's nice.
Were we wrong about Lamar Jackson and what he brings to this Baltimore
Because when they
Ravens
needed him against Indianapolis, what did he do? Nothing. Wow, you played a rookie yesterday. That's the J.J. McCarthy performance of the week. You played nothing and threw 15 passes. I don't care. When the chips are down, show me. No.
Okay.
Not at all.
So not being too hard on him?
No. And this week, they played a rat-ass Steelers. I mean, like, that's supposed to impress me? What, David?
They're going to beat my Steelers.
Okay. And a backup quarterback. What is Bruce Gradkowski, the starter?
Oh, it'll be Trubisky.
I lied. I do have one more.
Go ahead.
Are we ready to put some respect on Brock Purdy's name yet?
No. Okay. I watched the game.
He went Phil Simms. He threw one incomplete pass.
Hey, look, there's Christian McCaffrey wide open again. Hey, look, listen to me.
So what does he have to do?
I don't know, play with a less talented team.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Well, then I don't have to respect him. Everything's tailor-made for him. These simple little throws. He's got this amazing running game, an amazing O-line, an amazing defense, an amazing play caller. Oh, God. Anybody could succeed in San Francisco. It's ridiculous.
Go play for the Panthers and impress us.
Right. Yeah. Why don't you do that? Why don't you go start for Michigan State and show me how special you are?
Kid with the last pick taken in the draft. All he does is win.
Yeah.
I think they were 11-0 now. Is him starting quarterback regular season?
Privileged. That is in football today.
All right, amidst all the conversation we're having, there is an entire weekend that was in football, so we'll take a minute. It's time for football today. Brock Purdy is Satan.
All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking company, outlet in
So I
America.
need you all to
And look,
explain
they move
something to
more
me.
product
What
than
is
anybody.
wrong? and
With
why-
Noah Kim, I have no idea.
No, why are so many coaches in the NFL incompetent?
And again,
Brandon
there
Staley
is a
did it
reason
again. He ended up
they
winning the
can move that much
game
product 'cause
because
it's
his defense bailed him out again. But he went for it in negative territory again with 3 minutes to go for 7 minutes or 7 points up in the game. And then Matt Eberflus.
I see your Staley and raise you an
Like,
Eberflus.
what are you thinking? Take the 3 points
introduce you to a Trex
to go up and maybe win the game.
Under
and say
2
no
minutes
more.
to go. If I go for it on 4th down and miss, I do not have lead. If I kick field goal, I have lead.
Lumber today, or go to North.
Eber what? How?
Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who her the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute in this picture? Derek Barnes. He's so cute. I like him.
Derek Barnes. Get a Barnes. Colin, for Heather's birthday.
He's
a Barnes jersey.
He's got a nice smile. I like his smile. Super cute.
Speaking of smiles, we just learned something about John in the break that he might have mentioned before, but I don't remember.
Won't be a shock to anyone.
No. You have a unwritten rule.
I have a personal policy.
Go ahead. Explain.
Yes,
Tell
the
everybody
personal
what this
policy is any football picture, you don't smile.
Got to be bad.
Oh,
mean,
I'm tough,
angry.
John Jensen. I can't smile. It'll make me look soft.
All right, hell of a good show today. Last time I'll ever have to talk about Cabrera, so that's a positive.
Until he does something in his new job.
Oh, the special assistant to the traveling GM?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Recruiting coordinator.
Tomorrow, the college football.
No.
Michigan. No. I don't want to. You don't have a choice. No, we have to talk about both Michigan for how impressive they were. Because, again, if we're going to knock them when they don't play great, let's talk about when you assassinate a team. There's only one team in America I don't think they're capable of beating. That doesn't mean they'd automatically beat everyone else. But as I sit here right now, there's only one team. And the answer may surprise you. And then basically, I'm going to let you cry about MSU. and I'm hitting the fan portal. I'm out. I'm done.
I mean,
No more.
MSU is just David. Do we have a Tyra Banks drop in there? Because that's
Yeah,
just,
I've got the drop for MSU.
no. That was me at the end of the game, just going straight to Iowa in that pink locker room and just said, everybody sit down, take a knee. Just disgusting.
We'll get to it tomorrow. It's okay. Look, it doesn't even hurt anymore. It's just who cares? Lose every game now. I hate them. I'm so annoyed. It's so bad.
But see, that's just it.
What?
Because you hate them,
Yes.
they still got some claws in you.
Yeah, but not really because the bye week will even it out. And then I'm not. The Rutgers game is a non-starter for me. So it's and then the Michigan game. I'm not going to partake in that. They're going to lose by 50. This is the last time I felt like this about Michigan State would be 06.
Oh.
06.
Last year after Indiana.
Or what'd you say, David?
Drive.
Oh, hey, David, hit a button. I have to tell you about the drive of the week. So it's real simple. It's the drive that ruined Jim Costa's life and made mine. I give you Notre Dame's 10-play, 95-yard drive in 2:04, including Sam Hartman refusing to run, but Duke allowing him so much space that he went, well, I may as well go.
Are you sure? Okay, I'll go.
All right, I'll go. But not only, because good teams go on game-winning drives, but great teams score touchdowns and two-point conversions to cover. You just love Notre Dame football for it. See, they couldn't win 19-14. They were laying 5.5. So they went, hey, Mikey.
Yep.
Jesuit universities love you. What would God do? Go for 2. Drive of the week, Notre Dame football.
You know what wasn't? That POS Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
Mahomes.
He slides down when they were given 9.5.
And if you were on the right side, you bet the Jets and you got what you deserved.
No, that's
win.
not. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve that win. No, you do not.
Well, guess what? I won. So
God.
that's the drive of the week.
I think these football players are getting too big. I'm not going to score the touchdown because I look really smart if I slide down.
It was smart.
If you go up 10, the Jets are not winning the
But
game.
your defense has to play 8, 10, 12 meaningful snaps, and somebody could end up with their leg getting Nick Chubb.
God, whatever.
Whatever. It was a great play by Mahomes.
No, it's stupid. Dumb. Cover the spread. You know who knows what the spread is in every game? No, and I'm not even kidding. I know this for a fact.
The coaches?
James Franklin.
Oh, he knows.
No. Did you see that?
He knows.
They were up 21 and the spread, I believe, was 25.5 with 2 minutes left. And he did a fake kneel.
That's right.
And threw like a 40-yard touchdown pass.
He respects gamblers.
No, that's totally what it was.
And I respect that.
Wow.
That was a great move by him, and it's appreciated.
Well, yeah, and it was for me too, actually, to be honest. But still, that's kind of gross. So anyhow, J-Mo's back. Woo! I say 9 catches, 184 yards, and 3 touches.
They should just run that touchdown play
3
that they did
tutties.
with him and Laporta. It was like the same play.
Yeah.
Just
Dan
run that
Campbell's comment.
3
thought
tutties. I
was
like what Dan Campbell said.
I loved it, but I thought it was
Mhm.
telling, Bob.
Well, how can it not be telling? Everybody knows that there's nothing that J-Mo has shown that gives you tons of confidence.
And I know you're going to cover Cabrera in a different way than we did, which is fine. I don't know why you're mad at me.
I'm not mad
I thought
at
you guys were just like take it from one troll to another. I think you guys were a little trollish today. I do.
I had the very same opinion, and you both worked here with me at the same time. I said the same stuff about Jeter.
See, Rieger,
when you waste years of my life hanging around, I start to resent you.
Yeah, but you would have
7 years
taken
of
the same damn contract yourself.
But it's not
a biggie
relevant. That's a straw man. He hasn't been any good in 7 years.
I don't disagree. He's got 64 homers in his last 6. Truly awful.
He never gave us a parade. What is there for me to be emotional about?
Because it's
trolling.
nostalgia.
Okay, no. Trolling is when you say something for a reaction. If you believe
And
something.
that's what you guys did.
No, if you
No, that's not
believe
right.
something, that's just how
You
you
guys
believe.
could have left it alone.
You
guys
troll
did. And listen,
because
I
you
don't
just
care.
want reaction.
I don't care because I thought it was great
The
radio.
show before us was like Delilah. If you're having trouble coping, call us. It's absurd.
No, I can
Delilah!
I'm not gonna go that far, but come on. If you didn't, and I don't know if you watched it or not, but when Miggy is at first by himself and the Green Day is playing, by the way, the song is called Good Riddance, which I thought was funny. Stoney, please. And the Green Day's playing, and 40,000 fans are cheering their asses off. If you don't get chills there, you're not a human.
I
Then I
understand.
guess I'm
You're
not a
not.
human.
You got no blood in you.
Well,
you're a vampire.
They're not connected to the team or the player. That's the difference. If you were more connected to them.
So why
These guys have been here for 20 years.
Right? Why didn't I get the feels when Jeter left? Am I not connected to my Yankees?
No, you said it earlier in there. Your heart is dead.
It's
cold.
It's because I care about the team, not the players.
No, but here's the thing. People had 6+ years to lament his final. On the final day, what is the point of dredging up again?
Well, exactly.
Oh, he kept. Oh, he did that.
No, it's not dredging up, but it's just the fact of
I was happy.
You know what? I've moved on.
The other thing too
I
is
viewed Cabrera like a relative who'd been sick for a decade. I don't even remember when they were healthy. They don't know what day it is. You know what? They're better off.
Okay, but
see you later.
Okay, so when you have the memorial for Aunt Nona or whatever you want to call her, yeah, you're not going to crap on her memorial.
Now we can win
Well,
the
you did on
division
Miggy.
next
Even
year.
the
It's not.
worst
The day
person
is
in the
over.
world gets a good eulogy.
True.
Right?
Everyone's always better in death. Isn't it amazing?
Here's the thing.
You didn't follow that.
Put in perspective, Mark D'Antonio gave Michigan State the greatest years. His final years were awful.
I still
He
kicked
didn't
him.
have-
And when he
I still
walked
kicked
away,
him into an open grave.
Right, when he walked away, it wasn't, oh my God, he did. Like, dude, you just jacked the university for $4 million.
That's fine. All I'm saying is, it sounded like. Listen, I am a master troll. Sounded a little.
I don't know if it
trollish
was
today.
trollish.
It's not, man.
But
look,
it's baseball.
Just say you
Baseball's-
disagree. It's